We are on the record for hearings in the matters listed in the North Dakota Industrial Commission hearing docket for January 19th, 2023. I'm Stephen Nelson, hearing examiner for these hearings. We are at the hearing room for the Department of Mineral Resources, Oil and Gas Division, and it is 9 o'clock a.m. On the docket, the following matters will be continued or dismissed. Case number 29808 will be continued to February. Case number 29738 will be dismissed. Case number 29604 will be dismissed. Case number 29770 will be remanded. And that is all. Case number 29807 will not be heard until after the lunch break at approximately 1 p.m. this afternoon. The administrative docket starts on page 8 with case number 29770 and goes through case number 29832. Case number 29770 will be remanded to this hearing room, and that hearing will be held after hearing for case number 29814. The remainder of these cases will be heard in the next room with Michael Zisch. Audio recordings of the cases on the administrative docket will be placed on the oil and gas website by the end of the week. If you wish to appear in one of the matters on the administrative docket, please appear in the next room. If there is opposition to the matter, it will be brought back into this hearing room to be heard, and your statements and evidence will be taken. We will begin with case number 29808. In the matter of a hearing called on a motion of the Commission to consider the termination, reduction, or any other appropriate action of the Tracy Mountain Tyler Unit, Billings County, ND, operated by Northwestern Production, LLC, to consider the temporarily abandoned status, extension requests for various wells, review the compliance status of various wells, review the reclamation status of various wells, and to review the TMTU bond amount required for the operation of said unit pursuant to NDAC section 43020315 and such other relief as is appropriate. This case is continued to February. Case number 29213. A motion of the Commission to consider the termination or any other appropriate action of the Bear Creek Duperow Unit, Dunn County, ND, operated by XTO Energy, Inc. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case 29213 on behalf of XTO Energy, Inc. XTO plans on calling one witness in this matter, Mr. Chris Frazier, Frazier. And Mr. Frazier will be joining us by telephone.
All right, Mr. Frazier, can you hear me? Could you say that one more time? It might have cut out there.
Am I coming through?
Yes, you are. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Chris, by whom are you employed?
XTO Energy.
In what capacity?
I am the operations engineering manager for our Bakken division.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the Commission previously? Pardon me?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. We'd offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Chris, let's turn to the packet of exhibits that I've distributed to the Commission staff. And there's a little background information here that I'm going to have you go through quickly until we get into sort of the important part of your exhibit. But let's start with Exhibit 1 and very briefly tell us what Exhibit 1 is and what's contained on that exhibit.
Exhibit 1 is a map, an overview of oil and gas leases, of which the lease in question, the Bear Creek Duperow unit, is located within. Exhibit 1 is a zoomed out version, just to be able to identify the relative locations such as the Bear Creek unit itself, the Little Missouri River, and other such units to help you locate them.
So basically it's a field map showing the Bear Creek field as well as some other fields in the area. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, then let's go to Exhibit 2. Tell us what Exhibit 2 is.
Exhibit 2 is a zoomed-in view of the prior map showing specifically the current Bear Creek unit.
All right, and then let's go to Exhibit 3. That may be somewhat duplicate in nature, but quickly describe that for us, please.
And Exhibit 3, along the lines of the similar structure of that map, at the same kind of zoomed-in ratio, is the location of the lease in question, Bear Creek Dupero unit.
And when you say lease, you're using the term lease and unit sort of in the same fashion, is that correct?
Thank you for clarifying. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
So I should say synonymously. Let's go to Exhibit 4, and there's quite a bit of information on Exhibit 4, but it's important. Please identify Exhibit 4, and perhaps you could walk us through what is contained on Exhibit 4 and the importance of it.
That's right. So Exhibit 4 is a Bear Creek Dupero unit timeline, an overview of the timeline in question. I'll ask that y'all let me know if I need to repeat something or if it did not come through clearly, but I'll go ahead and read through and further explain the timeline. Starting in point number 1, Bear Creek Dupero unit was created effective April 1st of 1992. Number 2 there, Bear Creek Dupero unit can be terminated by virtue of paragraph 21 of the unit agreement and plan of unitization, which provides the following. 21 term, the term of this agreement shall be for and during the time that unitized substances can be produced in the quantities sufficient to pay for the cost of producing same from wells on unitized land, and for as long after, therefore, or thereafter, as drilling, reworking, or other operations are prosecuted on unitized land without cessation more than 60 consecutive days, and so long thereafter as unitized substances can be produced, as aforesaid, unless sooner terminated by the AO as provided in Section 8, successor unit operator, or by the working interest owners as provided in Section 22, termination by working interest owners.
Now, before you go on to the next point, Chris, let me just ask a quick question here. As you read that particular provision in the unit agreement, it would seem to me, and tell me if you agree, that you could have a situation where there is production in the unit, but if it's not production in paying quantities, the unit can be terminated. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, let's continue then with the next item.
On the third point, in September 2020, 22 barrels of oil were produced from the Bear Creek 27-1, the last producing well in the Bear Creek Dupero unit. All reporting and accounting associated with this production was performed in accordance with the existing processes. So all royalty and interest and working interest owners received applicable and appropriate revenue and records at that time of production. Go for point number 4.
Okay?
By letter,
No, you go ahead. You're all right.
By letter dated January 7th, 2022, BLM determined that the unit terminated effective September 1st, 2020. The date the well ceased production in quantities sufficient to pay for the cost of the producing same from the wells of the unitized land. So number 5, XTO Energy recorded certificate of termination of the Bear Creek Dupero unit on March 23rd of 2022, indicating the unit terminated effective September 1st of 2020. So number 6, in addition to the unit agreement and plan of unitization, the relationship between the working interest owners and the Bear Creek Dupero unit are governed by the unit operating agreement. It was made as of 15th of January 1991 and was effective upon the effectiveness of the unit agreement. The unit operating agreement governs, inter alia, the sharing of expenses between working interest owners. The term of the unit operating agreement is recited as follows. Section 18.2 term, this agreement shall continue in effect so long as the unit agreement remains in effect. Thereafter, all unit wells have been plugged and abandoned or turned over into the working interest owners, in accordance to Section 19. All unit equipment and real property acquired for the joint account have been disposed of by the unit operator in accordance with the instructions of the operating committee. And there has been a final accounting. So number 7, Article 19 of the unit operating agreement provides details regarding the steps that the operators and the working interest owners should take upon the termination of the unit agreement. So importantly, Section 19.1.1 affirms the underlying leases, contracts, and other instruments affecting the separate tract will continue to govern according to the terms without regard to the unit agreement or the unit operating agreement. Nevertheless, the unit working interest owners agree in Section 19.1.4 that the cost of abandonment of the unit operations shall be a unit expense. Therefore, any activities and expenses on the unit wells that remain to be plugged, abandoned, or otherwise remediated will be treated as unit expenses and subject to the continued accounting and billing under the unit operating agreement until the unit wells have properly been abandoned and turned over and there has been a final account. The last detail here, number 8, the Pelton 2-1 SWD well. This is NDIC file number 10503, API number 33-025-00382, is subject of a separate surface damage access of saltwater disposal agreement. This is with the relevant surface landowners, which agreement is not limited by the Bear Creek Duperow unit agreement. Accordingly, XTO plans to maintain this SWD well going forward.
Okay, let's now move to discuss a bit about what's left to complete in terms of additional work on the unit. And to do that, as a guide, let's go to Exhibit number 5. And there's a lot of information on Exhibit 5. If you can summarize that the best you can, I'd appreciate that.
Absolutely. So, Exhibit number 5 is the current status of the well in the area formerly designated as the Bear Creek Duperow unit. You'll see a well list here with the file number associated there in the furthest left column. The current status of that well, whether it is bonded, the current pool that is operating, and then the Duperow plug date. For those applicable, the date Duperow zone was plugged. And then subsequent is the comment stating the exact current status and the intent in the future for that well as applicable.
So, Chris, is it a fair statement that the unit agreement and the unit operating agreement provide for winding up the affairs of the Bear Creek Duperow unit?
That is correct.
And is it your opinion that XTO is following the terms and conditions of the unit agreement and the unit operating agreement to wind up the affairs of the unit?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And in terms of distribution of proceeds of production, because the unit agreement has terminated, that oil will be allocated as provided by the unit agreement with respect to oil that was produced prior to the unit's termination, and after that it'll be distributed on a leasehold basis. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for this witness, Mr. Examiner. To offer Exhibits 1 through 5.
Exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Lawrence, if you can forgive me, I was looking at this list when you made your last statement about that production. Could you ask that question again and have it repeated?
The question I asked is how proceeds of production would be distributed, and his answer was that with respect to oil produced while the unit agreement was in effect, it would be distributed up based on a unit basis, and then after that it would be distributed on a leasehold basis, as I understand the agreement. But at any rate, they're following the terms of the agreement in terms of distribution and allocation of expenses to eventually plug out all the wells and restore the site.
So am I to interpret that 22 barrels that was produced in September would be distributed on a spacing unit basis?
Do you know the answer to that, Chris, or is that something we need to check and get back to Mark on?
Those 22 barrels were distributed just as all the other prior production had been distributed.
So it was considered unit production.
I believe that would be correct. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I guess it was, well, no, that's fine. I won't respond further.
And I'm not trying to be argumentative, but it just seems kind of counterintuitive, but. Okay, on your list of wells, Exhibit 5, so the first well needs to be reclaimed, so, and that would be paid by the unit?
That is correct.
And likewise, like the 10.
May I clarify one thing?
Sure.
The first well, the intent to reclaim, was submitted on March 30th of 2017. That well is already reclaimed.
Okay. And file 10317, that needs to be plugged and reclaimed, and that would be a unit expense?
That is correct.
Likewise with 10494?
That is also correct. Yes, sir.
And the disposal well is operating as a non-unit entity at this time?
Correct. Referring to the non-Bear Creek Dupro unit. Yes, sir.
11087, that one needs to be reclaimed yet, and that'll be a unit expense?
That one, the intent to reclaim, was also on March 30th of 2017, and it is reclaimed already.
Okay.
Charged to the unit.
Eleven three six five, the Brandvik well likewise needs to be reclaimed, and that's a unit expense? No, it says you completed the reclamation. Okay,
Yes, sir. Reclamation complete. An update to the sundry was submitted recently, though, on January 16th, 2023, to clarify.
okay. And the Bear Creek unit 14695, that was plugged and that was a unit expense?
14695. The well is plugged. Yes, sir. That was a unit expense.
And 14696, that needs to be plugged and that'll be a unit expense?
14696. That was a notification. Yes, sir. It's P&A that was recently submitted. That will be plugged and charged per unit basis. Yes.
And likewise with 16974?
Yes, sir. That is also correct.
And the last well, the intent is to convert that to a disposal well?
Your last well, the Bear Creek unit waterflood SWS.
Yes.
As of right now, just the UIC permit was renewed as indicated there. I'm not familiar with the ultimate intent, but we are complying on that well.
Yeah, my understanding is it's been permitted but has not been converted, and the permit has been renewed at least once. And
That's correct. That was what was indicated on the acceptance of the TA.
And that likewise would not be considered a unit entity anymore.
Correct. It is under that is correct. It is a potential SWD, not under that agreement. The current unit.
Do you know if you have a surface use and agreement for that well to be used as a disposal?
I'm unsure if we have the current unit agreement to utilize that well at disposal at this current point. I do know that we have the current unit agreement, obviously for the active Pelton 2-1 SWD. As a surface agreement.
Yeah, separate from the Bear Creek Dupro unit agreement.
Correct.
Does XTO plan to wrap up the affairs of the unit in 2023?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Chris, do you have a relative timeline in 2023 as far as when you plan on plugging these wells?
Currently in the process of scheduling. You'll notice we just submitted the NOI there on several of these here in this last January or a couple of weeks ago. We'd still be in the scheduling process, but with the assurance of abandonment in 2023.
Okay, do you plan on dedicating one rig just to go through the whole unit and get them all done?
To be determined. We do have a current rig doing plug and abandonment work. It may or may not be that one.
Okay, and then do you plan on getting the plugging work done early enough in the summer so you can still do the reclaim before the winter sets in?
That would be the goal, yes, sir.
Thanks.
Okay.
Chris, this is Bruce Hicks. I'm a little confused with the distribution of royalties on the 22 barrels of oil. When Lawrence originally asked you how it would be distributed, I thought you agreed that it would be on a leasehold basis, and then later when you were questioned, you said, no, that was distributed on a unit basis. Are you positive that it was on a unit basis?
Chris, if you don't know the answer to that, Mr. Hicks, probably that's something we can provide you in a supplemental exhibit. Clearly that's important to you because not only you asked that question, but Mark has asked the question. So you don't have any objection. Can we get back to you with a supplemental exhibit on that?
Yes, that'd be fine. It is kind of concerning because if the unit is no longer effective, then the royalties shouldn't be distributed on a unit basis. And typically what the commission would do is designate how that oil should be distributed after that point.
I will clarify.
Go ahead.
Apologize, I didn't mean to interrupt. Started getting kind of a echo effect. There we go. Can y'all hear me clearly?
Yep.
Awesome. So, one point I do want to point out is that in September of 2020, prior to the acknowledgement that the lease would then be retroactively terminated during that period, those 22 barrels were produced and it was distributed on a unit basis. The unit was still effective under the current unit operating agreement. 18-ish months later is when the BLM at that point submitted notice and determined that the unit was terminated retroactively to September of 2020 after those 22 barrels royalties had already been paid on a unit basis. And so we have maintained that. We have not gone back and changed how those royalties were distributed after the fact.
Okay, well, the order that we issue, we'll take that under advisement. There'll be something addressing that if we want it distributed differently. You also indicated that the record of, or that you recorded the certificate of termination. I assume that was in Dunn County, right? The recorder's office in Dunn County, is that correct?
I did not record of which county office that was recorded in.
We'll get a copy for you, Mr. Hicks, and file it with the commission. I think it actually is already on file, but
Yeah, we have that. One last question, Chris. Do you know on or about when XTO became aware that the BLM had terminated the unit?
Yes, sir. It was on March 23rd, 2022, from a letter dated January 7th, 2022.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Chris, I do have a couple more questions concerning the unit agreement and operating agreement. So it appears to me that XTO is accepting the fact that the unit agreement has expired pursuant to the letter of the BLM, correct?
That is correct.
And it also appears that XTO is maintaining that the unit operating agreement has not expired and that you would continue to operate under it until all the matters are done and all expenses have been paid. Is that right?
That is correct. Recorded in Section 18.2 of that unit operating agreement, of which is included in the timeline. I believe it's bullet number 6.
Lawrence, the recorded document in Dunn County, does it conflict with that? I mean, does it have anything in there to indicate that the unit operating agreement would have expired?
I don't have that document in front of me, Mr. Hicks. I
Okay,
can take a
just,
look at it.
I'm sorry. I just assumed that both would expire at the same time. Makes sense whenever, it doesn't make sense that the unit is expired pursuant to the BLM. But I can see how you need the unit operating agreement to continue so you can wrap up the matters that had not been done prior.
In my view, Mr. Hicks, this is sort of an unusual unit agreement, unit operating agreement. The ones that I've been involved in that result in unitization of portions of the field or all over the field do not lay out the requirement that it expires automatically if you have production that doesn't result in paying quantities. So this is a little bit unusual, and I think you need to understand that, we're working with the federal government, and you can issue an order that says something different, but the federal government may not abide by it. So, we're doing the best we can, given the documents that we inherited from another operator, to get this unit wrapped up. And certainly we'll work with the commission to try to get the commission anything it needs to wrap it up on its books as well.
The unit is fairly large. I assume that it's not 100% federal.
I don't know the answer to that. I don't believe so, but Chris may know.
I'm unaware if it's 100% federal.
If it is totally federal, then it's a moot issue on whether, what it should be distributed on. So I guess if you would address that in the supplement, it'd be helpful. Thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, there was a request for supplement, Mr. Bender. What kind of time frame were we looking for?
Sorry, once again, Mr. Nelson, I don't have a calendar in front of me. What's 2 weeks from Friday?
That would be February 2nd, or from Friday would be February 3rd.
Okay, let's do February 3rd if that's okay with the commission.
The record will remain open for supplement until February 3rd. Anything further on this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 29213. Moving on. Case number 29736. Application of Enerplus Resources Corporation for an order amending the field rules for the Lone Butte Bakken Pool to create and establish an overlapping 2560 acre space unit comprised of sections 17, 18, 19, and 20, Township 147 North, Range 97 West, Dunn County, ND, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between the existing spacing units of said proposed overlapping 2560 acre space unit, and or such other and further relief as appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Hello, is anyone from Interplus on? Okay, about Vince? I think we got Vince as a land witness first case. Pardon me? Okay, all right. Okay, just a moment, please.
Okay.
Mr. Examiner, Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in case 29736 on behalf of Interplus Resources USA Corporation. We intend to call 3 witnesses in this matter. First witness will be in the area of land, Mr. Vince Burnell. Second witness will be a geologic witness, Jeff Kurian. I may have mispronounced that. We'll have Jeff pronounce it correctly when he gets on. And then the third witness is Ms. Mandy Engebretson. And all 3 witnesses will be appearing by telephone.
All right. I'll start with Mr. Burnell. Can you hear me?
Good morning, yes. This is
Correct. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
yes, I do.
So Vince, I don't know if you're quite a ways away from the speakerphone, but there's a little bit of echo. Could you pull the speakerphone just a little bit closer, please?
Yeah, hang on, I'm on a headset here, I'll take it off.
Okay. Did you say you were going to get rid of the headset, or?
Yeah, is that a little better?
Yeah, a little better. So Vince, please state your full name for the record.
Vincent Bernal,
And Vince, by whom are you employed?
Interplus Resources USA Corporation.
In what capacity?
I'm a landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
No, I have not.
What I'd like you to do, Vince, is briefly describe for the commission your educational background and work experience.
Okay. I have a Bachelor of Science from Colorado State University. I have been engaged in land work as a professional since September of 2008, most recently with Interplus as a landman since January of 2019. And I'm a certified professional landman as recognized by the American Association of Professional Landmen.
And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant land matters concerning Interplus's application in case 29736?
Yes, I have.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision some exhibits you intend to sponsor?
Yes.
I'd offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Thank you. Vince, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for this case, 29736. Let's skip the cover page and go to what's been marked as Exhibit L1. Can you identify Exhibit L1 and then briefly describe what's contained upon it?
Yes, Exhibit L1 is the area reference map indicating the application for the proposed 2,560-acre overlapping spacing unit as recognized in the red dashed line, located in the Lone Butte field as recognized in the dark green line.
All right, and then let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, which has been previously marked as Exhibit L2. Can you identify L2 and briefly describe what's contained upon it?
Ken, the Exhibit L2 is our operation overview map. This, again, reflects the proposed 2,560-acre overlapping spacing unit located in Township 147 North, Range 97 West, consisting of Sections 17, 18, 19, and 20. This will have the well plan outline, or well plans, and the overlapping spacing unit there in the dashed red line. Beneath that, we've got Section 17 and Section 20 as the underlying spacing unit for the Interplus operated Devil's Canyon unit, and then Sections 18 and 19, according to the NDIC, just some vertical well activity operated by Citation.
Okay. And can you briefly describe what the ownership is, leasehold ownership in these two 1,280-acre spacing units?
Yes, the vertical well operation appears to be 100% citation, and Enerplus with a 80.34% working interest in the Devil's Canyon. Section 17 and 20 with other operated interest, 19.65%.
Okay, then let's go to L3. And can you tell us, based on this exhibit, what the ownership is in the proposed 2560?
Yes, we can. Here is the complete section 17, 18, 19, and 20. Enerplus working interest 40.31%, with the other working interest 59.68%.
Yeah. I'm wondering, Vince, if that's correct, because if I'm sorry, you're right, I see that isn't Enerplus, it's citation. So, given the fact that Enerplus has less than a majority interest in the proposed 2560, will Enerplus have discussions with other working interest owners to determine who should be the operator of a section line well, should the commission grant that request?
Yeah, we have not done that quite yet, but we do, if that is necessary, we certainly plan to do so. Didn't notice any horizontal activity from sections 18 or 19 to date, but we can have those discussions.
Okay. No further questions of this witness at this time.
Any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we can move on to Mr. Kurian.
Well, maybe he could just, Jeff, can you state your full name?
Jeff Kiernan.
Kiernan.
Thanks, Jeff. Sorry to mispronounce your name.
Oh, no problem. No problem.
All right, Mr. Kiernan. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Jeff, by whom are you employed?
Enerplus Resources USA,
And in what capacity?
senior geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
They were.
We'd offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Jeff, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet. I'm looking for a designation of it. Oh, it's G1. Let's go to
G1.
what's been previously marked as G1. Can you identify that exhibit and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
Yeah, this is a localized structure map, a structure contour map on the Upper Bakken Shale, with the proposed 2560 overlapping spacing units shown in the red dash, and the proposed lease line Middle Bakken horizontal well shown in the black dash. Also marked is a green dot showing a Lone Butte A1 well, which is a vertical well contained within that spacing unit that will be used as a type log in the next exhibit. You can see on this particular structure map that there's the top of the Little Knife anticline showing up in the southwest corner, and it's just a structure map of the bucket.
Okay, let's go to the next exhibit, G2. Once again, tell me what it is and why it's important to the case.
G2 is a type log showing the position of the reservoir and the stratigraphic subdivisions of the Middle Bakken and Three Forks. We do not plan on drilling the Three Forks for the overlapping spacing unit. We currently plan on drilling the Middle Bakken target. This just shows the open hole log characters of the formations in question.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for the geologic witness.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we'll move on to Mandy Engebretson, was it?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Maddie, state your full name for the record, please.
Amanda Engebretson.
And Maddie, by whom are you employed?
I am employed by Enerplus Resources USA.
In what capacity?
I am the reservoir engineering team lead.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have not.
What I'd like you to do, as Vince did, is briefly highlight for the commission staff your educational background and work experience.
I graduated from the Colorado School of Mines with my petroleum engineering degree, minor in geology. I have been working for the past 15 years as a professional engineer under Colorado license. I have previously worked at Pioneer Natural Resources in the capacity of a production, drilling, and completion engineer. And prior to Enerplus, I was working as an evaluation engineer at BOK Financial.
And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant engineering matters concerning this request?
I have.
And you've prepared certain exhibits you intend to sponsor?
Correct.
Satisfied yourself as to the accuracy of those exhibits?
I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Okay, Maddie, let's go to the first engineering exhibit. It's been previously marked as Exhibit E1. Can you do, as the other witnesses have done, is first identify the exhibit you're going to discuss and then briefly discuss the importance of the exhibit with respect to this application?
Yes. Exhibit E1 is a generic wellbore schematic of the way Enerplus will plan to drill the proposed Bakken well.
Okay, can you tell me how many fracture stages you're anticipating with this well, if it's allowed to be drilled?
Depending on a more complete study at the time of drilling, it potentially could change, but our current program allows for between 40 and 50 stages for the lateral.
Okay, let's go to the next exhibit then. It's labeled RE1. Can you identify that exhibit and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
RE1 is our reservoir parameters exhibit explaining our estimated calculations for oil in place. What is contained in this exhibit is the assumptions we've made for calculation. With assuming a thickness of 35 net feet, a porosity of 6.7%, a permeability of 0.01 millidarcies, and a water saturation of 28%, we are able to calculate there would be 30 million barrels of oil in place. With our formation volume factor of 1.3, we calculate there is a stock tank oil in place of 25.8 million barrels with an estimated recovery of approximately 6.5. With the wells that are already currently in this section, we estimate that the well will be able to recover 530 MBO.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit RE2.
Exhibit RE2 is our economic summary. This was run at a $60 per barrel and a $3.60 flat price deck with an initial capital cost of approximately $8 million and the recovery of that 530 MBO of oil. We estimate that the ROR, or rate of return on this well, will be 70% with a payout of 1.39 years.
Okay, and then finally, the last exhibit is a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters. Is that correct?
That is correct, signed by our senior midstream representative.
Okay. In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect correlative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, I do.
No further questions, Mr. Examiner. Offer the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
This is Bruce Hicks. On Exhibit L2, you're showing all the development there, including the lease line well that you're proposing in this case. Will these be batch drilled in two different batches, or how do you plan to drill that?
Topher Lewis.
Maddie, can you answer that question?
I can, yes. We would drill all in a single program, so they would be drilled at the same time.
And how many wells do you plan to drill, to batch drill at the same time?
At this time, we have planned, as shown on L2, 8 wells, and that is our current plan without any further evaluation.
Okay, so operationally, you can batch drill up to 8 wells, is that right?
Yes, that is correct. All 8 of these wells would be drilled from the same pad during the same time as the rig is on location.
Okay. And then I noticed on your economics, this is Exhibit RE2, that your gas oil ratio is 1.8, and you say you're holding that flat for life. As you produce your well, there may be different mechanisms that in artificial lift that you utilize, and especially like an ESP or some prolific production period really might increase that GOR. And we just want to make certain that if you're doing that, that you're informing your gas gatherer of your increase in gas that you're proposing so they don't get overwhelmed in certain areas. And I just want to make sure that you have that contact with them.
Absolutely. We are in constant communication with our gas gathering providers and try to provide them with the most accurate representation of our future gas gathering needs.
Okay, thank you.
Mandy, sections 18 and 19 are a stand-up 1280, but they do not have a horizontal well drilled in there, and it appears that they're operated or would be operated by Citation. And the commission typically, in this situation, will put a requirement in there that a lease line well cannot be drilled until there's at least one horizontal well in 18 and 19. In your testimony that you plan to batch drill all 8 at the same time, obviously, if there's no well in 18 and 19, would create an issue for you.
Maybe I can respond to that. We understand the commission's policy, and our understanding the commission's policy is so that you don't have one well, holding 2,560 acres. It's my understanding that section 18 and 19, it's Citation lands, and it's held by vertical production. So what you're trying to accomplish by not allowing the horizontal section line well to be drilled on a 2560 so that you're not holding acreage would still apply here because it's being held by other vertical production.
Do you know if the well in 18 and or the well in 19 hold the entire section?
I don't know the answer to that. Perhaps the land witness would know. Vince, do you know the answer to that question?
I'm not certain if it's complete 640 acres for 18 and 640 for 19. I'd have to research that and get back to you.
Yeah, I would have to likewise. I assume that the wells are probably spaced on 160 or at most 320, but there could be federal leases that are held.
Exactly.
So if you would investigate that and let us know.
We can do that.
Okay.
What is the timing on when you plan to start batch drilling?
Mandy, do you know the answer to that, or is that something Vince?
I apologize. I don't have the drilling schedule in front of me.
Jeff, do you know? Pardon me?
I believe the plan was late 2023, but I'd have to look that up to confirm it.
I apologize. apologize. I do believe it's within the next 18 months for sure. And I can get you a more confirmed date from our drilling schedule.
Mr. Mr. Hicks, if we supply that to you along with our supplement on the leasehold ownership in 1819, would that suffice?
Yeah, that would be helpful. I was also curious if Vince or anybody else has had any conversations with Citation on when they plan development.
Have not reached out to Citation yet.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hicks, Topher Lewis just communicated with us and informed us that May of 2024 is the anticipated timing for the Double Canyon lease line.
Yeah, Vincent, when you may want to reach out to Citation, and if they plan to drill a well in there before you do, then it might be a moot point, but if they haven't drilled one so far, it's hard to say what the status of the leases in there and what their plans are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? All right. Mr. Bender, there was a request for supplement, I suppose, still, so.
Yeah, let's go with, what was that other date, February,
February 3rd again, the Friday?
February 3rd.
The record will remain open until February 3rd for that supplement. Anything further in this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 29736. Moving on. Case number 29737. Application of Enerplus Resources Corporation for an order amending the field rules for the Hart Butte Bakken Pool to create and establish an overlapping 2560 acre space unit comprised of sections 17, 18, 19, and 20, Township 149 North, Range 92 West, Dunn County, ND, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between the existing spacing units of said proposed overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit, and or such other and further relief as appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing this matter on behalf of Enerplus Resources USA. Enerplus plans on calling 3 witnesses. Mr. Blake Brown will be offering some land testimony. Mr. Topher Lewis will be offering some geologic testimony. And then we'll be recalling Ms. Mandy Ingebretson to offer some engineering testimony.
Mr. Brown, can you hear me?
I can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Blake, state your name for the record.
Blake Brown,
Blake, by whom are you employed?
Interplus Resources USA Corporation.
What capacity?
I'm the senior regional landman.
If you testified before the commission previously,
I have.
had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert,
They were.
offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Blake, let's go to the packet of exhibits, for case 29737. Let's skip the cover page and go to L1. Very briefly, tell me what's contained on L1.
L1 is an area reference map showing the proposed 2560 acre overlapping spacing unit.
L2.
L2 is an operation overview map consisting of sections 17, 18, 19, and 20, Township 149 North, Range 92 West, showing Interplus's 2 Interplus units and our underlying unit working interest, and then the overlapping space unit working interest in which Interplus was 83.16%.
And L3.
L3 shows the planned split finger lease line well and the proposed 2560 acre spacing unit. Again, Interplus's working interest in the proposed overlapping spacing unit would be 83.16%.
No further questions of the land witness.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we can move on to Mr. Lewis. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Do Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Topher, state your name for the record, please.
My legal name is Russell Lewis, but I go by Topher Lewis.
And Topher, by whom are you employed?
Enterplus Resources USA.
And in what capacity?
I'm the geology lead for the U.S.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously and had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Topher, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, previously marked G1. Very briefly identify the exhibit and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Yes, G1 is a local structure map. All the green lines in the background are producing wells, current producing wells in the area. Black lines are the structure map on the Upper Bakken Shale 20-foot interval. The red dashed line shows the proposed 2560 spacing unit. The black line is our planned lease line. And then to the right is a green star showing the reference well for the area.
Okay, Exhibit G2.
Exhibit G2 is a local reference well from the Two Shield Buttes 1421 4H. The curves in the diagram, gamma ray on the left, then resistivity, tube porosity, then bulk density and PE. And the logs show the subdivision of how we break up the Middle Bakken and the Three Forks and the highlighted target reservoir intervals.
No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff?
Topher, your intended target for the lease line well?
I believe right now it's going to be a Three Forks. We are currently working out both the spacing and our pattern for both of the units that we call our pitch and our bowling. We operate both units, so we're in the process right now of optimizing exactly what we should be doing for both units.
Would that be a bench one target then?
Yes, in this area it would most certainly be a bench one if we do drill the Three Forks.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Ms. Engebretson, we're going to swear you in one more time. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
And Mandy, since you previously testified in case 29736, we're going to skip the introduction and go right to Exhibit E1. Can you tell us what E1 is?
Yes, Exhibit E1 is our generic wellbore schematic.
And once again, what are you estimating in terms of frac stages?
Similar to, as Topher has mentioned, we are still in the phase of deciding spacing and target formation. But as mentioned before, our typical 2-mile lateral allows for between 40 and 50 stages.
Okay, and RE1?
RE1 is an exhibit of our oil in place calculation with a thickness of 33 net feet, a porosity of 6.7, a permeability of 0.01 millidarcies, and a water saturation of 28%. We are estimating approximately 32 million barrels of oil with a formation volume factor of 1.3 that leaves stock tank barrels of 24.3 million. Our estimated recovery of the unit is 6.08 million barrels, and this well is expected to cum 575,000 barrels.
All right, and then let's go to RE2.
Exhibit RE2 is our economic summary, run with a $60 flat oil price and a $3.60 flat gas price, and an initial capital cost of $8 million, a well with a recovery of 575,000 barrels, has an estimated rate of return of 47% and a payout of 1.95 years.
And then Exhibit GC1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of hearings?
It is signed by our senior midstream representative.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect correlative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
It will.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Anything further on this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further, and I don't think we have any requests for supplements in this one, so,
I don't believe so.
okay.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 29737. Moving on. Case number 29738. Application of Enerplus Resources Corporation for an order amending the field rules for the McGregory, Buttes, and/or South Fork Bakken Pool so to create and establish an overlapping 2560 acre space unit comprised of sections 4, 5, 8, and 9, Township 148 North, Range 93 West, Dunn County, ND, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between the existing space units of said proposed overlapping 2560 acre space unit and/or such other and further relief as appropriate. This case is dismissed. Case number 29739. Application of Enerplus Resources Corporation for an order amending the field rules for the Spotted Horned and/or Mandaree Bakken Pool, McKenzie County, ND, so to create and establish the following: an overlapping 1280 acre space unit comprised of Section 1, Township 150 North, Range 95 West, and Section 6, Township 150 North, Range 94 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between the existing space units of said proposed overlapping 1280 acre space unit, an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 35 and 36, Township 150 North, Range 94 West, and sections 1 and 2, Township 149 North, Range 94 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between the existing space units of said proposed overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit, and an overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, and 18, Township 150 North, Range 94 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between the existing spacing units of said proposed overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit and/or such other and further relief as appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case 29739, on behalf of Enerplus Resources USA. We'll be calling the same three witnesses in this case as we called in the previous case. And our first witness will be Blake Brown.
Mr. Brown, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Blake, let's go to Exhibit L1. Briefly identify and discuss what's contained on that exhibit.
Yeah, L1 is area reference map that shows the three separate proposed overlapping spacing units.
And Exhibit L2.
So Exhibit L2 is an operation overview map. In this particular exhibit, we have two separate those overlapping spacing units. So I want to start with the first one being the 1,280 acre spacing unit, consisting of sections 1, 150, 5, section 6, 150, 94. That's in the top left or the northwest part of the exhibit here. Enerplus's proposed working interest in that lease line well, which is a north-south 1 mile lease line well, is 48.36. The other proposed overlapping spacing unit consists of sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, and 18, Township 150 North, Range 94 West. And that's a 3,840 acre overlapping spacing unit. And Enerplus's working interest in that unit is 59.73.
Okay, then let's go to L3.
L3 just shows the two proposed lease line wells and their respective overlapping spacing units. Again, the 1,280 acre overlapping spacing unit is shown by the black Valiant well, consisting of section 1, 150, 95, section 6, 150, 94, and then the other proposed lease line well is labeled there by Fearless, and that consists again of section 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, and 18, Township 150 North, Range 94 West.
And in the 1,280 acre spacing unit where Enerplus owns less than a majority interest, will Enerplus discuss with the other working interest owners who should be the operator of the well?
We have currently, and we will have further discussions if necessary.
Okay. No further questions of, sorry, let's go to the next exhibit then, Blake, Exhibit L4.
Yeah, so this is the third proposed overlapping space. This one fits sections 1 and 2, 149 north, range 94 west, and then section 35 and 36, 150 north, range 94 west. The Interplus's working interest in this overlapping spacing unit is 67.49%.
And then L5.
L5 just shows the proposed Dobro well and the proposed overlapping spacing unit in which Interplus's working interest is 67.49%.
No, I don't have any other questions.
Any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, move on to Mr. Lewis. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Topher, G1.
G1 is a local structure map. The green wells in the background are all currently producing wells. The blue dashed outline is our proposed 1280 spacing unit, and the red dashed is our proposed 3840 spacing unit. The black dashed lines in the background are structure on top of the Upper Bakken Shale, and the green star to the east to the right is the reference well, which is the Fort Berthold 15094 3D10-2H.
Okay. Then G2.
G2 is the offset reference log for the area, again from the Fort Berthold 15094 3D10-2H. The curves on the left, you have gamma ray, then resistivity to the right, then porosity, bulk density, and a PE. Below that, you can see our subdivision of the Bakken and Three Forks, and highlight our main targets in both the Middle Bakken and Three Forks.
And looks like I got two Exhibit G2s here. Do you have the same thing?
That should be labeled G3.
Okay.
It should be labeled G3. I can update that.
All right, no, that's fine. We'll just have it corrected here on the record that the next one is G3 rather than G2. Have you briefly discuss that?
G3 is very similar to G1, but now we're just shifting to the east for our other spacing unit. Once again, the green wells in the background are all producing Middle Bakken or producing wells. Sorry. The red dashed outline is our proposed 2560. The black dashed lines are structure on the Upper Bakken Shale at 20-foot interval. The black line is our proposed lease line, and the green star to the east to the right is the reference well, which is the Two Crow.
All right, then let's go to G4.
G4 is the Two Crow 1-5, which we're using as a reference well for the area. Again, same format as before for the curves, gamma ray on the left, resistivity to the right, two porosity curves, a bulk density, and a PE. And below that is our stratigraphic subdivision for both Middle Bakken and Three Forks, and highlighting our target interval.
No further questions.
Any questions from commission staff?
Topher, have you identified whether you'll be drilling these as Middle Bakken and or Three Forks targets?
So, yes, we think so right now. If you go back to the first unit, to the first one we proposed for what we call our Warriors unit that has the 1280 and the 3840. Right now, we're planning to drill both of those lease lines, both the short in 1/6 as the Three Forks, and then the 3 miler also as the Three Forks. And then for the other unit, the well that we're calling the Dobro, in our strings unit, we currently have that set as a Three Forks, but we're looking to see if we could potentially change that to a Middle Bakken.
And Three Forks targets would be bench 1.
Yeah, sorry. Anytime I say Three Forks, I mean first bench. I'll specifically call out if it's a second bench.
Okay, just confirming.
Yeah,
And
thank you.
I believe I see it on the exhibits, but the reason you're drilling the short horizontal on the laydown, or the 1280 spacing unit, is the lease line to the south of that already has a 2-mile well on it, correct?
Correct, yes. In sections 12 and 13 and 7 and 8, several years ago, QEP at the time drilled a lease line, a 2-mile lease line up that corridor.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Ms. Engebretson, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Mandy, E1?
E1 is our generic wellbore schematic. In this case, when we're talking about our 1-miler Valiant well, we're going to estimate the number of completion stages at 20. The Fearless 3-mile well, we will estimate our completion stages at 60, and the 2-miler Dobro well will be estimated between 40 and 50 stages for completion.
All right, RE1.
RE1 is our reservoir parameters and oil and place calculation for the Valiant 1-mile 3-forked well with a thickness of 30 feet, porosity of 6.7, permeability of 0.01 millidarcies, and a water saturation of 28%. We are estimating 14 million barrels of oil in place with a formation volume of 1.3. We assume stock tank oil in place at 11 million barrels. This well is slated to recover 300,000 barrels of oil in the unit.
All right, and then RE2.
RE2 is the economic summary for the 1-mile Valiant 3-forked well with a flat price deck of $60 per barrel oil, $3.60 for gas, an initial capital cost of $5 million. This well will have a rate of return of 29.3%.
And RE3.
RE3 is the reservoir oil in place calculations for our 3-mile 3-forked Fearless well, again with a thickness of 30 feet, porosity of 6.7, permeability of 0.01 millidarcies, water saturation of 28%, and a formation volume factor of 1.3. We estimate there to be 33 million stock tank barrels of oil in place. With the expected recovery from the existing wells, the remaining reserves are 3.7 million, and this well at 3 miles is estimated to recover 900,000 barrels of oil.
And RE4.
RE4 is our economic summary for this well, $60 flat oil price, $3.60 flat gas price, an initial capital cost of $10.4 million. This 900,000 barrels of oil well should have a rate of return of 77% and a payout of 1.3 years.
And RE5.
RE5 is the oil in place calculations for our 2-mile Middle Bakken Dobro well with a thickness of 37 feet, porosity of 6.7, permeability of 0.01, and a water saturation of 28%. With a formation volume factor of 1.3, we estimate there to be a stock tank oil in place of approximately 27 million. With the estimated recovery of the entire unit of 6.8, and this well, with remaining reserves in place, will recover 575,000 barrels of oil.
And RE6.
RE6 is the summary for the 2-mile lateral Dobro well, again with a flat oil price of 60, a flat gas price of $3.60, and an initial capital cost of $8 million. This well, when recovering 575,000 barrels of oil, will have a rate of return of approximately 47% and a payout of 1.9 years.
And then Exhibit GC1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these types of hearings?
It is.
And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it will.
No further questions off of the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Mandy, this is Bruce Hicks. Looking at the Valiant well, that lease line well will be drilling, of course, to the toes, perpendicular to the toes of Oasis in section 1. The third well from the top, I don't recall what well that is, but it's very, very close to the east line of section 1. So that toe is going to be very close there. Do you take into account exactly where the toes and the heels are on these wells when you're perpendicular to them, or how do you handle that?
Yeah, are you information due to kind of a recovery aspect or more due to a drilling collision avoidance?
Well, it would be more of a collision, plus you could have easily frack into it, if you're real adjacent to it. So I was wondering how you handle those situations. Do you have close contact on the Valiant well with Oasis? Do you make sure you drill on the east side of the line versus the west side? What are you taking into consideration?
Absolutely. We do have open communication with all of our offset operators. They're informed prior to operations and also during operations. We monitor pressures during the operations as well. And that could be a reason to cease operations if we see something abnormal with pressure. Most of our offset operators frac protect wells. I am not aware in this specific information, but my assumption would be Oasis would be informed and frac protect their wells.
Okay, and then on the Dobro well, that is going to be adjacent to WPX, where they have drill backs, and it appears that some of those drill backs may be across the section line. Do you know if they entered the Bakken pool in your spacing unit?
I do not know that. Can I defer to Topher? I'm not sure if he may know that.
Well, I guess it's not extremely important that I know that, but just that you take that into consideration when you're fracking the well.
Yes, sir. Again, all offset operations, we do take that very seriously and make sure, as well as the integrity of our wellbore, as well as our offset competitors, stay true and protecting both of our wells.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Anything further on this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
All right, and that will conclude the hearing in case number 29739. I have the time at 10:19. Why don't we take a quick break and return here at 10:25. and we are back on the record. The time is 10:27 a.m. We have found out that required staff will not be present for case number 29740 at this time, so that case will also be heard after the lunch break. Moving on, case number 29741. Application of Residence Exploration LLC for an order of the commission extending the field boundaries and amending the field order for the land of Madison, Boole, Bottineau County, ND to create and establish a 560-acre spacing unit comprised of the east half of the northwest quarter and the northeast quarter and south half of sections 35, Township 163 North, Range 79 West, authorizing the drilling of a multilateral horizontal well not less than 330 feet to the boundary of such spacing unit and or such further relief. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case 29741, on behalf of Resonance Exploration North Dakota LLC. We plan on calling 3 witnesses in this matter. The first witness will be in the area of land, Ms. Margaret Davidson. Second witness will be a geologic witness, Mr. Kyle Peterson. And the third witness will be an engineering witness, Mr. Don Gallant. And all 3 witnesses will be appearing by phone, and I believe they are on the phone right now.
All right, Ms. Davidson, can you hear me? Good morning. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Margaret, would you state your full name for the record, please, and please?
Margaret Davidson.
And Margaret, by whom are you employed?
I'm a consulting landman with Residence Exploration.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
And you've had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Okay. Margaret, let's turn to the packet of exhibit that I've distributed to the commission staff. Let's skip the cover page and go to Exhibit 1. Can you tell us what Exhibit 1 is?
Okay. Exhibit 1 is a map with the area we are discussing today enlarged. It is located in Bottineau County, just a bit west-east of a little town called Landa. Starting on the left side of the map is the Landa field outlined in blue. Within the Landa field outlined in dark red is the Landa Madison unit. On the right side of the map, outlined in a brighter red, is the West Ross field. In the middle, outlined in green, is our proposed drilling spacing unit.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit 2. Tell us what that is.
Exhibit 2 is pretty straightforward. Residence has leased not quite 462 acres of the 560-acre proposed drilling spacing unit, which is an 82.48% working interest.
Okay, I don't have any other questions for the, well, I guess just one more thing, Margaret. The geologic witness and the engineering witness are going to describe in detail as to why Residence is proposing what I'll call somewhat of an odd-shaped spacing unit. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. No further questions for this witness.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, move on to Mr. Peterson. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Kyle, state your name. We're getting some feedback or something. Kyle, state your name for the record, please.
Kyle Peterson,
And Kyle, by whom are you employed?
Residence Exploration, North Dakota.
In what capacity?
I'm a geological consultant.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Kyle, let's turn to the next exhibit in the packet. It's been previously marked as Exhibit 3. Can you tell me what Exhibit 3 is?
Yeah, so Exhibit 3 is a structure contour map on top of the Midale porosity. The contour interval here is 10 feet. The wells are labeled with the top of the Midale porosity in sub C. The blue wavy line represents the subcrop edge of the Midale porosity. The maroon outline to the west shows the extent of the Landa Madison unit, and as you discussed previously, you can see that unit encompasses the west half of the northwest quarter of Section 35 there, and that being the reason why we are applying for 560 instead of a full 640. The orange line to the orange outline, I guess I should say, to the east shows the extent of the West Roth field, and the green outline shows the extent of the proposed 560-acre spacing unit, along with the 330-foot setback that is shown by the red dotted line. And then the solid red lines show the location of the proposed three-leg lateral with the surface location in the southeast of 35 there.
Okay, then let's go to Exhibit 4.
Exhibit 4 is an isopac map of the Midale porosity. This has a contour interval of 5 feet. And this map was included to show the stratigraphic pinch-out of the Midale porosity. So the subcrop edge that I described in the previous exhibit corresponds to the zero contour on this map.
Okay, and then let's go to Exhibit 5.
Exhibit 5 is a net pay map of the Midale porosity. The contour interval here is 5 feet, and once again, that blue wavy line is the Midale porosity subcrop, and that also is the edge of the pool. Also on this map, we show the cross section A to A prime. That's going to be discussed in Exhibit 7.
All right, let's go to Exhibit 6 first before we go to Exhibit 7.
So Exhibit 6 is a type section log of the Midale porosity in the area. This well is permit number 11623, and that is in the southeast-northeast of Section 34, 16279. The top of the Midale porosity here is shown by the maroon line. The base of the Midale porosity is shown by the green line, and the base of the Midale porosity here is defined as the top of the Mission Canyon Formation. On the right side of the log, the stratigraphic interval of the Landa Madison pool is described as being from below the base of the Spearfish Formation to above the top of the Frobisher-Elida interval.
All right, then Exhibit 7.
Exhibit 7 shows that cross-section A to A prime that I mentioned, or that I discussed in Exhibit 5. So this cross-section is hung structurally on the oil-water contact of minus 1750 sub C, and that is shown by the lowermost red line. The first well in the cross-section is also the type well that was discussed in the previous exhibit in the southeast-northeast of 34. And then moving to the east, this cross-section shows that the Midale porosity, once again, that maroon line, along with the base of the Midale porosity, which is here is described as the Mission Canyon in green, is showing those pinching out as we head to the east here.
And Kyle, if the application of residence in this matter is granted and residence moves forward and drills its well as you have proposed on your Exhibit 4, and it is productive, will it produce from the same common source of supply as those wells that are currently drilled and producing from the Landa Madison field? So as a result of that, it makes sense to extend the field boundaries?
Yes, it will. Yep, that'll all be in the Midale porosity.
That's all the questions I have for this witness.
Right, are there any questions from commission staff?
Kyle, I guess first I'm gonna ask if we can supplement the record, with digital copies of the two cross sections, digital PDF versions, so we can get them in the well file in decent.
Yes, we can.
Scanned versions won't look very well.
Yep, not a problem.
And just confirming your intended target, for the horizontal legs of this proposed well is the Midale, for the Midale porosity.
That's correct. Midale process. Yep.
And that is the same target as what is being produced from the Landa Madison field and the Landa Madison unit, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Looking at your Exhibit 3 and/or, well, I'm going to use Exhibit 3 because you've got it drawn as the porosity edge. What additional information do you have that pushes that Midale porosity edge out to the east that wasn't available in 2004-ish when the Landa Madison unit was established?
So we do have some proprietary 3D seismic data in that area that shows that field being extended out there.
When was that acquired?
Was it 2020? That's 2020.
Okay. And so that seismic is projecting this lobe of the porosity or of the target.
Yes, yes it is.
Okay. Do you anticipate that this portion of the Midale will receive or be receiving support from the activities in the unit?
I mean, it's not likely. No, those are a long ways away.
Where is the closest injector to the toe of, let's say the southern leg of the proposed well?
You can actually see it on this map here on exhibit number 3. If you look way over on the left side of the image there, right by the 1700 label on that contour.
So we'll say half to 3/4 of a mile to the northwest?
Yeah.
Did residents consider trying to include this as an extension of the unit?
We did discuss that, I guess.
Obviously, I guess.
I guess it was decided to not go that route, I guess, and just drill a new well with a new spacing unit.
And Rich, if I might respond to that, I mean, it gets difficult to expand a unit if you don't already have production in the lands you want to expand into, because you have to come up with some sort of equity formula that treats the lands that you'd want to bring in fairly, but also does not take away things from the existing owners in the unit. In my experience, the way these things are typically handled is if an application is made and it meets all the other criteria, the commission would grant the order, and then if it's ultimately determined that it's somehow influenced by the unit, that would be the time to determine whether the unit should be expanded, because now you have more information on the track that you want to add in terms of coming up with an equity formula, et cetera.
With that understanding, what kind of indications might this well have while on production that it's receiving responses from the unit?
You want me to answer that?
No.
I can't.
I mean, I guess if it, just looking at the production rates on, you know, how it compares with the production rates of the wells that are, you know, currently that we know that are receiving support from the injectors, you know, that along with water cut and gas oil ratio, we could, you know, probably make a pretty good assumption based on that.
Okay. Would residents intend to monitor for that response?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Kyle, the well in section, with the surface at section 36 and laterals drilled into 35, what is the target of those laterals?
So that is the main member of the Mission Canyon.
You said the main member?
I'm sorry, the Wayne member.
Wayne, okay, thank you.
Yep.
Kyle, to follow up on that question from Mark, the Roth, is it the Roth field? Yeah, the West Roth field.
Yep.
Is the primary
Yep.
target in West Roth the Wayne?
That's correct. Yep. Yep.
Okay.
All three of those laterals are in the Wayne.
Okay, thank you.
Or excuse me. All three of those legs, I should say.
Actually, beyond that particular well, the rest of the wells in West Roth, are there additional wells in West Roth that are targeting in the Wayne?
There is a Midale well to the east that we drilled last year, but it's a separate pool from the Landa pool.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we'll move on to Mr. Gallant. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Don, state your name for the record, please.
Don Gallant,
And Don, by whom are you employed?
Resonance Exploration,
What capacity?
engineering manager.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Don, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, Exhibit 8. Identify that exhibit and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Exhibit 8 is the Landa Midale Reservoir properties with the well name Resonance Filling 10 of 35H. And the surface location northwest southeast, section 35, township 163, range 79 in Bottom County. The reservoir properties, the lithologies, limestone, dolostone, and initial reservoir pressure 1825 psi, oil gravity 37 API at 60 degrees, GOR 276 standard cubic feet per barrel, original round place 1,993,000 barrels, average porosity 15%, net pay 15 feet, water saturation 40%, oil formation volume factor 1.1, reservoir temperature 110 degrees, and the resistivity of the formation water 0.063 ohm meters at 77 degrees Fahrenheit. Exhibit 9, economics were run on this project using ValNav. Estimated oil in place number 1,993,000 barrels. Primary recovery factor 10%. Completed well cost $1.8 million. Initial production 85 barrels of oil per day. The estimated ultimate recovery 168,400 barrels. Working interest 82.48%. Royalties and overrides 15.7. Oil price assumed for this $70 per barrel. Net sales from the economics 9,721,700. Production and extraction tax 819,800. Operating costs 2,220,300. And net income of almost 5.2 million. The net investment 1,484,600, with a return on investment before tax of 52.4%.
Don, in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Mr. Examiner, no further questions. Offer the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Don, is this still economic if it's below $70 a barrel?
Yes.
Sorry, is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you plan on doing any gas gathering of any sort for these wells? Or is there anything up in that area for the gas?
Not in the West Rock field.
Okay, thanks.
Don, this is Bruce Hicks. In the general area, you have drilled horizontal wells. Have you had enough gas production in the wintertime to feed your operations, or have you had to supplement with propane?
We've had both, actually, like some areas where we've needed propane to maintain the treaters. In this West Roth area, last year we had to use propane to supplement. This year with the 3 of 36 horizontal, we appear to have enough gas to keep the treaters going.
Okay, thank you.
Don, this is going to be a grassroots well?
Sorry, what do you mean?
This is a new well. You're not going to re-enter an old well and drill out from that.
That's correct. That's correct. It's a new well.
Do you know what the approximate footages are of the surface location?
Well, we you may not have heard. Sorry, do we have the footage? Yeah, we do. I don't have it. Sorry, we don't have it with us here right now.
Is that something you could supply?
Yes.
Yes.
And I assume this is going to be, you're going to set casing into the Midel porosity and drill one lateral and the other two will be sidetracked off of open hole lateral?
Yes.
And is there any stimulation planned?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Do you just need the surface location, or you want to know where it enters the pool as well? I don't think that'll be a problem, but I'll talk with my client and see what they...
Any further questions from commission staff?
I think we had a request for a log and a PDF, is that right, Rich, on this one, or?
Sorry, the PDF of the cross
For
section.
the cross-section, okay. All right, February 3rd?
February 3rd sounds good. The record will remain open until February 3rd for supplement. Anything further on this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 29741. Moving on, case number 29742. Application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Charleston and/or Elm Tree Bakken Pool, McKenzie County, ND, so to create and establish an overlapping 3840 acre space unit comprised of sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, and 18, Township 153 North, Range 94 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between the existing space units of said proposed overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit, and such further relief as appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in this matter on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc. We intend to call 3 witnesses in this matter. First witness will be in the area of land, Ms. Amanda Arns. Second witness is a geologic witness, Layla Harris. And the third witness is a engineering witness. And I'm going to have him pronounce his name so I don't get it wrong.
All right.
Of course, it's Donish Tar.
Okay, thank you, Donish, I appreciate that. So those are our 3 witnesses, and if I didn't say this, Donish is an engineering witness.
Okay. We'll start with, it was Amanda Arns. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Amanda, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources
In what capacity?
as a Northern Region landman.
And in that capacity, have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
I have.
And in preparation, well, we'd offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony is received as that of an expert.
Thank you. Amanda, let's go to Exhibit L1 in the packet of exhibits. I'll have you identify and then briefly describe what's contained on Exhibit L1.
Yes, Exhibit L1 is a general locator map showing Continental's proposed 3840 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, and 18, 153 north, 94 west, outlined in red and shaded in yellow.
Okay, let's go to L2.
Exhibit L2 is a land plat showing the existing 640 acre spacing unit comprised of section 18, 153 north, 94 west, along with the ownership of the unit. Continental owns a 20% working interest in this unit.
Okay, and the next exhibit, L4.
Exhibit L3, I believe, Ron,
Oh, I apologize.
is, it's okay, is a land plat showing the existing 1,280 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 17 and 18, 153 north, 94 west, along with the ownership of the unit. Continental owns a 50.59% working interest in this unit.
I see what I did here. I turned 2 pages with one. That's why I got confused. So let's go to the next exhibit.
Exhibit L4 is a land plat showing the existing 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 5, 8, and 17, 153 north, 94 west, along with the ownership of that unit. Continental owns an 83.25% working interest in this unit.
And L5.
Exhibit L5 is a land plat showing sections 6 and 7, 153 north, 94 west, along with the ownership of these sections. Continental owns a 5.21% working interest in these sections.
Okay, and then L6.
Exhibit L6 is a land plat of Continental's proposed 3840 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, and 18, 153 north, 94 west, along with ownership of the proposed unit. Continental owns a 46.83% working interest in this proposed unit.
And because Continental Resources owns less than a majority interest in the proposed 3840, will Continental have discussions with other working interest owners to determine who should be the operator of this unit if it's created by the commission?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions of the witness.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we'll move on to Ms. Harris. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Leila, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
What capacity?
as a senior operations geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
And had you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Leila, let's go to G1, very briefly discuss what's on that exhibit.
G1 is a top Bakken structure map with contour intervals of 50 feet. The proposed 3840 acre spacing unit is outlined in red, highlighted in yellow. And the Hagen 1-13 is the type well log designated by the red star.
And then G2.
D2 is the Hagen 1-13, and this displays from 50 feet above the Bakken down to 50 feet into the Bird Bear, and has the Bakken pool labeled from the upper Bakken through the base of the Three Forks 4. And at the base, at the bottom of the page, the relevant reservoir parameters are listed.
No further questions of Leila.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we will move on to, and Donna, please forgive me, could you spell your first and last name for me?
Yes, of course. First name is Danish. Last name is Tarar.
Thank you. I will swear you in here. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Danish, by whom are you employed?
I'm sorry, Lawrence, we're having some trouble hearing you.
Oh, okay. Just me or everyone?
Everyone.
Oh,
He's cutting in and out.
okay. I'm not sure what to say.
If you don't mind repeating your question,
I wanted you to tell me by whom you were employed.
I'm employed as a senior engineer in our Williston Basin Resource Development Group.
For Continental Resources, is that correct?
Correct.
And have you testified before the commission previously?
I have not.
What I'd like you to do is briefly highlight for us your educational background and work experience.
Of course. I graduated with a Bachelor's of Science degree in Petroleum Engineering from the University of Kansas in 2012. And upon graduation, I assumed responsibilities as a reservoir engineer for Brexco. And after a couple of years in that role, I was employed by Chesapeake Energy, mainly in a variety of reservoir engineering responsibilities for the next 7 years. And most recently, I work at Continental Resources for about 9 months in my current role.
And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant engineering matters concerning Continental's request?
Yes, I have.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision some exhibits that you intend to present?
Yes.
We'd offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Okay. Can you hear me better now? I moved a little closer to the mic.
Yes, it's slightly better. You're still cutting out a little bit, but I can just, request a repeat if issues arise.
Okay, that sounds good. So, Danish, let's go to Exhibit E1. Would you identify Exhibit E1 and then briefly describe what's contained upon it?
Yes. So Exhibit E1 is the proposed directional well plot for the 3840 acre spacing unit. On the plot, you will see solid colored lines that represent existing producers in the proposed unit. The different colors represent the target formation. So the dark green represents Middle Bakken producers. The solid pink line represents Three Forks 1 producers. And the solid blue line represents the Three Forks 2 producers in the area. And the dashed line represents the proposed section line well that is proposed to be be developed on a 3-mile basis.
Okay, and that would be the blue dashed line, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's go then to the next exhibit, E2.
Yes, Exhibit E2 is a well construction diagram for a typical Three Forks well in this area. It demonstrates the plan, the directional plan, as well as the sort of casing plan. So the 9.58-inch surface casing, the 7-inch intermediate, and the liner. It demonstrates the estimated setting depth. The lateral is estimated to be TD'd at about 26,000 feet of measured depth, which is roughly about a 3-mile lateral. And we expect the cemented lateral to be completed with roughly 65 plug-and-perf stages.
Exhibit E3.
Exhibit E3 represents the reserve basis as well as the expected economics for the proposed Three Forks 2 well. We expect or estimate an initial rate of about 1,000 barrels of oil a day with an initial decline rate of about 70% and a B factor of 0.85. The cum GOR at end of life is expected to be about 3,900 SCF per barrel, yielding an EUR for oil of about 595,000 barrels. The gas EUR is estimated to be about 2.3 BCF, and the EUR on barrels of oil equivalent basis is estimated to be about 981,000 barrels of oil equivalent. In terms of the economic parameters, the inputs utilized for the economics, the oil price of $60 per barrel flat, as well as gas price of $3 an MCF flat, is utilized with the drill and completed cost of about $10 million for the well, and operated cost of about $10,000 a month. For this example, we are utilizing a working interest of 100% and a NRI of 81%. Those parameters combined with the production profile yield a net present value of about $4.3 million at a 10% discount rate, and that NPV is generated at a rate of return of about 38%. With a payout of about 3.1 years. The reservoir parameters at the bottom highlight the same parameters that were mentioned earlier on Exhibit G2.
And the next exhibit, GM1, that's a gas capture affidavit that the commission requires in these type of cases. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Offer the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Donish, are you drilling from a new or existing pad?
It's going to be a new pad.
Okay, is there a reason why you wouldn't use the existing pad in section 20?
Section 20. I'm sorry, the pad that is proposed where we are trying to drill is the pad south of Section 18, because we expect to develop Section 18 together with the section line corridor from that pad.
Okay, thanks.
Donish, how far off the section line is this well proposed?
Roughly within the section line corridor for about 200 feet from the section line.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Anything further on this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 29742. Moving on. Case number 29809. Application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Rossbakken Pool, Montreal County, ND, so as to create and establish two overlapping 2560-acre space units comprised of sections 25, 26, 35, and 36, Township 156 North, Range 91 West, and sections 26, 27, 34, and 35, Township 156 North, Range 91 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between the existing spacing units of each proposed overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit, and such further relief as appropriate. So all interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in this matter on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc. We plan to call three witnesses in this matter. Mr. Matt McMurray, will be offering some land testimony. Mr. Tyler Gruenbacher will be offering some geologic testimony. And Mr. Chase Haddican will be offering some engineering testimony. And all three witnesses will appear by telephone.
Mr. McMurray, can you hear me?
I can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Matt, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources, Inc.
In what capacity? In what capacity?
Sorry, Lawrence. Is it a senior landman?
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
And had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Matt, let's go to Exhibit L1. Tell us what that is.
L1 is a general locator map with the existing field outlines in blue, and both of the proposed 2560 acre spacing units shaded in yellow. One of those is outlined in red, the other is outlined in green.
Exhibit L2.
L2 is a land plat for an existing spacing unit comprising sections 25 and 36, 156 north, 91 west, along with a working interest summary for that spacing unit.
And L3.
L3 is a land plat for an existing 1280 acre spacing unit comprising sections 26 and 35, 156 north, 91 west, along with a working interest summary for that spacing unit.
Okay, and L4.
L4 is a land plat for the proposed 2560 acre spacing unit comprising the four previously mentioned sections, along with a working interest summary for that proposed 2560.
And L5.
L5 is a land plat for an existing 1280 acre spacing unit comprising sections 27 and 34, 156 north, 91 west, along with a working interest summary for the existing spacing unit.
And then finally L6.
L6 is a land plat for a proposed 2560 acre spacing unit comprising sections 26, 27, 34, and 35, 156 north, 91 west, along with a working interest summary for that proposed 2560 acre spacing.
Now, in both of these proposed 2560s, it appears that Continental Resources has less than a majority interest. Considering that, will Continental Resources have discussions with other working interest owners to determine who should be the operator?
Yes.
No further questions of the land witness.
Are there any questions from commission staff?
Matt, on Exhibit L5, Hess has an approximate 43% interest in that 1280. And in your
sorry.
And in your Exhibit L6, you show Hess only having a approximately 3% working interest in the 2560. That doesn't.
Yes, that we will need to. We will need to submit a revised exhibit if the commission staff would allow.
Yeah, please do so.
Will do.
Thank you.
I think the problem is it doesn't add up to 100 on Exhibit L6.
Make a note of that. Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we'll move on to Mr. Gruenbacher. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Tyler, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
In what capacity?
as an operations geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Tyler, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, G1.
G1 is a general locator map showing our proposed spacing units, highlighted in yellow and then outlined in red and green. Displayed on the map are 50-foot contours representing the depth of the upper Bakken surface. The Laredo 26-1 type log, which I am using for this area, is indicated by a red star and is representative of the rock character within our proposed 25 to 60 acre spacing units.
G2.
Exhibit G2 is the type log denoted by a red star on Exhibit G1. It displays Bakken Pool from 50 feet above the upper Bakken Shale through the Bakken into the base of the Three Forks formations. And then the reservoir parameters associated with this type log can be found in the text box below.
No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff?
Tyler, on your exhibit G2, I believe the current pool definition for the Ross Field still includes 50 feet above the top of the Bakken to 50 feet below the top of the Three Forks. So that pool definition, as you have it defined, would be incorrect. But I don't think we need a supplement or anything, just for future reference.
Okay, noted. Thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, move on to Mr. Hattican. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Chase, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
In what capacity?
Reservoir Engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Chase, let's go to E1. Tell us what that is.
Exhibit E1 is a directional plot for the two proposed 25-60 acre spacing units. First 25-60 spacing unit is comprised of sections 20, 26, 27, 34, and 35 of 15691 with one proposed Middle Bakken well. The second 25-60 acre spacing unit is comprised of section 25, 26, 35, and 36 of 156 North, 91 West, also with one proposed Middle Bakken well. The main point of this exhibit is to outline the existing development in those sections with the solid green lines representing existing Middle Bakken wells and the dashed green lines representing the proposed Middle Bakken wells.
Okay, let's go to E2.
Exhibit E2 is a schematic for our typical 2-mile Middle Bakken well. We're showing a TD of roughly 21,000 measured depth with a 7-inch casing point at roughly 11,000 feet measured depth, which puts our lateral length at roughly 10,000 feet. The lateral will be cemented and completed with 45 plug and perf stages paired with hydraulic fracturing operations.
E3.
Exhibit E3 outlines the reserves and economics for an individual 2-mile Middle Bakken well. Starting with the reserve section, we are expecting an oil IP of 1085 barrels of oil per day, an oil EUR of 542 MBO, a gas EUR of 1067 MMCF, a BOE EUR of 720 MBOE, and an EUR/GOR of roughly 1969 standard cubic feet per barrel. Moving on to the economic section, with a total estimated gross drilling and completion cost of $8.2 million, an oil and gas price of $60 and $3. In the reserves mentioned above, we are expecting a total PV10 of $4.124 million per well, a rate of return of 40% per well, and an undiscounted payout of 2 years. Also shown are the reservoir parameters broken out for the Middle Bakken, as Tyler previously spoke to in Exhibit G2.
And Exhibit GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these types of hearings?
Yes.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, there was a request for a supplement there. February 3rd again.
What was the request? I can't remember.
This was the corrected exhibit.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, all right, yeah. Yeah, February 3rd.
The record will remain open till February 3rd for that supplemental exhibit. Anything further on this matter, Mr. Matt?
Nothing further.
Bender.
Lawrence, I'm reading the GM1, and I don't know if that actually says exactly what we intended and requested on gas capture affidavits, but if you would just review it, I'd appreciate it. We don't need anything else on this one, but
Okay, but for future, want to make
Yeah.
sure that we get it right? Okay.
thank you.
Then that will conclude the hearing in case number 29809. Moving on. Case number 29743, application of WPX Energy Williston LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Heartbeat Bakken Pool done in Montreal County's ND, so as to create and establish the following. An overlapping 640-acre space unit comprised of the west half of sections 10 and 15, Township 149 North, Range 92 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 wells on said proposed overlapping 640-acre spacing unit. An overlapping 640-acre spacing unit comprised of the east half of sections 12 and 13, Township 149 North, Range 92 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 wells on said proposed overlapping 640-acre spacing unit. 3 overlapping 1280-acre spacing units comprised of the east half of sections 12 and 13, Township 149 North, Range 92 West, and the west half of sections 7 and 18, Township 149 North, Range 91 West, sections 8 and 9, and sections 9 and 10, Township 149 North, Range 91 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing space units on each proposed overlapping 1280-acre spacing unit. 5 overlapping 2560-acre spacing units comprise the west half of section 1, all of section 2, the east half of sections 3 and 10, all of section 11, and the west half of section 12, Township 149 North, Range 92 West, sections 7, 8, 17, and 18, Township 149 North, Range 92 West, the west half of section 13, all of section 14, the east half of sections 15 and 22, all of section 23, and the west half of section 24, Township 149 North, Range 92 West, sections 21, 22, 27, and 28, Township 149 North, Range 92 West, and sections 21, 22, 27, and 28, Township 149 North, Range 91 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between the existing space units and each proposed overlapping 2560-acre space unit, and or such other and further relief as appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
That was a caption of case 29743. I was dialing, so I...
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
great.
29743.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota. Appearing in this matter, case number 29743, on behalf of WPX Energy Williston LLC. The commission should be in receipt of a letter where WPX withdrew some lands. To save time, I'm not going to go through theirs. I will think it'll become obvious when we go through the exhibits. So with that in mind, we intend to call 3 witnesses in this first case. The first witness will be in the area of land, Mr. Jeff Poole. The second witness will be a geologic witness, Mr. Mark Edwards. And the third witness will be Mr. Brad Bollinger, and he'll be offering some reservoir engineering testimony. And those 3 witnesses will all be appearing by telephone and should be on the phone now.
All right, Mr. Poole, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Jeff, before I introduce you, was I correct in saying that it's going to become very obvious which lands were carved out so that we can save some time and not read those lands again?
Yes, sir. The exhibits will reflect the cases or the portions of the case which we still wish to have orders granted on.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. But so, Jeff, by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Devon Energy Corporation. WPX Energy Williston LLC is a wholly owned subsidiary of Devon.
And in what capacity are you employed with Devon/WPX?
As a layman?
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
And you've had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
For the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Okay. So Jeff, let's skip the cover page and the table of contents and go to Exhibit L1. Can you tell me what Exhibit L1 is?
Yes, briefly, Exhibit L1 is a regional locator map showing the various subject lands within the Heartview field.
And L2?
L2 is the first overlapping unit that we're requesting. This would be an overlapping 180-acre unit for a horizontal lease line, including sections 8 and 9 in 14991.
And Jeff, you're breaking up a little bit. I don't know why, but maybe you could try to move just a little bit closer to the speakerphone. Perhaps that'll help. We'll tell you if it does or does not. Let's go to L3.
Yes, Exhibit L3, again reflecting the requested overlapping 1,280-acre unit and showing our proposed working interest, our estimated working interest in that unit at 35%.
Okay, and then let's go to L4.
L4 is the next 1280 in this case, being sections 9 and 10, which is the eastern lease line on that same section 9.
Okay, and L5.
L5 depicts the estimated working interest in this proposed overlapping unit.
And
One note here, Lawrence. One note here, the underlying spacings here would be a 640-acre unit being section 9, and then 10, 11, 14, and 15 are included in a 2,560-acre unit.
okay, let's go to L6.
L6 is depicting an overlapping 2560-acre unit for lease line horizontal well development. Being the east half of sections 3 and 10, all of sections 2 and 11, and then the west halves of 1 and 12.
And I got a little confused. That was L7, correct?
That is correct. Well, L6, L7 should be depicting the same lands.
Okay, only with the interests. You want to just briefly discuss that?
Yes. So this is the overlapping 2560 that we're requesting. The underlying units are comprised of an overlapping 1,280-acre unit, which is the west half of section 12, all of section 11, the east half of section 10. Then we have an existing 640-acre unit being the south half of section 1 and 6, also a 2560 being sections 2, 3, and then 34 and 35 to the north. I did want to raise, a point that there's a lot of overlapping spacings in this particular exhibit. There are underlying 1,280-acre units being 12, 13, 11, 14, and 10 and 15, and so we think we're trying to space this appropriately with the overlapping 1280 that exists there, but open to discussions if the commission does not feel that's appropriate.
Okay, let's go to L8.
L8 is an overlapping 2560 unit for one lease line well, and that would be the east half of 15, all of 14 and 13, and then the east half of 22, all of 23, and the west half of 24.
And then L9.
L9 is that same unit. We're just depicting estimated working interest here. Again, we have an overlapping 1,280-acre unit that is the east half of 15, all of 14, and the west half of 13. And then the 3 units below would be 22 and 27 as a 1280, 23 and 26 as a 1280, and 24 and 25 as a 1,280-acre unit.
Okay, and then L10.
L10 is depicting an overlapping 2560 for one lease line well.
L11.
L11 showing the same lands with our estimated working interest. In this spacing case, we would have an existing 1280 being 22 and 27, as well as existing 1280s being 16 and 21, 28 and 33.
Okay, and then L12.
L12 shows a proposed overlapping 25 to 60 acre unit being sections 21, 22, 27, and 28 in 14991.
And then finally, L13.
And finally, L13 shows our estimated working interest in that proposed unit. Again, we've discussed the underlying spacing units, but we would have sections 22 and 27 as an existing 1280, 16 and 21, and 28 and 33.
In those proposed overlapping space unit where Devon/WPX owns less than a majority interest, will you be having discussions with other working interest owners to determine who should be the operator?
Yes, sir. We've had ongoing discussions with the other operators in those lands, and we'll continue to do so as we progress towards drilling.
No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, move on to Mr. Edwards. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Mark, by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Devon Energy, WPX Energy Williston, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of Devon Energy.
And what capacity?
I'm a geologist at a senior geologic advisor level.
Okay. Have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
And you had your qualifications accepted?
Yes, sir.
I'd offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
All right, Mark, let's go back to the packet of exhibits, start where Jeff left off. Go to G1. Tell me what G1 is.
G1 is a structure map of the area where we are applying for the land, and it's an Upper Bakken structure map. I show a fairly large-scale map here that has all of the lands highlighted in different colored rectangles or boxes. And for ease of discussion, I have split this map into two areas, a west half and an east half, which are represented in Exhibit G2 and G3.
Okay. So you ready to go to G2?
I am ready to go to G2.
Okay.
So this is an Upper Bakken structure map with a contour interval of 10 feet. And as you look at, the structure is gently dipping to the west. We don't have any structural features that would cause drilling hazard. The boxes that are highlighted there are application lands, and all the drilling is shown as grayed out wells. And the red star to the southeast corner is the type log for this area, which I will talk about in Exhibit G4.
Okay, let's go to G3.
G3 is the east half of the larger structure, representing the application lands on that side. The same structure map with a 10-foot contour interval with a gently structure dipping to the west. And the red star to the north half of the of the map will be the type log that I used for this area of the lease application map.
And Mark, did you just split this map so that you had a little bit larger scale in terms of your depiction of the structure in this area? Is that the reason for that?
That is the reason for that. It was such a large area, and I thought that it would be prudent to give a little bit more detail to the commission, and also I could use two different type logs to represent the areas better.
Okay, thank you. Let's go then to G4.
G4 is the type log that I used for the western half of the application area. It is a triple combo. In track 1 is the gamma ray, track 2 has the deep resistivity, track 3 has a brown and green curve, brown being the neutron,
and green being the density. I labeled the different formations that we penetrate, and we're looking at the lodgepole section and going down into the fourth bench of the Three Forks. The key here is that I show a green arrow where we target our landing for the laterals. The middle Bakken is our Bakken target, and the first bench of the Three Forks will be our landing target for the development of the Three Forks formation.
All right, G5.
G5 is the type log for the eastern half of the well. It's a QEP well, and I've got the well header information available for detail work on that. Very similar layout. We have the gamma ray in track 1, track 2 is the resistivity, and the porosity curves are in track 3. The formations that we will be penetrating are represented on the right-hand side, lodgepole formation down through the bird bear. So we're going from seal to seal. And I show you where our landing targets are. For the Bakken, we'll be landing in the middle Bakken. And for the Three Forks first bench, it's highlighted with that green arrow also.
No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we can move on to Mr. Bullinger. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Brad, by whom are you employed?
WPX Energy, subsidiary of Devon Energy,
In what capacity?
Reservoir Engineering.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously and had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Brad, before you turn to Exhibit E1, I'm going to request that
Do you want to request the he be testified as an expert?
Oh, sure. Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Yeah, I was, so Brad, before we go to the next exhibit, what I'd like you to do is, in the interest of time, we've got a lot of cases yet to go through before the end of the day, and I'd like you to probably summarize a little bit more than you usually would, and obviously, if there's some things you don't cover, then the commission can come back and ask. So with that in mind, let's go to Exhibit E1.
Okay. E1 is the development plan that we have for the western lease line well of the previously, the dashed line, red line at the Bakken 1 mile well that we are proposing with the solid blue and red line, the additional well that we would be developing with this lease line well.
Okay, E2?
E2 is the same on the eastern lease line for this section. Once again, the dashed red line is the Bakken 1 mile well we are proposing, where the blue and red lines are additional wells we would develop while developing this lease line well.
E3?
E3 is a development plan for the Three Forks 2 mile east to west wells that we are asking for. They're all dashed, but the northern lease line 2 mile Three Forks wells, the well we are looking at. But then the additional inflow unit wells are wells that we would develop at the same time as the northern lease line well.
E4?
E4 is the same development plan as previously saw. It's a 2 mile east to west Three Forks well. We would be drilling this on the northern lease line well. There are no unit wells identified in the picture. However, we would be drilling 8 additional unit wells with this lease line well at the same time.
E5?
E5 is the same development. It's a 2 mile north to south Three Forks well that we are proposing. Once again, we would be drilling 1 additional well in the sections of 22 and 27 along with this development well.
And E6?
E6 is we've seen before. This is for the western lease line well, the dashed Bakken 2 mile north to south well, the well we're requesting, and the other dash lines are wells that we would develop at the same unit wells that we would develop at the same time as the lease line well.
All right, then once again, briefly, I'll just have you discuss E7, E8, and E9, I guess, let's just do all the wellbore schematics. You can just walk through those quickly.
Yeah, E7 is just our normal 1 mile 3/4 wellbore diagram. Nothing special here, just our normal 1 mile one. E8 is our normal 3 mile Mid-Bakken wellbore diagram and design, and E9 is our normal 3 mile 3/4 wellbore design that we have planned. And E10 is our 1 mile Middle Bakken wellbore design.
Okay, and then in terms of E11 and E12, I don't think you need to repeat everything on both of these. Perhaps you can discuss E11 and then just point out what differences there are in E12.
Absolutely. So E11, this is our 2 mile Bakken / Three Forks reservoir fluid properties. It's a 650 gas flow ratio, 1.6 moisture volume factor. In these cases, drilling size is 2,560 acres. And you can see the pay, thickness, porosity, water saturation, all that gives you the original oil place of just over 16 million barrels. We're expecting EURs of just right around 666,000 for all of these wells, which gives a recovery factor of approximately 4% for the Bakken well, 2.6% for the Three Forks wells. These economics were ran at an $80 flat oil and a $3.50 flat gas, which gives you the gross sales and severance tax, operating costs, income down below. All of that to return on investment about 5.2. E12 is the exact same setup, just slightly different. It's for our 1 mile Bakken wells. It's slightly different areas, so the reservoir properties are slightly different. But overall, our OOIP is just about 8 million barrels for this. We're expecting about 332,000 for NBO wells on these 1 mile wells, giving a recovery factor of about 4%. Once again, same $80 flat pricing, 350 flat gas, with yield the economics down below with a return of investment about 3.1 for the 1 mile well.
Okay. And Exhibit GCP1 and GCP2, that's a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requests in these types of hearings. Is that correct?
Correct.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, and thank you, Brad, for going through this quickly. I appreciate it, and I suspect the commission staff does as well.
Would you offer the exhibits for?
Oh, offer the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Brad, on Exhibit E1,
Yeah.
did WPX consider a lease line 2560 for 4, 5, 8, and 9?
Yes, we did consider, however, due to pad location, pad to get the 2 mile lease line well there, we elected to go with the 1 mile well just because of timing.
So you broke up a little bit. So where's your pad proposed to be located?
The current pad location that we're going to be drilling these wells are is in the northwest corner of Section 9. It's denoted by the gray square. It's off that existing pad we have.
So does WPX have any intention of requesting 4 and 5 to be a lay-down lease line spacing unit?
Um, 4 and 5 to do. Jeff, I don't know. Not at this time. I don't believe. We don't operate them, so not at this time.
So do you operate Section 9?
Correct. We operate Section 9.
And 5 and 8 is operated by who?
5 and 8 would XPO and Cord.
So if this application is granted, 4 and 5 would be restricted to a 1 mile lease line also. Do you know who operates 3 and 4?
3 and 4 would be Cord.
Okay. And likewise on Exhibit E2, did WPX consider a lease line of 9, 10, 15, and 16?
Yes, we did, but operationally that was too far to have extended laterals there because of the pad being in the northwest corner.
So you're planning on drilling this well on the east side from the northwest of 9?
Correct. So all these wells are planned to be drilled from the existing pad in the northwest corner.
So then in a somewhat related, on Exhibit E5, based on your previous comment that the step out is too far to drill from the north, did WPX consider drilling a 3 mile lease line for 15, 16, 21, 22, 27, and 28?
Yes, however, we operate 9 and 16, and I believe 10 and 15 up to the there, and so in our future plans, we have a 2 mile lease line well planned for 9, 10, 15, and 16. So we felt that doing 2 mile wells was more ideal than 1 3 mile from the south and 1 mile from the north.
So 9, 10, 15, and 16, am I in the wrong? Oh, I'm on the wrong exhibit. E6, excuse
No,
me.
E5. Oh, E6.
So you have one application for 9 and 10 to be a lease line. You have one application for 21, 22, 27, and 28 to be a lease line. So that will leave the lease line between 15 and 16 in between. And does
I'm sorry. Are you on E5 or E6?
E6?
Apologize. E6, okay. I'm on E6 now. Okay.
So you have one lease line for 9 and 10, and one lease line for 21, 22, 27, and 28, and that leaves 15 and 16 in between those two.
I think, are you on the Two Shields Butte well?
I'm
Or the
looking
Sarah
at,
Yellow well?
I'm looking at Exhibit E2 and E6. Are they? They're all in 149.91. They got it labeled wrong at the top. Am I right? E5 says 149.92. I'm not looking at E5. So E2 and E6, again, there will be a lease line between 15 and 16 between those two proposed spacing units, correct?
Correct.
So does WPX have any idea how that lease line might be developed?
I believe it could be developed as a 2 mile from the north.
So overlapping your current proposed 1280 to the north?
Mark, is
Yeah,
is
yeah.
the point you're trying to make is that should combine 9, 10, 15, and 16? As a 2560 rather than,
that would make sense, but as he testified, that might be too far of a step out to do that. But if we grant both of these two lease line applications, we're gonna leave a mile in between them. And I just wondered if WPX had any idea how that might be developed.
Okay. Do you know, Brad? Maybe Jeff has to talk about what WPX's interest is in 15 and 16.
I'm happy to step in to answer this question. I see where you're going. So we did consider a 2-mile option, being 9, 10, 15, and 16. We do have a pad and a production pad that you see in gray on E2 in section 22. Contractually, we don't have the ability to add that well to that location at this time, and it's been, I believe, almost a 2-year process in trying to get the added consents that we need for these additional wells. And so at this time, we didn't feel like it was a feasible option from a development timing standpoint. However, if something were to change with our drill schedule and we had the ability to flex this out further in time, it would be an option that we would consider, and we would request that time that we would vacate the overlapping 1280 we're requesting in this case. In context, we also did discuss this development with our offset operators and did not have any issues with the development plan.
Okay. And the last one is Exhibit E3. You're proposing to drill a well and stop basically at the midline of section 3 and begin at the midline of section 1. Did you consider bringing in the east half of 1 and the west half of 3 and make that a 3-mile well?
So make sure, are we directing this question at the land or the engineering witness?
Whoever can answer it.
Yeah, okay. Happy to answer. This is Jeff Poole, just for the record. Yes, and I think we would be open to that, and I tried to allude to that, maybe not directly enough, in our initial discussions. We may have some further lease line wells, or infill wells on the overlapping 1280 being 10 and 15 that could see some interference, but it is something that we could study a little bit further.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, I don't believe there's a request for any supplements here. Was there anything further, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 29743. Let's see. Do we want to break for lunch now or try to get through WPX?
There's 2 left. I mean, I'm fine, whatever you propose.
Keep going through to the next one. Case number 29744. Application of WPX Energy Williston LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Moxon Creek, McGregory Buttes, and or South Fork Buck Pool, Dunn County, North Dakota, sets to create and establish the following: an overlapping 1280-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 25 and 26, Township 148 North, Range 93 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on said proposed overlapping 1280-acre spacing unit, and 3 overlapping 3840-acre spacing units comprised of sections 20, 21, 28, 29, 32, and 33, sections 21, 22, 23, 26, 27, and 28, Township 148 North, Range 93 West, and sections 35 and 36, Township 148 North, Range 93 West, sections 1, 2, 11, and 12, Township 147 North, Range 93 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on each proposed overlapping 3840-acre spacing unit, and or such other and further relief as appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing this matter, case 29744, on behalf of WPX Energy Williston LLC. We have 3 witnesses. James Benson will be offering some land testimony, and then we'll have the same 2 witnesses the previous case, Mark Edwards for geology and Brad Bollinger for reservoir engineering.
Mr. Benson, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir, I do.
Brad, by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by WPX Energy Williston, a wholly owned subsidiary of Devon Energy Corporation.
And in what capacity?
I'm employed as a landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, sir, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, sir, they were.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
James, let's go to L1. Very briefly describe what's contained in that exhibit.
The L1 is a regional locator map describing the area of the basin in which these application lands are intended to stand for.
And L2.
L2 is an area locator map of one of the lands being sections 25 and 26 in Township 148 West.
Okay, L3.
L3 is an overlapping map that indicates the requested overlapping working interest and the underlying units that are currently in place. We have an existing 1,280 acres space unit in red that WPX is 100% in sections 26 and 27. WPX also has a stand-up 1280 in which WPX has 75%, and of that unit, the overlapping working interest of that unit would be WPX having 88.15%.
L4.
L4 is another area locator map depicting sections 20, 21, 28, 29, 32, and 33 of Township 148, 93 West.
L5.
L5 is another overlapping working interest map indicating the overlapping working interest of the unit. The sum of the overlapping working interest is WPX would have a 37.5%, Interplus would be a 62.5%. I want to make a note on this and supplement the record if necessary, but we do depict an existing 640 acre space unit in yellow and also an existing 640 acre space unit in blue. That is incorrect. Sections 21 and 22 is a laydown 1,280 acre space unit whereby Interplus has 50% working interest and WPX has also 50% working interest. So the summation should not change as to the overlapping working interest block, but I wanted to note that for the record. There's also an adjustment on a future slide. We'll get to that in a few minutes, but yeah.
Okay. L6.
L6 is another area locator map indicating Township 148 North, Range 93 West, sections 21, 22, 23, 26, 27, and 28.
L7.
L7 is another working interest overlapping ownership plat that indicates overlapping working interest in the black box, whereby WPX has a 65% working interest and others have 35%.
And L8.
Oh, and right before, I do want to note on L7, this does have the 640 acre space unit in yellow and blue, two separate 640 acre space units that needs to be corrected to indicate one laydown 1,280 acre space unit.
L8.
L8 is another area locator map, Township 148 North, Range 93 West, sections 35 and 36, and Township 147 North, Range 93 West, sections 1, 2, 11, and 12.
And then L9.
L9 is another overlapping land ownership plat whereby WPX has a cumulative overlapping working interest of 88.50. And I do want to note on this map that there are existing orders already in place, I believe, for an overlapping 2560 unit, including sections 25, 26, 35, and 36, as well as 25 acre space unit existing in 1, 12, 11, and 2. I believe that's order 29463. We would ask that that order be vacated, along with case for these partial lands 29463, because I think that order also comprises of other separate lands, but also vacate order 31477, which is a 2560 acre space unit that I referenced just a second ago.
And in those situations where WPX owns less than a majority interest, Will WPX have discussions with other working interest owners to determine who should be the operator?
Yes, sir. We have spoken to the offset working interest owners. We've gotten letters, or at least an email of support in this case, whereby that letter of support brings us over the 50% working interest threshold.
No further questions.
Any questions from commission staff?
Brad, I'm going to find the right exhibit. Section 32 of 14893. There are 320 wells there, and it's also a 640. You know if that 640 is for a lease line or if that's for infill drilling within Section 32?
And sir, this is James. I just want to correct the record, not Brad. But this is James, and if I'm correct, you're looking at slide L5, 14893, section 32. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. So that 640 that's indicated is actually comprised of the east half of section 32 and the west half of section 33. I believe that is order 28767. If I'm not mistaken, and that is it's a 1 mile lease line. Actually, I think that was previously a two wells per 640 along the lease line corridor previously spaced by predecessor company.
Yeah, you are correct, but also the east half of 32 and the west half of 32 are stand-up 320s. There's only 1 well drilled in the east half and 2 wells drilled in the west half. It's also 640. And I didn't research this before the hearing. Is that 640 for a lease line, or is that for infill development in 32?
In 32? Our records show that we're seeing that's lease line development, but you think there's a stand up in east half of section 32 and a stand up in east half of section 29? Is that correct?
No. The
Nope.
east half of 32 and the west half of 32 are stand-up 320s.
Oh, okay. Look.
And we'll, the commission will take a look at that, and if it's a lease line 640, we may have some heartburn over granting the 3840 rather than a 1920, but we'll have to investigate that. But either way, you'll be able to drill your well as you want.
Okay, yeah, and either way, if it's preferred for a 3840 or 1920, we would be agreeable to any preferred method the commission would like to go forward with.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, move on to Mr. Edwards. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Mark, G1.
G1 is an upper Bakken structure map that covers the general area of the applications lands that were just discussed by James. The colored polygons or rectangles are the application lands of question. They're overlain on top of the upper Bakken structure map with a contour interval of 10 feet. And as you can see, it's a gentle dip to the west-northwest. There are no major structural features that will inhibit our drilling of either a Bakken well or a Three Forks well. The green wells are established production from either the Bakken or the Three Forks, and the black wells, there are a few of those. Those have been drilled and are waiting on completion. To the north, you see a red star, which is the type log for this area, the Interplus Resources well, which I will discuss in Exhibit G2.
Okay, let's go to G2.
This is the type log, the reference well type log for the area. It's the pumpkin well that Interplus Resources drilled. As previously discussed on the previous case, the log has a track 1 gamma ray, track 2 is the resistivity, track 3 is the porosity curves. We show the lodge pole down through the bird bears that we're going seal to seal. Since these land application or application lands will have both Bakken and Three Forks development, I've shown where we plan to land the targets with a green arrow, one inside the middle Bakken section and one inside the first bench of the Three Forks.
Further questions?
Any questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Mr. Ballinger, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Brad, E1, very briefly.
Yeah, E1 is just the 1 mile Three Forks well that we proposed to be drilled. In addition, there are 3 wells that we've developed off out at the same time as this 1 mile well, maybe going to the south.
E2,
E2 is the same thing. It's a 3 mile Bakken well that we are proposing. There will also be 1 additional Bakken well drilled from this pad at the same time as this development occurs.
E3,
E3 is our proposed 3 mile Bakken well east to west. And once again, there will be 2 additional wells drilled from this pad at the same time as this proposed well.
E4,
E4 is our proposed 3 mile Three Forks well, and once again, there will be 3 additional wells drilled at the same time as this proposed well.
and then very quickly, E5, E6, and E7.
E5 is standard mile Three Forks wellbore diagram as previously seen. E6 is our standard 3 mile middle Bakken well wellbore diagram that we would be using. And E7 is our 3 mile Three Forks wellbore diagram that we'd be utilizing.
And E8,
E8 is our 1 mile Three Forks reservoir characteristics and economics. As you can see, the drilling unit size is 1280. Pay thickness, porosity, water saturation is all right there, which yields it up in million barrels in place. 346 MBO well with a recovery factor of 3.4%. Economics ran at 85 and 350 flat for gas. All the economics are seen below, but the biggest one, the rate return on investment, is about 2.05.
okay, E9,
E9 is our Bakken economic. Only change here is the drilling unit size is 3840. The thickness, porosity, water saturation labeled there, yielding about 1 million barrels in place for this. EUR is about at 810 MBO for the well, yielding a recovery factor of 2.8%. Oil and gas prices are the same, and all the economic below yielded about 3.78 ROI.
okay, and then 10, and as much as you can summarize, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir. This is just our 3 mile Bakken reservoir characteristics economics. For this 3840, ROI is about 27 million. I'm expecting about the 810 MBO for the well. Economic prices is also shown below with an ROI about 3.78. E11 is a 3 mile Three Forks expectations and reservoir characteristics with the 3840 ROI is about 30 million barrels in place. With this, expecting the same EUR prices on the economics around the same as previously stated, and we're expecting about that same 3.78 ROI.
And Exhibit GCP1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of hearings?
Correct.
And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Correct.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Brad, this is Bruce Hicks. Just noticed that the average oil price you're using is $80. Is that just a leftover from not being updated, or do you think prices are going to return?
I expect today at 8 bucks. So I feel comfortable with that. I mean, predicting oil prices is totally sketchy, but I think they are will maintain in the $75 to $85 world. It's kind of what I feel.
Yeah, thank you.
If there.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Anything further on this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 2.
Mr. Bender,
Yes.
I apologize. I would like to ask the question on this case 29744 that this order be expedited. We do have a time constraint with an anticipated spud in the March for a portion of these lands.
Yeah,
Being the queue.
I typically do that after the case is in. I'll be writing a letter.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
But thank you.
And that will conclude the hearing in case number 29744. Moving on. Case number 29745, application of WPX Energy Williston LLC for an order amending the field rules for the South Fork Moccasin Creek and/or Hart Butte Bakken Pool, Dunn County, ND, so as to create and establish an overlapping 3840 acre space unit comprised of sections 24 and 25, Township 148 North, Range 93 West, and sections 19, 20, 29, and 30, Township 148 North, Range 92 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing space units on said proposed overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit and or such other and further relief as appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing this matter on behalf of WPX Energy. We'll have 3 witnesses in this matter, the same 3 witnesses as the previous case, James Benson, Mark Edwards, and Brad Bollinger.
All right. Mr. Benson, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
James, let's go to Exhibit L1.
Exhibit 01 is a regional locator map indicating the lands, the application lands for this application.
L2.
L2 is zoomed in, Township 148 North, Range 93 West, sections 24 and 25, along with Township 148 North, Range 92 West, sections 19, 20, 29, and 30 there in Dunn County.
Okay, and L3.
L3 is an overlapping land working interest ownership plat, whereby the proposed 3840 acre working interest WPX would have a 20.27, Interplus would have a 44.18, Cord had 22.88, and others the remaining balance for a total of 100%, as well as the underlying units comprised of Interplus operates 2 of the units in blue and green, WPX operates the purple and the red unit stand-up, and then Cord operates section 29 and 28 in the yellow. Cumulative interest of this for WPX would be 20.27, as I said before. We've previously spoken to Interplus and Cord regarding this application, received a letter of support from Interplus, whereby the combined interest would have the majority working interest in that proposed overlapping 3840.
No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, move on to Mr. Edwards. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Mark, very briefly, why don't you discuss G1 and G2?
Okay, G1 is a very similar map to previous. It's a structure map on the Upper Bakken Shale, and we have the area around the application lands, which is represented with the red polygon or rectangle. The type well for the area, well, first let me back up. The structure map shows 10-foot contour interval and a gently dipping structure to the west-northwest. We have no geologic features that will prohibit us from drilling a Middle Bakken well in this area. The red star to the northwest of the application area is our closest type log that I can use. It's an Interplus well, the pumpkin, which is represented in Exhibit G2. It's a triple combo, a log that has the gamma ray in track 1, resistivity track 2, and the porosity logs in track 3. And I show the landing target in the Middle Bakken with the green arrow.
No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, move on to Mr. Bollinger. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yeah.
Brad, E1?
E1 is our proposed plan. As you can see, it has a 3-mile Middle Bakken well, east to west. We'll be drilling the 2 additional wells on this well.
Okay, and E2?
E2 is our standard 3-mile middle pocket wellbore diagram that we'll be utilizing in this development.
Okay, and E3?
E3 is the reservoir fluid and economics, the 3-mile Bakken well, dealing with the 840 with the reservoir trip below, doing OIT out there, EUR about that, and expected, same, about the 70.
You're breaking up, Brad. Can you get a little closer to the mic? And I don't know that you have to repeat everything. Maybe just get to the bottom line on the gross sales and that sort of thing, okay?
Hello?
Yeah, couldn't you hear me? James, Mark, are you guys there? Hello?
Mr. Bender, you still on the line?
Yeah, I'm still here, but I think we lost Brad.
It may be there.
Lawrence, the economics are almost identical to the previous case. I think we can just go ahead.
Okay. All right, there's no need for any further testimony, and I would just offer for the commission that GCP1 is a affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters, and we'd offer the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none? Anything further in this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 29745. We will go ahead and break for lunch. We take 1 hour for come back here we will resume at 1:15 p.m. with case number 29807.
Mark, they're going to ask for an expedited order on this one too. Do you want me to, rather than just putting it on that list?
right, and we are back on the record. The time is 1:14 p.m. We'll begin with case number 29807. In the matter of the joint application of Liberty Resources Management Company LLC and Rocky Top Energy LLC for an order of the Commission amending order number 31560 entered in case number 29009, which required the plugging of certain wells and instead allowing some of all wells to be brought back on production, such wells being located in the Glass Bluff Madison Unit, McKenzie and Williams County, ND, and or such further and additional relief. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota. And I'm appearing in case 29807 on behalf of Liberty Resources Management Company, LLC, and Rocky Top Energy, LLC. And in terms of witnesses, we have plans to call a land witness, Mr. Harry Fuqua. I hope I'm pronouncing that, or Fuqua, but he'll get the correct pronunciation when he's on the phone. The spelling is Fuqua. And then we'll also be calling a geologic witness, Mr. Gary Kornegay, Kornegay. And then finally, we'll be calling an engineering witness, Mr. Justin Brown. All these three witnesses that I mentioned, they are with Rocky Top. We also have on the telephone some representatives of Liberty Resources because they are a joint applicant in this matter. And don't think we'll be calling them as witnesses, but in the event that there are some questions that are maybe historical in nature that they can probably answer better than Rocky Top representatives, they are available to help the commission out in that regard. I believe I've handed out the exhibits, and I don't know if we have an extra one for the gentleman sitting beside me or not. Did they get passed around? Okay. Thank you. You bet.
Okay. And I guess we can have the gentleman beside you introduce himself as well. Would you introduce yourself?
Hello, Matt Iverson.
Okay, turn your microphone there.
Matt Iverson, landowner, mineral owner, Alexander, North Dakota. Mailing address is Bismarck.
Thank you. Mr. Bender, we can start with Mr., I guess, you can tell us Fuqua,
Okay.
was it?
Yeah, I think it's Fuqua, but Harry, would you state your full name, and then you can be sworn?
Yes, sir. This is Harry Fuqua.
All right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Harry, by whom are you employed?
Rocky Top Energy.
And can you briefly, in what capacity?
Council, and I handle kind of general land matters, also just kind of anything
Okay.
field, I would say.
Have you testified before the commission previously?
No, sir.
What I'd like you to do, Harry, is just briefly highlight for us your educational background and work experience.
Sure. I went to Baylor University for undergrad, the University of Tulsa College of Law, and I went to Texas Christian University for my MBA. Started at XTO Energy in 2013, and I was there for 4 years. And I've been for some small operations, including Thunderhead Resources, from 17 until about a year ago when I started at Rocky Top.
Okay. And in preparation for today's hearing, have you familiarized yourself with the various land matters having to do with the Glass Bluff Madison unit?
Yes, sir.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision some exhibits that you intend to sponsor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would offer further testimony of this witness out of an expert.
Testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Harry, let's go to Exhibit L1 in the packet of exhibits. I've distributed these exhibits to the commission staff. Let's go to L1, and what I'll do is just have you identify what L1 is and just very, very briefly discuss what's contained on that exhibit.
Sure. So this is a map of the Glass. It's a regional map of Williams and McKenzie County, North Dakota. And then in the green is highlighted the Glass Bluff Madison unit, which consists of 9,078.31 acres.
Okay, and there's some working interest numbers on here. Can you just touch on those? Are you still there, Harry? Gary, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Mr. Examiner, okay, I guess he's,
Sorry about that. The call dropped. I'm back now.
okay. You had just described Exhibit L1 and told us the amount of net mineral acres in the unit area. Can you just briefly tell us what percentage of ownership the operator, at this point in time, it's still Liberty. What does Liberty own in terms of ownership?
Yes, sir. It's 97%.
And the other working interest own approximately 3%, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if the transaction takes place between Rocky Top and Liberty, Rocky Top will own that 97%, is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay, and then very quickly, let's go to L2, and you don't have to, read this. If you could just summarize what's contained on L2, just to give the commission and Mr. Iverson a little bit of background as to what's transpired out here and where you're going with this request.
Yes, sir. So it is my understanding that in November 2021, the NDIC issued this order 31560, which required 9 wells to be plugged and abandoned by June 1st of 2023. And then in May 2022, 5 of the 9 wells were, their procedures were approved for plugging procedures. And then the remaining 4 would be approved about this time in 2023. And then in June, Liberty started marketing the GBMU. And then in July, when Rocky Top got involved, we signed a letter of intent that August 2022. December 2022, we executed an acquisition agreement. And then in December of 2022, we submitted the cash in lieu of bond application, which is when the NDIC requested this hearing.
And when you say the NDIC requested this hearing, as I understand it, the commission basically took the position that it wasn't going to act on the request of Liberty and Rocky Top to transfer the unit and the wells to Rocky Top until we got the issue resolved of the 9 wells that are supposed to be plugged by, I believe it's July 1 of 2023, or is it June 1? June 1st of 2023.
June 1st, yes, sir. That's correct.
So that's why Rocky Top and Liberty are here today. As a result, they want to get these wells transferred, but we have to get this issue of plugging some wells before June 1, 2023 resolved. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's then go to Exhibit L3. Tell me what Exhibit L3 is.
So Exhibit L3 quotes the order number 31560, and these are the wells, the subject wells of today, that these are the 9 wells that are to be plugged by June 1st, 2023, and these are the wells that we believe we can rework and make economic.
Okay, and this clearly corrects my error. It is June 1 of 2023 that these wells are supposed to be plugged, not, as I had indicated, July 1 of 2023. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you briefly touched on the matter that Rocky Top believes that some of these wells can be reworked or recompleted, and the additional witnesses that Rocky Top has here today, they're going to discuss that in further detail. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for this witness.
Mr. Iverson, did you have any questions for this witness? No, sir. Okay. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Harry, this is Bruce Hicks. In your testimony, you indicated that, I thought you said June of 2022, Liberty started marketing the unit itself, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Why don't you tell me what you meant by that?
Well, that might be. I can answer that question. We began speaking with it, and they connected us with Lip.
You're really cutting out.
Yeah.
I apologize for that.
Yeah, and Mr. Hicks, we're going to be calling a witness here. Not that Harry can't answer it, but we do have another witness here, Justin Brown, who'll be testifying, and he can add a lot more color to what took place and what was meant by marketing.
Okay. And Harry, it was brought to my attention that just recently that Rocky Top was interested in buying this property. Did you contact the commission back when you decided that you wanted to make a purchase on it?
I think, once again, Mr. Brown can probably answer that question.
What is Mr. Brown's title?
He's an engineer with the company.
Okay, I'll just hold my questions until then, thanks.
Any further questions from staff?
Did I miss the? Okay. Yeah, Mr. Hicks, sorry, he's the asset manager, but he's an engineer by education and training, is that correct? Yep.
And we'll move on to was it Gary Cornegie. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
Gary, by whom are you employed?
I'm with Rocky Top Energy,
In what capacity?
geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And you've had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
For the further testimony, this witness that of an expert.
Your testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Gary, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, which has been previously marked G2. I think it's G2, or maybe it's G1. I'm sorry, it's G1. I turned an extra page here again. They stuck together. So let's go to G1. And what I'd like you to do is identify G1 and then briefly discuss what's contained on that exhibit.
G1 is a structural map on top, as mapped on top of the Mission Canyon Formation within the Glass Bluff unit. It also includes the 9 wells that we are discussing today, and 3 are highlighted with the name of the wells: the Iverson 131, the Iverson CA number 1A, and the Johnson 41-3. What this illustrates is structural up-dip direction to the northwest within the unit, and there is some closure at the top part of that, and then we have a low on the very northwest corner of the unit. So structurally, we'll be climbing up from east to west.
And what's the significance of the wells that are labeled with names on them versus the wells that are designated by a star that do not have the well names on them?
Those wells will probably be the first wells that we address in our program. But further than that, they have log packages and other things that are much better to present our story with.
Okay, let's go to G2.
G2 is the same map, but with only the first well we're going to discuss, which is the Iverson 1-31. And that well is located at the very eastern edge of the unit and is highlighted by the circle.
Okay, and G3?
G3 is a log panel from logs that were run in the Iverson 133, and these logs will be used to illustrate the principles that we've decided that we've got additional pay to look for in the unit. I will briefly go through this. There are various tops listed, but the tops that are most important to us would be from the Mission Canyon, and the quotation of Nesson after that is the unit that has been one of the units that was developed under one of the beds that was developed under the unit. There are some very important characteristics on these logs. The log to the very left of the screen has color portions of the curves that are highlighted by yellow and green. What that simply illustrates are beds that have been invaded. So there's invasion in the upper Mission Canyon with yellow and green, and lower Mission Canyon with yellow and green. The second log to the right of that is a log of porosity, and basically those beds that are yellow and green on the resistivity log are tight rock otherwise. What the conclusion is there is that those beds that are yellow and green are fractured units. So what we want to do is pursue the fractured units in the upper Mission Canyon and the lower Mission Canyon. This well is further important in that it tested the upper Mission Canyon fractured interval first in the production stream that it had. And that was done in 1982, November of 1982. The well came on, it produced a cumulative of 56,000, almost 57,000 barrels, and only 6,300 barrels of water. That's very significant in that the water volume is small, the oil volume is pretty significant. Then they added the Nesson, which is the second set. You'll see first and second on the log there. The second set was the Nesson interval, which was the unit that was initially produced in the field and was further injected and became part of the water flood. What this illustrates is that when the Nesson came on, we had an immediate increase in the barrels of oil per month that was produced, and it no longer was declining at the same rate. So that indicated that that unit was separate reservoir from the initial perforated upper Mission Canyon. In addition to that, the low water cut that we got at, or that was received out of the upper Mission Canyon, immediately had an increase in water, a significant increase in water, further indicating that those units are separate reservoirs. So with that in mind, we have determined that upper Mission Canyon should be and will be present over most of the field and most of the unit. We intend to pursue that unit for recompletion. The lower Mission Canyon is the same way. We don't have as much well control for the lower Mission Canyon, but we believe based on flexure and structural aspects of this, that unit will be fractured over the entire field as well.
So, Gary, just to summarize, my understanding of your testimony is that in an analogous well, you re-entered a well and did some work in the upper Mission Canyon and made some determination that it was productive of hydrocarbons that hadn't been produced from other zones, and you've looked at the log in that particular well, and you're looking at the log here, and you've made a determination that what happened in that analogous well could probably be replicated here, and you'd have an opportunity to recover more hydrocarbons from that upper Mission Canyon as well as the lower Mission Canyon. Is that a fair summary?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. These two units have produced throughout McKenzie and Richland County, Montana, and McKenzie County, North Dakota, particularly the upper Mission Canyon. The lower Mission Canyon is has less production out of it, but it has produced significant volumes of oil as well. The one thing that is very important about this particular well is that it is at one of the lowest structural points in the field. Consequently, we anticipate that the up-dip portion of this unit will be charged and will have an oil saturation in both zones.
And when you use the term unit, could we synonymously use the term porosity stringers? Because unit tends to me, designate the unitized formation. Are you talking about, when you say unit, are you talking about that upper Mission Canyon?
Upper Mission Canyon, and the lower should fit in there as well. The significance is these two reservoirs have not been exploited in any of the wells except this 131 Iverson, which had separate production from the upper Mission Canyon as at the initial production.
Okay, let's go to the next exhibit then, G4. Tell us what that is.
This is simply the plan of action or the procedure that we're going to follow in this well. It's very simple. As we get into the work, it may vary, but this will simply outline what we're planning to do. The objective is to complete this well first in the lower Mission Canyon. What that'll entail is we've got to drill out a cement plug, or bridge plug at 9371. We'll squeeze the existing perforations in the well. We're going to have to drill some cement from 9678 to 9750. At that point, we will be able to test the lower Mission Canyon. We may be able to do that open hole. We may have to set a plug on the bottom, but we'll acid frack it at some point as well. The other thing here is in the upper Mission Canyon, it has produced, but it is of significant thickness that we believe there may be additional reserves remaining in the upper Mission Canyon, so we may commingle that at some point, and there's also Ratcliffe potential that hasn't been tested in this particular well.
Okay, and if for some reason what you're proposing for this well doesn't turn out like you had planned, what will Rocky Top do then?
Well, ultimately, if it's non-commercial or not productive, it would be put into, be considered for plugging and abandonment, and we would do detailed analysis to make sure there isn't anything left to produce. But we do have the three options here. We're going to initially test the lower Mission Canyon, determine its potential. We may add the upper Mission Canyon, and if at that point, sometime down the road when pressure is equalized, and then there is Ratcliffe that we would look at before we leave the well.
Okay. Let's go on to G5, and I know there's some similarity between these exhibits, so because of the similarity, if you can, keep your testimony as to new material and be maybe a brief if you have to repeat it so that we can move this along. Can you do that for us, Gary?
I sure can.
Okay. Let's go to Let's go to G5 and just very briefly discuss that exhibit.
G5 is another well in the 9 wells that we're looking at. It's the Johnson 41-3. It's pretty much centrally located in the southern part of the unit. And we can go the next well. That's the circle highlighted.
That's one of the 3 wells that you're talking about going to first, is that correct?
Right.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go then to the next exhibit, G6.
Okay, this is another log panel, and I will do this very briefly. Once again, fractured interval is highlighted in yellow and green. This well TD'd before it got to the lower Mission Canyon, so we don't have that log in there. But what we do have is the upper Mission Canyon, and that's the interval we plan to complete it. We're simply going to squeeze off the upper perfs and come in and perforate that lower Mission Canyon that's fractured.
No opportunity for lower Mission Canyon in this well that you're aware of at this point in time?
No, but we may opt to deepen it to that at some point. Initially, we'd like to keep it totally separate and determine its potential.
Okay, then let's go to G7, and it looks like there's some similarity here, so if you could just briefly highlight what's contained on it.
It is exactly the same, except that in this well, we'll reserve the option to drill deeper to the lower Mission Canyon.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's exactly the same.
Okay, let's go to the next exhibit, Exhibit G8, and I believe this is the 3rd well that you've targeted in this area to do first, is that correct?
Right.
Okay.
And it's highlighted in the circle in red again. And basically what we're doing is we're climbing up dip from the Iverson well to this well to the Johnson well, which is on an isolated closure as we continue up dip structurally.
Okay, let's go to G9, and once again, if you can briefly describe what's on this exhibit, keeping in mind what we're trying to demonstrate to the commission.
Right. Here again, the upper Mission Canyon is highlighted in the green and yellow. That is the fractured pay. It looks particularly good in this well because of the higher resistivities. So we anticipate that this will be a good well. And what we're planning to do with this well, since it's the 3rd one, is most probably we'll deepen it to the lower lodgepole. Lower Mission.
Okay, and then very quickly, G10.
G10 is simply the procedure that we would do. Once again, we will probably take this one to the lower Mission Canyon.
All right, I'm going to have you quickly go through exhibits G11, G12, and G13, and why don't you just briefly discuss what's contained on those exhibits?
Okay, G11 is simply a location map of where the Iverson A1 is. That's the 4th well in this package. This is a log. We have only these are behind pipe. These are it's a neutron density log, so it's not as colorful or has much detail, but it does give us the top. It does give us the intervals that have been perforated. We will have to deepen this well some to begin with.
Okay, and 13, G13, very quickly.
Similar procedure. This is G14, highlights the next well in the package.
Okay.
Oh, I skipped ahead pretty quick, huh?
No, that's fine. So G14 just shows the ML Lassie A1 well. Let's go to G15. Tell us what that is.
G15 is that log. It is perforated in the Ratcliffe and the Nesson zone. We can see the fractured interval here. However, I did not highlight that because it's such high resistivity in the beginning that all of those curves are at and condensed in separation, but the amount of separation is much more and much more significant than the previous wells. So this well looks like it's got nearly 100 feet of excellent fracture interval.
Okay, and G16 is just the procedure that Rocky Top would utilize on the ML Lassie A1 well if the application is granted. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and G17 gives a location of the next well. Is that correct?
Well,
Pardon me?
it's the Lindsley Iverson number 1, and
Okay,
it's located in the southeast portion of the field.
okay, G18.
This is an induction log, which is different than the others. The induction log would not necessarily show invasion, depending on the fluid that's being drilled with, but it shows that we've got some fracturing in the upper portion of the Mission Canyon, but there is not a whole lot of it that's been penetrated. This well will probably need to have some deepening initially.
But it has the potential for re-entry and possibly recovering some reserves.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Plus, it's one that has some Radcliffe.
okay. And G19 is the procedure that you would follow on the Lindsley Iverson 1 well if the application is granted. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to G20. My understanding is that's shows the location of the next well in the 9 that you're proposing to re-enter. Is that correct?
Yes.
And G21, can you briefly describe that for us? That looks a little bit different than some of the other logs.
Yeah. Now that is the log. This is the log that we use most to determine the fracture interval. It's the lateral log, so it shows separation when we have invasion. So here we don't have a shallow tool that is working properly, but the medium and deep are working properly. So that's shown in green, and we have a significant thickened package of pay in the upper Mission Canyon. It's going to exceed 100 feet, so we're anticipating this will be one of the better wells.
Okay, and G22 is once again the procedure that you'd utilize on the Johnson 21-3, correct?
Yes.
And
Yes.
G23 locates the Lassie Lindsley number 1 well, correct?
Right. And it's near the crest of the highest point, one of the highest points in the field.
Okay. G24?
This is a log of that interval, and it simply shows the perforated intervals. And then below that, we have a significant package. It is not highlighted in here, but the package would occur from roughly 9288 to 9370.
Okay, and then G25 is the procedure, is that correct?
Yes.
And G26 is another well that you propose to re-enter if the application is granted, and that's the Big River well, is that correct?
Right.
And G27, tell us about that exhibit.
From the previous map, this well is on the northern flank of the structure. It's in an area where we would anticipate increased fracturing due to flexure. And this well only went through the Nesson, so we would definitely have to deepen this well to see the upper Mission Canyon, and we'll take this one on down to lower Mission Canyon as well.
Okay, now we've gone through the 9 wells that Rocky Top is planning to re-enter, and you've discussed the action that you have in mind. Tell us what Exhibit G28 is.
Okay, G28 is simply the completion procedure for the Big River, and that would involve, we have to drill out immediately on this well.
That's all the questions I have for this witness at this time.
Do you have any questions, Mr. Iverson?
I do, sir. I guess my first question would be G3, the exhibit for the, obviously, these are the logs that Sun Exploration did when they drilled the well.
Yes, these are the initial set of logs that were drilled when the well was initially drilled and TD'd, and the logs were run at that point.
You made the statement that what was one of the encouraging items was the amount of water produced versus the amount of oil produced at that time in the 80s.
The point is it demonstrates that the Upper Mission Canyon fractured interval is a separate reservoir from the Nesson reservoir that has been produced. Consequently, the Upper Mission Canyon has not been exploited in the field. This will serve to illustrate that, and it is structurally the lowest point you can get in this field. So from here up dip, which is nearly all the way at 9,000 acres, we anticipate we'll find this zone productive throughout that area.
So from these logs, is there any indication what is the ratio of water to oil that will be produced?
You can calculate that in some respects from the invasion profile, and how that gets a bit complicated. But if you notice if you take a point, there's a point in the Upper Mission Canyon at, I think, I can't read my own numbers here, but there's the resistivity is getting higher in an upward movement, in an upward direction. That resistivity, by getting higher in an upward position, indicates that the oil saturation is increasing upwards within the zone. So, yeah, we may be able to find some with very low water cuts. And the initial production in this well, the water for the first 19 months of the production in this produced 57,000 barrels of oil and only 6,000 barrels of water. That fits with our interpretation and convinces us even more that we've got separate reservoirs.
So in your analysis of these wells in general, the casing protected by the cement goes down how deep to protect the groundwater?
It's down to 97, 78, I think it is, in this well. But we have cement plugs in there that have protected it, and what we would simply do is drill out that cement and probably set a plug below the fractured Lower Mission Canyon fractured interval, and maybe open hole or set a string liner and perforate. But we will definitely be protecting surface rights, surface waters.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No, I don't have any follow-up.
Any questions from commission staff?
Gary, are you aware what the Glass Bluff Madison unit, how that unitized formation is defined?
Yes, I think our line guys are much more familiar with that than I am. But what I have determined based on what we've found in the files is that our Lower Mission Canyon and our Upper Mission Canyon are well within that unit.
I think I would disagree with that. It appears to me that from the unitized interval as defined for the unit would include from the base of the last salt effectively to maybe 45 feet below the Frobisher Lida. And in the vast majority of what you've presented, your upper Mission Canyon would be below that, and for sure your lower Mission Canyon would be below that and would not be part of the unit as defined. You have mentioned a possible targeting in the Ratcliffe. That would appear to be part of the unit, but that hasn't been detailed here.
So, Rich, are you getting the definition of that? Are you taking that from the unit agreement? Okay, I think you need to take a look at the order. My recollection is that when the application was made, that the applicant came in and proposed a definition, and the commission changed that definition when it approved the unit.
Do you recall what order that would be in?
I may have it here if I do some searching, but
I'll save some additional comments for a little bit after confirmation of that depth range.
Yeah, just so you know where I get my information, we did find that, and it said it was 50 feet above the Bakken, basically, from basal asphalt to 50 feet above the Bakken.
could we maybe just have people continue to ask questions while I look?
Further questions from commission staff?
Mr. Chairman, I thought of one more. May I ask real quick?
Sure, we'll give you an opportunity to, yeah.
Thank you. I apologize. But, just a general question for a non-technical person. Historically, in this field, the east locations have always been the poorer producers prior to unitization compared to the west locations. What has changed that your focus is now on these easterly laying locations?
Nothing. In fact, we think that's probably going to be the case. The thing we can verify, it looks like this well, the Iverson 131, is in the most down dip location, the most easterly well that we have, and from there we will be gaining structure and hydrocarbon saturation as we move to the west. So we would anticipate that the same conclusion that you've seen with the easter being poor well, west better well, will maintain itself in these two horizons as well. Good question.
Thank you.
Further questions from staff?
Yeah, so just to clarify, the order that was referenced there was 9021. The unitized formation, the statement says the Mission Canyon and Charles formations, but then it's further defined by a type log. And the depth range on that definition or from the type log would equate to essentially the base of the last salt to 40 some odd feet below the Mission Canyon, which would not, or sorry, below the Frobisher Lida, which would not include the entirety of the Mission Canyon. So it's parts of the Mission Canyon formation, not the entire Mission Canyon
Does
formation.
it cover the upper zone?
Not all of it. In fact, most of the wells, as presented on the exhibits, most of the wells, the existing perforations are about at the bottom of what would be the unitized interval, as far as I can tell at a glance.
Yeah, the Mission Canyon top of the Nesson is very well defined on logs and very correlative. So that position. But I do recall, and I guess I should back off of what that is, but the thing that I read in the unitization was 50 feet above the Bakken.
You would have likely been looking at the Bakken pool order for the Glass Bluff field as opposed to the unitization order, or the Madison unit order.
Maybe so, but that, okay. But it said from base of last salt to 50 feet above the Bakken. I'm not sure. I think that's something.
If I may, Mr. Examiner, I think we'd like to go forward with the remainder part of the case, and then we'll take a closer look at that, and maybe we can leave the record open to address that issue. But we're here, we've come this far, and I think we'd like to finish it. Okay.
Any further questions from commission staff?
Gary, this is Bruce Hicks. Why should unit operations continue so you can recomplete your wells? And I'll rephrase that a little bit. Your suggested recompletions and production methods could be done even though the unit may be terminated. And being you're going to, well, I'll just leave it at that on this question. Why would you need the unit to continue to exist to perform your operations?
We anticipate that this field will be, that these units will be pervasive, very similar to what the Nesson Frobisher-Elida zone is, and consequently, the wells that are in existence give us an avenue of documenting that, and those wells have been drilled and permitted as unit wells, so it's simple to just maintain that in this procedure. But it will be a pervasive play. It's not something hit or miss. I anticipate it will be a pervasive play of the entire unit. Does that answer the question, or?
Well, it answers it. It may not suffice for exactly what I was looking for, but if you are planning on recompleting in a zone outside of the unit area, the unit isn't going to help you in your recompletion plans, is it?
Well, in terms of verifying where it is, I anticipate that we, in the process of doing this, we'll be utilizing the wells that are there and maybe twinning wells that are already in existence, but we will be utilizing the wells that are there to determine the potential of that zone.
But you could still utilize wells that are there if the unit was terminated and dissolved, couldn't you?
Yeah, but if it's a well that I don't know how the allocation would work in a well that's been in the unit. You take it out of the unit, how does that get handled? I'm not sure. But it's very simple, and we can move forward quickly with it the way it is. We're not going to be redefining everything, doing spacing units and all that. We can get in and move quickly and get this on production.
I understand how it would be easy for the working interest owner to go in and possibly recomplete some of these wells, but we also have to look at the mineral interest owners' correlative rights. And if you only complete a few wells in this manner and find out that another portion of the field doesn't have those reserves, how is that protective of correlative rights of the other mineral interest owners if you are sharing all that production that doesn't exist throughout the play?
Well, for me, we will see that the zone is present throughout most of the field. I am certain of that, particularly the upper Michigan Canyon. So, in the end, productions, and there may be a possibility of doing some sort of enhanced recovery down the road. We don't want to start with that, but that is still a possibility.
Were you involved in any of the negotiations on purchasing this unit?
I've been involved in the geologic assessment and evaluation of the wells, yes.
Were you aware that the order existed? The order I'm talking about is the one you're trying to amend, 31560, in which 9 wells were required to be plugged, and 5 of the wells, Liberty had indicated they were going to plug in the year 2022?
Yes, that's what we've started the presentation here today with, yes.
But you realize that it's 2023 now, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff?
Gary, along the lines of questioning that had been recently undertaken here, if you want to perforate a zone that is outside the unit may actually complicate matters because you cannot commingle that with unit production without an order of the commission. And even if you do get approval to commingle that production, the production that comes from outside the unit would not be distributed to unit owners. It would be distributed on a spacing unit basis.
But that is not what we're going to be doing here. All of our efforts are going to be within the unit.
By unit, I mean a stratigraphic interval. So if you're perforating below the unitized interval, that production cannot be commingled with unit production without an order of the commission. And even if you get that approval, that production from outside the unit still has to be distributed on a spacing unit basis.
Okay. From my perspective, yes, the units are separated by they're separate reservoirs, but they're coincident in their distribution. So what we would be pursuing within the unit anyway would be coincident reservoirs in the distribution they have. So if it's outside I think that's where the question of what is the unit defined as, is it definition that was heard here recently from the base of the last salt through the Nesson. And so I guess that's what we need to determine.
Should we take a recess and figure that out? Yeah, I think it'd be a good idea. I suggest we take a recess and get that question answered so we're talking in real terms instead of hypothetical.
All right, we will take a 5-minute recess. Be back here, or I guess how.
I looked at paragraph 6
So.
of 90.
Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Be back here at 2:13.
Do we just call back in, or?
We are back on the record in case number 29807. We were going through some questions from the commission here. Are there further questions from commission staff for this witness?
I guess no additional questions per se, but I do want to clarify that per order number 9021, the establishment of the Glass Bluff Madison unit, the unitized interval as defined on the type log for that well, or the type well for that unit, included 9050 to 9302 measured depth. And that depth range would approximate to the base of last salt to 45 feet below the Frobisher shoreline. So just the very upper portion of the Mission Canyon would be included in there, despite the reference saying the Mission Canyon and Charles formations. It's further defined by the type log as identified and that depth range as identified. That's what the actual unitized formation was on that order. And so the majority of perforations as being proposed here would appear to fall outside of that range. There are some perforations that would appear that the very upper part of some of the proposals might catch unit, but the vast majority would not. Just so we're clear is what my evaluation of that indicates.
Okay.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none, we can go on to your next witness,
Yeah.
Mr. Brown. Can you
Yes.
hear me?
He's here.
Oh, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do, yes, sir.
Thank you. Is your mic?
I do, yes, sir.
Justin, would you state your name for the record, please?
Hi, I'm Justin Brown with Rocky Top Energy.
And by whom are you employed?
Rocky Top Energy.
In what capacity?
I am the asset manager.
Okay, and you're an engineer by education and training, is that correct?
By trade, yes, sir.
Have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant engineering matters concerning the request that's before the commission today?
Yes, sir.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision some exhibits you intend to sponsor?
I have,
And
yes,
have you
sir.
satisfied yourself as to the accuracy of those exhibits?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Offer the further testimony of this witness out of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Okay. Justin, before you begin discussing the exhibits, why don't you tell us just a little bit about Rocky Top?
So Rocky Top is owned by the Staples family, who Jim used to be the superintendent of the Trans-Alaskan Pipeline. Rocky Top in general has managed, drilled over 300 wells due to water flood and management, specializes in water flood management. And due to my experience, as well as Mr. Staples and Rocky Top's experience, we have managed through operations in non-op interest, 8 different states, as well as service companies. And so water flooding in general and redeveloping in existing fields has been an experience, and I guess you would say more of a forte of Rocky Top Energy.
And does Rocky Top operate any wells in North Dakota at this time?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the economics of this project. Gary spent some time talking about the procedures and some of the zones that have the potential for recompletions. You've done some economics, have you not?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and what are those economics based on?
So the economics that are based on in this exhibit are of actually the production run of the DM Iverson 131, which is kind of one of our big test cases for Rocky Top's interest in the Glass Bluff Madison unit field.
That's not a unit well, is it?
It is.
It is a unit well, okay.
It is. And so based off our studies in there, this was the only well in the field that had appropriately perforated into the upper Mission Canyon fracture system. And actually, if you take a look in it, it perforated into 27 feet of the Mission Canyon fracture system, of which, based off our log interpretations, we would have added 85 feet of it. However, with the 27 feet, as you can see to Gary's testimony earlier, this is a well that has produced almost 57,000 barrels in almost a 20-month period, which it came out to about 111 barrels a day average in the first 20 months. And so that is something based off what we've seen in log parameters in the Iverson 131, as well as the 4 wells throughout the Glass Bluff unit that have been drilled deeper to get a full look and picture of the entire Madison group, we have noticed and identified pay in the upper and lower Mission Canyon fracture system. And so based off a lot of the testimony that you heard from Gary Cornegay, seeing that you had structure as well as more favorable log parameters, that's why we feel confident based off this well and other wells that have penetrated the entire Madison upper and lower fracture system.
Okay, and you've set forth on your exhibit E1 some gross revenue that you obtained out of that well and also some net revenue. You don't have anything here on expenses. Was it a economic venture?
It certainly was, and actually one thing that, and further, if you take a look at the net revenues, and so based off what Liberty managed and operated the field in the entirety of last year, a new well coming into a new zone would pay the whole field in 2.5 months production. So each time a new interval, if had the success of the DM1 Iverson 131, it would be able to pay the field in 2.5 months. And if you take a look at their base profits right now, that they consistently produce cash flow in the last 12 months, right now, based off infrastructures in place, a new well added at its bare minimum could actually profit at 5 barrels a day and even at $40 a barrel due to the baseline infrastructure already being taken care of.
All right, let's go to the next exhibit, Justin, Exhibit E2. Why don't you provide for us, and you don't have to read this if you just want to summarize what's contained upon it on why you believe the application should be granted. So basically a brief summary of what we presented in your conclusions.
So the GBMU unit was effective July 1st of 2001. And this field now has been in operations for over 20 years. And since its effectiveness, this is a field that's made over 3,184,462 barrels to date since being effective. And if you take a look at operations from that point to now, even not running its optimum number of wells, that still represents a considerable amount of cash flow. And based off our proposals that we've heard from Gary Cornegay in identifying into the 9 wells that are high interest due to the upper lower Mission Canyon fracture systems, as well as the Ratcliffe that has been untested in a number of these wells, we feel like this is a successful formula that not only has been performed regionally, locally, and as well as cross state lines into considerable amount of oils. And so if successful, that would be our plan, is to go to each additional well that represents having these zones untested. And as Gary pointed out earlier, you're only gaining structure as you go throughout the rest of the 9,068 acres. We would then comfortably be able to put at least 16 to 17 of these wells based off which wells we leave as injectors. And if we're able to do half the success of the average fracture systems over a 20-year period, we should be able to do something similar that what has been done since the effective date and produce close to that 3 million barrels. And able to do anything near 3 million barrels, we think obviously that's the type of field that as working interest owners, royalty owners, severance tax, is certainly worthwhile to continue to produce and apply resources, and definitely worth their time.
I don't have any other questions. I know Mr. Hicks had some questions of Mr. Cornegay, but I'm not going to try to do those. I'll just let Bruce ask those questions.
Sure. Also, Mr. Iverson, did you have any? All right. Any questions from commission staff?
Justin, this is David Tabor. Has Rocky Top submitted the Form 15, assuming, of course, that we're talking about the unit as proposed, to transfer all wells within that unit to Rocky Top?
So from my understanding that we were in the process of doing so and working the final agreement with Liberty Resources. However, we wanted to clarify on these 9 wells. That way, if we're going to be posting the bond on them, we want to know that we do have the ability to produce them in some facet and some elements before we move forward and post a significant bond.
So just to make sure I understand correctly, you're stating that Liberty would remain the operator and Rocky Top would do operations for Liberty?
So on our original agreement right now with Liberty Resources, we do have that agreement in place in the transfer of operatorship, that we would be able to work under their bond until it is fully completed with the NDIC and become the full operator.
Okay, and you understand that the commission won't transfer unit wells without all wells being transferred at once, and the bonded operator is liable for any circumstances that take place, which would be Liberty, based on what you're stating?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does Rocky Top also understand that any abandoned well to be transferred must be placed on a single well bond and the cost to plug and reclaim the well site?
Yes, and that, are you clarifying that all wells that have not been?
Any well that's in an abandonment status at the time of transfer would have to be placed on a single well bond.
Yes, sir.
And then on Exhibit 2, number 10, it states in here that Rocky Top requests the deadline of the June 1, 2023, which I'm assuming you're referring to within Order 31560, to be extended till September 1 of 2023 to bring the subject wells back on production or plugged. Are you stating that all of the requested wells in this matter, the 9 wells, would either be back on production and or plugged by September of 2023?
Yes, so our plan would be to properly, now that here we are towards the end of January, it'd give us sufficient time to A, develop, B, evaluate, perform what I consider prudent operations for log parameters, core samples, get all work done, also take into account inclement weather that we certainly could have to be able to get all 9 wells. Could it be done by the end of, before the June 1st possibly, but I think at this time it might be best to go on and ask for September 1st, 2023.
And again, I don't mean to ask that over, but essentially, I really want to make sure I'm understanding. You have a working agreement with Liberty, and in reality, all these wells in this request would essentially be under Liberty then.
For the time being, until they're transferred over, yes.
But the Form 15 hasn't been assembled or submitted yet, so does Rocky Top know when that'll take place?
We were going to do that as soon as the order would be granted, and for the reason to be here today, we were going to move forward with a Form 15 to start that process.
Okay, thank you.
Justin, I don't know if I heard your testimony quite right, but if these recompletions are successful and you're looking at potentially water flooding then?
That is a strong possibility, yes, sir.
And you understand based on our discussions earlier that that is not possible without expanding the unit?
Yes, sir.
And how does that affect the economics?
Well, it could greatly affect the economics, but one thing it would allow us to do, and having to get clarified of what is actually in the unit and what reservoirs. And so, under the interpretation I was coming into at this point, we felt like that all upper and lower Mission Canyon would be part of the unit. And therefore, we would be looking at, you asked a very good question, Mr. Hicks, earlier to Gary about the unitization process and water flooding. Well, bringing in these 2 new zones absolutely helps the existing reservoir, because in the original testimony, they gave over 50 million barrels in place. They've already, just since 2001, produced over 3.1 million in water flooding concepts without doing a full reservoir efficiency. So bringing in 2 new zones gives us the opportunity to have what is considered makeup water. It's actually properly water flood this field, I feel, to its optimum level. And so it does need makeup water versus just taking produced water from existing zones and recycling it through the field. We think that is something that we would be able to do to create better reservoir sweep efficiencies that is not being happened at this time.
I know it's very premature at this point, but if the recompletion was successful and you decided you wanted to expand the unit, what kind of time frame are you looking at?
So the time frame, and I hope I'm understanding the question correctly. Originally, our time frame is that obviously having the hearing today, based off weather, of course, is that we would finish the first completion in February, and then we would move 2 completions in March, 3 in April, and 3 in May. And that would allow us just enough time to meet the obligations that Liberty has agreed to in a previous order. And that is our best interest and intentions even as this day. However, due to certain weather that might be a little bit out of our control, as well as we are not looking at this as a retreat. We're looking at this as to expand this field, hopefully and potentially back to some of its best production. We want to develop this field in the right mechanisms. Part of that is as we develop, we need core samples analyzed. We need, as you notice, we've had two, actually three geologists that are part of this call. We want to make sure all of our log parameters, and also there's been touch bases of wells and fields in this area that Gary Cornegay has developed and has discovered. We want to make sure that between a Ratcliffe, an upper and a lower Mission Canyon fracture system, just like in the Easy Well south of here, that's made 488,000 just from those three zones, that we're setting ourselves up for success. We're setting up the NDIC and the state for severance tax, as well as the mineral rights owners, and that way we're doing a prudent plan. And that's why we asked for the September 1st, is due to things that we are not looking at this field to rush and hurry and only operate this for another year or two. We have nothing but long-term plans with this field based off the reservoirs that we have continuously been able to study. And you asked a very good question, I felt, to Mr. Harry Fuquay earlier about the marketing into Liberty. So under our knowledge, we did not know that this field was actually being marketed. We were extensively studying McKenzie County, North Dakota, for parameters that internally, we were excited about developing. And we came across the Glass Bluff unit due to other industry partners in the area. And so as we developed more and looking more into this, what we noticed is that there was 9 wells that were not being utilized by Liberty Resources in a Glass Bluff unit field that we had already acquired a well and started having success. Just roughly a little bit over 7 miles away is our Davis Federal 131. We had success putting that well on that previously was with an operator that had not done anything to this well, and it's sat idle since almost 2014. That's been a successful well for us to this date. And then here we are 7 miles north in the Glass Bluff unit. There's 9 similar wells that actually have much better log parameters than our Davis Federal 131. And at that time, Liberty did not reach out to us. It was not marketed. I called Mr. Fatness of Liberty Operating. Had never spoken to him before at that point. And at that time, we started a conversation, and that was actually on the last Tuesday of July. And at that point, moving forward, we've been aggressively analyzing and hoping that we would get to the point of being able to not just purchase, but hopefully successfully take over operations, because we think we have a long-term play here.
Okay, thank you for that. My question was, if you need to expand the unit, what kind of time frame are you looking at to do your engineering studies and, of course, the legal aspect of that and all that stuff?
I think the September 1st is going to be more than efficient time for us to get these 9 wells back into production and start developing into the other existing 11.
Okay, the existence of 2 pools, so to speak, how does that complicate or affect your economics for recompleting these wells?
So from recompleting, if you actually go back to the DM Iverson 131 and you take a look at its performance history, from an economic standpoint, certainly from an operator standpoint, it's going to be a much lower cost, to answer your question, if you have it into a unit. Because you've got certain reservoir sweep efficiencies, you've got water being able to benefit wells. You've got 3 primary wells right now in this field that still have good production, going for the Missouri Unit 1, the Erickson number 1, and the Hicks number 1. And these wells do benefit from water being put back into this field in water flooding capacities. So we would want to be able to keep that and also keep an infrastructure that is in place. And ultimately, as we're able to expand into new zones, to answer your question, with these type of productions, even at a third of what the DM Iverson 131 was able to perform, those are going to be more than sufficient economics for us to be encouraged to keep going. Not only to keep going to these 9, but actually, reevaluate and perform as many completions in and amongst the 20 existing wells, and then go over and look at the entirety of the 9,000 acres that you have many locations that there are opportunities for infill, especially on these type of economics, as well as replacement wells, ultimately, and the ability to increase the infrastructure, which, I think that, is very valuable of having a unit, is maximizing. You're able to maximize all your costs, maximize your facilities, and as you're continuing to bring in new reservoirs, you're actually able to upgrade facilities. I know as a surface owner myself, those are things that I would want done on a property, not just from a mineral rights and a cash flow standpoint on monthly, but this allows us to continue to increase facilities, which in turn drops our cost due to effectiveness and efficiencies.
Do you know what, what condition the surface facilities are in this unit?
I do. I've been to every well in this field multiple times.
And what's your viewpoint on that?
Some are in better condition than others.
This require a capital investment, I assume?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So Justin, you're talking about water injection. First of all, what, would you continue to try to develop the reserves only within the unit and try to reintroduce water as a water injection enhanced recovery project?
I think you have to reintroduce new water to be able to get the makeup water, because as it currently stands, I don't think that there's sufficient enough makeup water going into the field to reach its optimal production even as of today. So that would be one of the first things that we want to be able to, not just new completions, but we do need to evaluate makeup water to be able to try and complete more effective reservoir sweeps.
Okay, that went beyond what I was asking, but I asked if you would develop this within the unit only.
Yes, I think that.
Will Rocky Top, we have a unit here. We know that a lot of the potential that you guys talked about is below the unitized formation. There's been talk that you had that you said you want to flood this, that it's very critical that you go in and you flood it all. You're not going to be able to flood it if it's below the unitized boundary.
We would not be able to flood the new existing completion zones
Right.
if they're outside. Yes, sir. That's
So
correct.
my question is, would you continue to try to recomplete these wells only within the unitized formation?
So we would actually still try to complete the zones, obviously with NDIC approvals, and see how we can still go after the new zones that we have targeted, as well as abilities to increase the existing, I guess you would say, facilities and water flood operations.
I think you said no to my question then,
I don't think so.
because you said you would continue to go after the other zones
But the new
and
other,
try to complete them. My question was only in the unitized formation.
I think the new zones would actually give you new water to be able to place into the existing infrastructure.
Again, you're not answering my question. I'm talking only the unitized formation within the Glassbluff-Madison unit.
Yes, sir.
Would you continue your quest to go in and recomplete these wells only in the unitized formation if you were not allowed to, since the lower portions are not part of the unitized formation?
Well, I think from understanding that there are a lot of target zones in our plan in the Ratcliffe, so we would be able to go into many of the wells in the Ratcliffe and complete it, so yes, we would.
So back in July, you said that you contacted Mr. Fadness, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was July of '22.
Yes, sir.
Did he inform you at that time that there was an order out there requiring them to obligations to plug certain wells during that year?
So it wasn't Mr. Fadness that he quickly put me with one of their representatives shortly within a week. And at that point in time, they did let us know that that was part of the due diligence that they were upfront on, that we would have to then be taking on the obligation of plugging.
Okay, and you also indicated that you scheduled this hearing because you wanted to take care of those 9 wells that was in the order that were required to be plugged. I found out about this a few weeks ago, that you were trying to do a transfer, and I said, get it on the docket. So have you ever talked to anybody from the commission?
Yeah, absolutely. Jared Toon, and actually the conversation so we had is that we were under the impression that we could turn these wells into production, and then he quickly let our team know that you would have to have a hearing to do so, and so we quickly had it put on the docket at that.
When was that you had that conversation?
It would have had to have been in November, possibly. possibly December.
Then why wasn't this docketed sooner?
In November, December, and here we are in January. I think we put it on the docket as soon as possible.
So if you have all these plans to go in and perforate zones outside the unit area, how is that protecting the correlative rights of the mineral interest owners if you end up only producing a portion of the field?
So at that point, from my understanding, you would have to set up a whole new revenue deck. You would also have to set up new tank battery separators. And at that point, if it's outside the unit, it would have to fall under spacing requirements, which I understand the Madison would probably be about 160 acres.
Is Rocky Top prepared to install new tank batteries to
Yes.
produce from this other zone?
Yes.
Have you looked at the performance of the Bluff Madison unit and the enhanced recovery project itself?
Yes, I have.
Do you think that there's been any incremental production?
It still cash flows to this day with only 3 full-time producers. It still cash flows at this point.
It can still cash flow without having any enhanced recovery, right?
I understand that with the water that's going into it, it's probably seeing a little bit of benefit, but it is cash flowing.
Have you looked at any individual wells to see if there was an increase in hydrocarbon due to the water flood?
I have not had that study done. We are, not being the operator at this time, I don't have the leeway to go in there and start testing.
No, but there's production out there, and wouldn't you look at the performance of wells offsetting injection wells to see if there was any enhanced recovery recovered in those offsetting producing wells?
Well, I do think you are making a lot of water in each of the wells that are producing, but keep in mind, you've only got 3 main full-time producers at different parts of this field.
Is this a highly fractured zone, this unitization area?
Yes.
And how about the other zones? When you were talking about the Iverson well, I think there was some talk about it being highly fractured. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Is that a good candidate for water flooding when it's highly fractured?
Well, it certainly could provide makeup water for the other zones that are in the current existing water flood.
That's not my question. My question is a highly fractured zone, is that a reservoir that you would want to perform enhanced recovery operations on, like a water flood?
It's certainly possible. I mean, especially with a history of making over 3,181,000 barrels in a little over a 20-year period.
So the additional water that you would inject, how would you believe that would benefit the unit?
Well, I mean, first off, the more water you're potentially moving through there, you're actually filling more void space. With filling more void space, theoretically, you should be gaining more energy. And with more energy and filling more void space and putting wells back on, I think you'd put yourself in a good position to see an increase in production.
But if you've got a highly fractured zone that's not allowing the oil to become movable within it, and you're just moving water, it's not going to be a very productive and profitable proposition, is it?
I don't see how it's going to hurt you at this point when you're already cash flowing. I mean, you're already moving more water through the rock. I think at that point you got a chance to get more mobile oil.
How are you going to move the water? Are you going to truck it?
Well, if it's still in the unit, you actually got...
I didn't hear that part.
So if it's into the unit, you can have lines over to the injector to be able to inject it into the reservoir.
Have you checked out the gathering system in this field?
I have, yes, sir. Some of these you do have to truck it over to the injectors.
It was my understanding all of the water is trucked to the injection wells at this time.
I guess it would be part of our plan to be able to have it injected over there and replace lines.
So Rocky Top would be willing to go in and replace lines or
And-
utilize the existing ones?
And part of what I mentioned earlier is if we were able to bring in new zones with those type of economics, that we would be willing to upgrade facilities and infrastructures in place.
Are you aware that the commission has condemned the gathering system within the field because of all the leaks in the past?
I'm not.
Have you looked at the costs of that would be required to plug these wells and restore the sites?
I'm well aware of it, yes, sir.
What's your estimate for the entire field if it had to be plugged and reclaimed?
I think you would be north of 2.5 million.
What is the current bond requirement?
Current bond requirement with the unitization is close to 2.5.
And do you know how that was arrived at?
I think that they gave the 9 wells 2.4, and then I think it's $100,000 for the bonding of a unitization in North Dakota.
How many wells are in the unit?
20 wells at this time.
Okay, so wouldn't it be probably close to double that to plug in and reclaim all the sites?
Well, the AFE that I have in the records is that they felt like they could plug and reclaim for about $100,000 a well.
Did you read the commission order that said that it would be approximately that just to plug the well?
No, sir.
Were you aware that the commission went in and plugged 20-some wells with CARES Act money?
Yes, sir.
And did you read that order that indicated in there that it was $79,000 a well for the commission to plug 22 wells on the average, and a little over $100,000 to reclaim the sites? When an operator takes over a property, the commission doesn't want to just make sure that it's profitable to produce the wells. The last thing we want is somebody to come in, produce the wells, and then say, hey, we're done, you can plug them now. And then we end up with a $5 million liability. How could the commission be protected from that happening in this case?
Well, I think with a specialty bond put in place, puts up 2.4 just to the field.
Why wouldn't the commission have full bonding for every well?
I can't answer that.
Are you aware that many of the wells had power removed from them? Not only just power, but the power poles were actually physically removed from the system?
Yes, I've seen wells out there that do have electricity, and then some other wells that are run on the Ajax motors.
How about these 9 that you want to re-enter? Are all the facilities up to par where you're going to be able to just go in and start producing again?
Not all of them.
What are they missing?
Some of them are missing pumping units, some of them are missing treaters, some of them are missing electricities.
Have you talked to the REC in the area?
No, sir.
How do you know that they're willing to go back in and return the power back to some of these sites where they've removed them?
Well, at a minimum, what we would do is run out, if not, we'd run on an Ajax motor.
What would you run on?
Well, either gasoline or propane. With the
Have you
natural
run the
gas that's
economics
produced.
on that to find out what it would cost?
Sir?
Have you run economics on it to find out what that cost would be?
Well, we've run Ajax motors in North Dakota in the same county. And so we're aware of what our costs are from running on natural gas as well as having to switch over for propane.
If the commission were to entertain or consider a transfer of operations to Rocky Top, would Rocky Top commit to terminating the unit?
I think that's something we would have to consider.
Yeah, thank you.
Just to provide some clarity for the record on a couple, or on one specific item that Bruce asked about. Rocky Top was initially provided order number 31560 on October 17th, 2022. And an email was sent to Justin Brown and Harry Fuqua, sorry on the last name, on November 1st, reaching out asking if they will be submitting any bonding or transfer paperwork.
In light of some of the testimony and where we're at with this right now, I am going to ask for one supplemental exhibit identifying specifically what has been discussed as Ratcliffe potential
Yes, sir.
in these wells. And on that, I would like specifically for it to include a base of last salt top, as well as what you're identifying as your Ratcliffe potential on the wells that you're identifying Ratcliffe potential on.
Yes, sir.
Do you want that on a log or?
Yeah, on a log similar to what was provided on these G exhibits.
Just for one well or? For all 9 wells?
It'd be best on all 9, just to make sure we're all on the same page with what the proposal might include.
Yeah, this is Gary Forney. We do have logs on all wells. We have evaluated the Ratcliffe on those wells. Some look better than others, but yeah, we can do that. We've got 5 wells that have not been tested in the Ratcliffe of the 9.
Okay, we'll get you that. February 3rd.
The record will remain open until February 3rd for that supplement. Are there further questions from commission staff?
Justin, I had one more. Your economics page, your exhibit, exhibit 1, that is based on your proposal fracture intervals. Do you have some, or can you provide something for if it was, as Richard was talking about, the Ratcliffe, as well included with having to put new production equipment and lines and so on to actually operate the wells?
We can have that performed and sent to you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
February 3rd, an additional supplement. Any further questions from staff?
You know, there's one comment I want to make. I know, Lawrence, you said that you had Liberty available. I hope that they're listening, but one of the paragraphs in Order 31-560, paragraph 21, indicated that Liberty agreed to plug and abandon certain abandoned wells, including the Johnson 21-3 and Lassie Lindsay #1 wells in the year 2022. And I'm really disappointed that they didn't contact us and tell us their plans to do some of this stuff rather than have us find out later in a transfer. Communication is key in almost everything that we do, and when we find about it later, you know, a lot of time has passed now, and now we end up with, instead of them committing to plug 5 wells in the year 2022, we have 0 plugged. And it's really disappointing, especially with the past history on this. We've had numerous cases where we've talked about the termination of the unit. We gave time and time again to get the unit operations going. It started with an air injection program, and as far as I'm concerned, nothing has really worked. And now we end up with a unit that looked like it was finally going to get plugged, and it's not the case. And I don't know if Rocky Top has really done more than just a cursory look at what it's going to cost to do all this stuff. There's a lot of infrastructure that needs to be replaced. So
I'll certainly pass those concerns along to Liberty.
I think one other thing to point out in my questioning that I was asking until if the commission were to approve the transfer, where Justin, you indicated that you'd be doing work essentially on behalf of Liberty until that takes place. I think that the commission would need something, whether that comes in with the Form 15 or even in this hearing, that Liberty understands liability to that, and that they're liable for any situations that take place until that Form 15 is transferred, if that's going to be transferred.
Yes, sir.
Any further questions from commission staff?
And just so Rocky Top is aware, any work that is gonna be done out there, especially on the 9 wells that you've talked about, we would wanna make sure that you get prior approval from us before you go out and do any of that.
Absolutely. Our plan was to go through Liberty for all sundry notices because they're still the active operator for approval.
But I just want to make sure that Rocky Top is certain that if they are told, if Rocky Top is told that, well, we don't need approval to do that because we're in the same unit.
Correct.
In the same unitization interval,
Yes, sir.
we want to know about it, whatever you're going to be doing. I don't care what it is, we need to know.
Absolutely.
Has Rocky Top, and I know one of the mineral owners and surface owners is present today, but has Rocky Top spoken with Liberty and or reached out to the surface owner or Liberty owners to see what concerns they have, as well as some past history of concern?
We have not. We've only spoken to one surface owner in passing, and typically, our policy is until we take over operator, we don't like to necessarily move in on certain surface owners or mineral rights owners until we do take over, then introduce ourselves fullest to see what we can do to not only best operate the wells, but develop the relationship with the surface owners. That's just an internal policy we've always had.
Further questions from staff? Seeing none? Anything further on behalf of
Nothing further.
your plan? Mr. Iverson, opportunity for testimony. So, before we have you ready to testimony, I'm going to swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm on penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter is true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir, I do. Presentation I'm passing around is all just regurgitated information from NDIC's own files, so it might be redundant to you folks. What I had, on page 2 there, the timeline that I put together, again, is just all regurgitated information from your files, and I've got all copies of all those. I did not pass those out, because again, it may be redundant for you. I guess it is the contention of, obviously, the 4 wells, my brother and I, which are trustees in our land, are obviously the 4 Iverson-named wells. We would like you to see to go back to 29807, which was the plug and reclaim. That's what we would definitely like to see. From that timeline, as you all can see, it's been 40 years of battles. The files are full of letters from yourselves to the operators. No production for 12 months. What's the plan? Spills. There was a huge spill in Oryx when they had it in 1990. Dumped a whole bunch of salt water down the creek, which is the 1-31 that we're referencing here today. In pictures coming up, you'll see a picture where there's still a hole in the dike where that emergency pit was at, still going down into the creek. I guess our contention is that this field has outlived its useful purposes. And of course, I don't have any of the technical data that's been presented here so far. All we can go off is the factual data that we've had through practical experiences of being surface owners. The third page is again, from your own information. I thought that was interesting how they've referenced here earlier today the great production that occurred in the first 6-7 years. Since then, not so much. As was mentioned earlier, maybe that bump there in 04, 05 was that when the air injection was attempted, and then they ended up blowing the roof of the air injection building 10 feet off the walls. And that, again, another case in point how further enhancement has not worked in this field. And then from then on, just different production, how in the last 8 years there has been zero production, 90 months on some, 80 some months on others. For the Iverson wells, at least, there's been no production. And in the years prior, 2 barrels a day, barrel and a half a day on these different wells. And I've provided some pictures that I've taken on the 12th or the 10th of December. The first set of pictures from the Iverson 131. I mean, obviously been addressed. There's going to be significant capital expenses required. You know, I pick that insulation and off the treaters out of my pasture all the time. There's no pumping. There's no heads in the pumping units. There's the bottom picture there. There's no fence around the tank battery. Again, there's a hole in the dike going right off the edge of the location into that emergency pit that Oryx did when they had that huge spill down our creek, which has 2 live water springs that we water our livestock with. So that's my major concern. For 200 yards, for years and years, it was totally dead. Again, the next item, the A1, shows a picture of the road. There's been nothing going down that road except rabbits for I don't know how long. No one's been down there. That location is down at the bottom of a draw. Some of our best stuff as far as grass production and and it's for 8, 9, 10 years. All there's is just a wellhead, not even fenced out. The next well is the C1A. Again, it's looked just like this for 8, 9, 10 years easily. No well production. There's no room on that location for a tank battery. I don't know how that would come to fruition. Again, no protection around the wellhead. Finally, the Lindsay Iverson one, same situation. And then after the wells, we get to the fall of 2017 when Liberty, I believe his name was Chris Clark, called me from Denver saying they were going to saltwater flood this field in the summer of 17. And the top picture there is from the bottom side down this creek that Oryx spilled all the salt water in 1990. So that's on the bottom side of what was reclaimed. The bottom picture is the wintertime picture of what that leak did. And then the next page is further the next spring of 2018. And just in the bottom of that is just an example of, and that's not even all the dirt that it took to remediate that disaster, in my opinion. I know Alan Lassie sat right here in October of 21 with me, and you're dealing with 40-year-old infrastructure items here. You can see what happens when that gets put back into use. As surface owners, we don't need that headache any longer. It's been 40 years of battling this, in our opinions, and yeah, I guess it's just, to be redundant, it's obvious. And then finally, I went on Rocky Top's website, and I tried calling. No one answered the phone. There's no address for Wollaston. There's no Wollaston office address. And I know it might be nitpicking, but from a logistical surface owner's perspective, that bottom picture shows a picture of the fence of their location. All 3 wires are laying on the ground. You know, as far as cattle operators, we don't need that kind of help. We've got enough fencing to do with our own 80-year-old fences that we have to deal with on our existing facilities, right? And I know this, it's factual. This land is my 401k. These dead wells, junky wells, in my opinion, they detract from my 401k, my family's 401k, what I get to pass down to my daughters. That's the reality of what we've had to deal with here for so many decades. And I guess I'm asking for, let's put this thing to bed. And if the production can be that great, let's start over. Because again, from that spill in 17, using 40-year-old infrastructure does not work out very well. So, I appreciate your time and your understanding, and my testimony is not nearly technologically advanced as what we've heard before, but for those of us on the ground out there, it's been a long road. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would you offer the exhibits then into the record?
Yes, please.
Any objection?
The last, well, just, no,
Mr.
no,
Bender?
not yet.
Any objection?
I don't have any, yeah, no
Okay.
objection. I don't have any questions, but I may want to call a witness back to address something.
Okay, the exhibits are admitted. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Iverson. We'll let you get the last word here, Mr. Bender.
Okay, I just want to recall the previous witness. Did you want to respond to the testimony that was given on the last exhibit?
Yes, sir, I certainly did. It looks like a picture of during a frac job on one of our existing wells that it appears Mr. Iverson went and took a picture of. Do you know the name of this location?
That's the 131, straight north of the 131, between 131 and the Hicks facility.
I'm sorry, on the very last picture, I'm talking about a rocky top.
This one here.
That was the Rocky Top Energy LLC website.
Correct, but do you know the name of this particular?
You guys didn't, it was not.
Okay. So you did not actually go take this picture yourself?
No, it's off their own website.
Correct. Okay. However, I do want to point out to the commission, that is actually Mr. Minnow's surface location, who did not have any cattle in that pasture at that time, and gave us the full permission to take the fence down as we brought everything in. That way we could get full utilization of the pad, which we had full permission to do, which made our job a lot easier. And he was certainly nice enough to grant us the permission to do that during the completion phase. And once again, this is a well that had been online over 30 years with very limited production that Rocky Top was able to restore to a cash flow, which it was a part-time producer, is now a full-time economic well. So I do want you to know that we had full permission to take down that fence, and we wouldn't take a fence down without full permission. And you did also bring up an Oryx spill. And was that in 2017? What year was the Oryx spill?
1990.
Okay.
Anything further, Mr. Bender?
That's it.
The record will remain open until February 3rd for that supplement. If there's nothing further, that will. Oh, sorry, the commission. Any questions for Mr. Iverson?
Matt, you had indicated that if they have to start over, then they should do that. You've heard a lot of testimony here where Rocky Top has plans to try to bring production back on some of these wells by completing in zones that have not been perforated prior. Some of the wells were on your minerals, I believe, they're Iverson wells. If they had that opportunity and you had a possibility of getting additional revenue from that, is that something that you think would be in your best interest?
Given the history of this field, no, it's not worth the battle from what we've been exposed to anyway, historically.
If it could be done in a prudent and safe manner, and parties were assured that they had the proper supervision, is that, I'm just wanting to know, you already said that, they need to start over, so it sounded like you had other opportunities that you would be interested in seeing.
I apologize for that. I should have followed up my thought on it. My thought process, if they have to start over and do all that infrastructure, I question the economic feasibility. I was only a banker for about 10 years, so maybe I don't have all the data, but it would seem to me, given what we've gone through for spills, leaks, all the above, the infrastructure requirements that would be required, the capital expenditures, would seem like given how the field as a general production has slid throughout the decades, I don't know how that can be economically possible, but of course, I haven't done the studies, so that's just opinion.
Okay, I'll put my mic on this time and say that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff?
Matt, just to ask that, I guess slightly different, would there be any circumstance or situation in which you would be okay with it? If that is complete new facility, I mean, what circumstance would you be okay with it? And if you want period, that's fine.
At the moment, at the moment, I don't know what that situation would be.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, anything further, Mr. Iverson?
No, thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 29807. Moving on. Case number 29740, in the matter of a hearing called on a motion of the commission to consider the application of Eagle Operating, Inc., requesting that 31 Operating LLC be removed as operator of a Munson number 1 well, file number 13076, located in the southeast quarter of the northwest quarter of Section 15, Township 162 North, Range 92 West, Burke County, ND, Black Slough Field, and that Eagle Operating Inc. be replaced as operator thereof, and for such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
You're the only person in this meeting. Please stay on the line. To turn off the music, press 1.
Hello, this is Nick.
Did I hand those out to you earlier? Eagle?
I don't think so.
Eagle has not landed. I'm gonna, for some reason, oh, here they are. Okay.
Been one of those days.
Panicking here. What's that? Okay, whatever you want. Nick, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, sorry about that. I pulled the exhibits out and I was looking for them in the box, so.
We have read it into the record,
Okay.
so you can start
Thank you,
whenever
Mr.
you're
Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter on behalf of Eagle Operating, Inc. We'll have one witness, Mr. Nicholas Timm, T-I-M-M.
All right, Mr. Tim, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Nick, by whom are you employed?
Eagle Operating
In what capacity?
as a district superintendent.
Nick, have you testified before the commission previously?
No.
What I'd like you to do, Nick, is just briefly highlight for us your educational background and work experience.
I'm vocationally trained, been in the oil and gas industry for 15 years.
Okay, and how long you been doing work for Eagle?
Be just about a year coming up.
Okay. And in preparation for today's hearing, have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision some exhibits that you intend to sponsor?
Yes.
And have you satisfied yourself as to the accuracy of those exhibits?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness out of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Nick, let's, I assume you have a packet in front of you of the exhibits?
Yes.
Okay, let's skip the cover page and go to what should be marked as Exhibit 1. I'm trying to find it on here. Yeah, there it is. Can you tell me what Exhibit 1 is?
Exhibit 1 is the field or the map of the area that we're looking at.
So it's a field map that shows the field that we're interested in as well as some other fields in the area. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then let's go to the next exhibit, Exhibit 2. Can you tell us what that is?
That is the actual section that this well is in.
Okay. And then let's go to Exhibit 3. Tell us what that is.
That is a plat map of where the well is at inside that
Okay.
section.
Then let's go to Exhibit 4, and you don't need to go through all of this. I think you can kind of skip permit number, location, that sort of thing. And why don't you talk a little bit about who the original operator was, who drilled this well, and how it came to be of an interest to Eagle Operating.
It was drilled in the 90s by Brochette Engineering Management. It's in 1991. It accumulated 20,000 barrels of oil, or 2,700 barrels of gas, 200,000 barrels of water. 31 operating was the last operator's file. And 21, we had a judgment against them. They weren't paying their minerals to this. Then the NBIC confiscated it in the 2022 or 20, and then we released it from there, or released it back November 1st of 2022.
Okay, so let me try to summarize that. You went pretty quick. The owners of the minerals got a judgment against 31 Operating because they weren't making royalty payments. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you foreclosed on the judgment and basically took over the equipment to satisfy the judgment. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you also, the court also canceled the leases from the mineral owners, and then those mineral owners executed new leases in favor of Eagle Operating. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so at this point in time, Eagle Operating owns the leasehold estate in and under this tract, as well as the equipment on the site. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
Okay, and your request, or Eagle's request in this matter, is to have operating, back up, the property was confiscated by the Industrial Commission from 31 Operating, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and your request, or Eagle's request, is to transfer operatorship of the confiscated operatorship to Eagle Operating, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit 5, and if this application is granted, perhaps you can tell us just what Eagle has in mind for this property.
Well, once we're under operatorship, we need to go out and kind of fix up the location a little bit, make sure all the production is satisfied, or production equipment is in satisfactory order. We think it has a hole in the tubing from what we understand from the last operator. So we'll be going in and repairing that and getting the well back up online.
What was the well producing before it was shut in by 31 Operating?
It looked like an average on the NDIC website when it wasn't down, but it holds right around that 5 to 6 barrels a day for oil and about 50 to 60 water.
And does Eagle Operating believe that taking over the well and doing the operations that you have on Exhibit 5 will be an economic venture so that it will result in oil being produced in paying quantities?
Yes, because as it looked before, if they kept it on long enough, it looks like it would. The oil cut comes up, the water cut comes down, becomes more economic as long as you get it going and produce it well.
Okay. And if operatorship is ultimately transferred to Eagle, and the well reaches its economic life, will Eagle properly plug the well and restore the site?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Offer the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
First, I'd like to point out the commission has not confiscated this well. It's still 31 Operating as well.
Oh, I apologize. I thought it was confiscated.
No, it was subject to a confiscation hearing, but we carved it out.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
And then the director was given the authority to issue an administrative order to confiscate it in the future if they wanted to.
I must have missed the part where you carved it out.
When does Eagle propose to get on the well and start working on it?
As soon as possible. We have a rig up in the area right now. We have a couple production wells to get up and going. We have a plug well we need to work on, and we'll be in there. So I would say within the first 6 months of having it, that we should be up and going on. And we want to go and test it right away. We don't know if it has a hole in the tubing. That's what we assume is wrong. That's what they told us. But I mean, we will figure that out as soon as it's ours and then move accordingly.
Does Eagle have any objection to furnishing a full cost plugging and reclamation bond to transfer this well?
We are willing to single well bond it if needed. Yes.
And then in the Memer case, I'll refer to, where we did something similar to some of these wells.
Is that murmur? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Memer.
Oh, I thought it was murmur.
The commission went through and explained in that order how the Form 15 process would work, and I would assume that we would have a similar process in this case.
I really think you ought to reconsider that for this case. As I recall, in the Murmur case, you had an operator who had no other assets in the state of North Dakota, and they came and wanted to pick up a well that was a 31 operating well. Here you have Eagle Operating, Inc., a longtime operator in the state of North Dakota, has other properties. But certainly, we wouldn't stand in the way if the commission insisted that that still be in place, but we would request that the commission give it some other consideration.
Are you talking about the bond or the process to transfer the well?
The bond.
Okay. I assume you have no objection to the process to transfer the well?
No, absolutely not.
Lawrence,
Okay.
I do want to point out that the commission rules under 43020315 require any abandoned well to have a full single well bond before we can transfer from one operator to another.
And there's a provision in the rules that says you can grant an exception if you can prevent waste, protect oral rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells.
Have you requested an exception in this case?
I'm requesting it now, because I didn't know
You're
that that
amending
was
your
going to be a
application.
requirement.
Okay, thanks.
I don't have any other questions, thanks.
I mean, it's obviously not going to deter us wanting to get this well back on production, but
Thank you, Nick. Lynn Helms here. I'm looking at your Exhibit 1. Maybe you could point out fairly quickly and in summary-wise what else you operate in the area. I'm seeing lots of plugged and abandoned wells around here and just this one well. Do you have other operations in the area, in the surrounding fields?
Yes, we have one in the Black Slough, the OS, EM OS, which would be, I don't know exactly the number of it right off the top of my head. I could find it for you, but it is in the Black Slough field. We operate one there. We also have a disposal off to the east of Lignite, Earl Schwartz, SWD, or Gopher Earl Schwartz. We operate that as well. And then in within the county over, obviously we have 15 wells over there within close distance of these.
So if I got that right, you've got one other producer in the Black Slough field, a disposal well in Lignite, and then most of your operations would be to the east in Renville County?
Renville, and then we also have operations down in the Foreman Butte field as well, in Alexandria.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none? Anything further on this matter, Mr. Bender?
nothing further.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 29740. Let's go down. Case number 29810. Application of Crescent Point Energy U.S. Corp. For an order amending the field rules for the Zoll and/or Blue Ridge Bakken Pool, Williams County, ND, so as to create and establish space units comprised of sections 25 and 36. Township 159 North, Range 101 West, and sections 30 and 31, Township 159 North, Range 100 West, sections 27, 28, 33, and 34, sections 28, 29, 32, and 33, and sections 29, 30, 31, and 32, Township 159 North, Range 100 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units of each proposed overlapping 25-60 acre spacing unit, and such other relief. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Hello. Hi, is this Crescent Point? Okay, okay. Okay, just a moment, I'm going to put you on the speaker. Mr. Examiner, Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in case number 29810 on behalf of Crescent Point Energy U.S. Corp. We'll have three witnesses. Derek Pym will be offering some land testimony. Mr. Daniel, oh boy, Lee. Can you help me with your name, Daniel?
LaHoulier.
Say it again.
LaHoulier.
Could you hear it?
LaHoulier?
Okay.
That's correct.
Yep, and then our engineering witness will be Marshall Duig. Is that correct, Marshall?
Yeah, Marshall.
Okay.
All right. We'll begin with Mr. Pym. Mr. Pym, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Derek, state your full name for the record, please.
Derek Pym,
And Derek, by whom are you employed?
Crescent Point Energy,
In what capacity?
landman.
And that capacity you testified before the commission had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
I have.
For the further testimony, this witness that of an expert.
Testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Derek, let's quickly go to Exhibit 1 in the packet. Can you very briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
Yeah, you bet. This is a general locator map for a proposed 2560 acre spacing.
Okay, Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2 is 1280 portion of that 2560. This is sections 25 and 36, working interest of Crescent Point.
Exhibit 3.
And Exhibit 3 is the other half of that, the working interest for Crescent Point in 30 and 31.
Exhibit 4.
And Exhibit 4 shows the proposed 2560 working interest for Crescent Point in those sections.
Okay, and then Exhibit 5.
Exhibit 5 is another proposed 2560 acre spacing in the Blue Ridge field.
Exhibit 6.
Exhibit 6 is 28 and 33 working interest for Crescent Point, which would be half of that proposed 2560.
Exhibit 7.
The other half here in Exhibit 7 is 27 and 34, and Crescent Point working interest identified there.
Exhibit 8.
And Exhibit 8 completes that proposed 2560 acre spacing with Crescent Point working interest notified there.
Okay, then let's go to Exhibit 9.
Exhibit 9 would be another proposed 2560 acre spacing in Blue Ridge field.
Exhibit 10.
This is going to be half of that proposed 2560 of 29 and 32, sections 29 and 32.
And Exhibit 11.
Exhibit 11 will be the other half of the 2560, which would consist of sections 28 and 33.
Okay, and Exhibit 12.
And Exhibit 12 will show the full working interest for Crescent Point in that proposed 2560 of sections 28, 29, 32, and 33.
Okay, and then let's go to 13.
13 is going to be another proposed 2560 acre spacing unit in the Blue Ridge field.
14.
14 will show half of that 2560 acre spacing unit being 30 and 31.
15.
And the other half here shown with sections 29 and 32.
And then 16.
And then this will show the full proposed 2560 acre spacing unit working interest for Crescent Point in 29, 30, 31, and 32.
And in those situations where Crescent Point has less than a majority interest, will Crescent Point have discussions with other working interest owners to determine who should be the operator?
Yes, sir.
Okay, no further questions of the land witness.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we can move on to Mr. LaHoulier. Can you hear me?
I can hear you again.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Dan, will you, by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Crescent Point Energy Corp.
In what capacity?
I'm staff geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously and had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Dan, let's go to Exhibit 17, very briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Can you spell his last name, please?
Oh, sure, Lehouillier.
Correct. Okay, on the exhibit here, I'm showing a structure map. This is the sub-sea level structure on the middle Bakken top. So the top sitting right below the upper Bakken shale, the upper source rock. We use this structure map in landing our well in our target zone. I've indicated the location of the lease lines in the dashed dark green, and also note the locations of our type wells. These are the vertical logs, vertical wells with core that we use to make our reservoir property analysis, which you will see on the next slide. So this is my type well. This is our type log for the area. This is Step 4. On the left track, you can see the gamma ray. I've shaded the total organic carbon. You can see that in the green shading. So what I'm showing here is the upper and lower Bakken source rock that provides the hydrocarbon for our target zone, which I have shaded in the gray, the middle Bakken target. And this is where we target our wells, emanate our completions. So I've summarized in the bottom table the top and base of our target zone and some reservoir properties for our OYP calculations.
Okay, no further questions of the geologic witness.
Any questions from commission staff?
Daniel, looking at your exhibit 18, just want to point out you've got a call out there for the Bakken pool for the Blue Ridge field, which would not go down to the top of the Bird Bear. And I guess the current Bakken pool definition there would be the 50 feet above the top of the Bakken to 50 feet below the top of the Three Forks. Just for future exhibits.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further from staff? Seeing none. Mr. Doig, can you hear me?
Yep, you bet.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Marshall, by whom are you employed?
Crescent Point Energy Corp.
In what capacity?
Senior Development Engineer.
And you've testified before the commission previously and had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and could you spell your last name for one of the staff members?
Yeah, you bet. It's D-O-I-G. Doig.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Okay. Marshall, let's go to Exhibit 19. Can you identify that exhibit and very briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
You bet, Lauren. So this exhibit and a couple of the ones following it will be very similar in format. The proposed lease line is that it's denoted in the black dashed line. All the other orange dashed lines will be proposed middle Bakken offsetting it. And then the orange squares is where this suggested surface pad location will be for the wells shown in that exhibit.
Okay, Exhibit 20.
Exhibit 20, we're looking, again, similar legend, where the lease line is denoted in the black dash line, and this one is specific to the Charlotte Elizabeth.
Exhibit 21.
Again, identical. The black line is representing the lease line, and this one being the Emerson Clare.
Exhibit 22.
You bet. And again, that lease line being the black dash line, and this one for the Chase Douglas.
And Exhibit 23.
Yeah, and this will be applicable to all the lease line wells that we previously discussed in the exhibits prior. But again, just our well-designed 958 surface, 7-inch intermediate, and then the 4.5 being brought back to about that 40 degree.
And Exhibit 24.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out that the working interest shown in this table is just representative of a 100% working interest well for an assumption, but the lease lines will not be 100% working interest, obviously. So what we're looking at the top to bottom, just the proposed well, Middle Bakken, some reserve properties there, specific to these lease line wells. Gross economics kind of in the middle there. Again, just note that that's representative of 100% working interest. And then just some parameters in terms of reservoir at the bottom there, in the bottom table.
And Exhibit 25, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of hearings?
You bet, Lawrence. Very familiar. Yeah.
No further questions. Excuse me, I do have a couple more questions. In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none? Anything further in this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 29810. Moving on. Case number 29811, application of Crescent Point Energy U.S. Corp. For an order amending the field rules for the Little Muddy and/or Winterbakken Pool, Williams County, ND, so as to create and establish two overlapping 25-60 acre spacing units comprised of sections 1 and 12, Township 158 North, Range 101 West, and sections 6 and 7, Township 158 North, Range 100 West, and sections 15, 16, 21, and 22, Township 158 North, Range 101 West. Authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units of each proposed overlapping 25-60 acre spacing unit and such other relief. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in this matter, case 29811, on behalf of Crescent Point Energy. We'll have three witnesses, same three witnesses as the previous case.
All right, Mr. Pym, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Derek, Exhibit 1.
Exhibit 1 is a proposed 25 60-acre spacing unit for the sections 6, 7, and 112 as identified there.
Exhibit 2.
And Exhibit 2 breaks that down, so the 1280 of that 2560 of 1 and 2 with the working interest for Crescent Point.
Exhibit 3.
And the other half of that would be the 1280 acres spacing of 6 and 7 to complete that 2560 proposed.
Exhibit 4.
And if we put all those together, all four, creating that proposed 2560 acre spacing and the working interest identified for Crescent Point.
Okay. Exhibit 5.
Exhibit 5 is the proposed 2560 acre spacing in the Little Muddy general locator map for Crescent Point.
Exhibit 6.
And this would be half of that proposed 2560 with sections 16 and 21.
Exhibit 7.
And the working interest for sections 15 and 22, completing that proposed 2560.
And then finally, Exhibit 8.
And Exhibit 8 would show the working interest for Crescent Point of all four, sections 15, 16, 21, and 22.
No further questions.
Any questions from commission staff? Seeing none? Mr. Lehulier, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Dan, Exhibit 9.
This is a structure map of sea level, Middle Bakken, showing a climb structurally to the northwest. Location of lease blind wells in dash lines, primary type log in the orange star, and secondary type log which are used for the thickness correlations and type correlations in the dark green stars.
Okay. Exhibit 10.
This is a display of the primary type log showing gamma on the left track, Broxy, and the second track, Thor data, the third Thor track, NMR data in the fifth, Resus TV in the sixth track. This is just to show the source rock intervals and our main target interval being shaded in the Bakken. Other tops you can see here are the different Three Forks zones and Third Barrett zones.
No further questions.
Any questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Mr. Doig, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Marshall, let's go to Exhibit 11.
Yeah, Lawrence, I believe this page here, Exhibit 11, can be skipped.
Okay.
It wasn't part of.
All right. Exhibit 12.
Yeah, so here, again, similar to the previous slide, where the leaf line is the black dashed line, proposed surfaces kind of in the orange boxes, and then the other middle block and wells in the orange dashes. And the exhibits that follow this will be very similar. And here we're looking at the Campbell leaf line.
Exhibit 13.
Again, very similar. Just in this exhibit, we're looking at the Goldsmith leaf line, which is the black dashed line.
Okay, and Exhibit 14.
And in Exhibit 14, an identical well design for all of the previous exhibits for the loose line, the 958 surface with 7-inch intermediate, and then that 4.5 brought back to about that 40 degrees.
And Exhibit 15.
Exhibit 15, we're just looking at the reserves, economics, and reservoir parameters. Right? Reserves are at the top, our economics at 100% working interest in the middle, and then the parameters of the reservoir, just the bottom table there.
And then Exhibit 16, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yeah, that's correct, Lawrence.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect correlative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
That it will.
Okay. Mr. Examiner, that's all the questions I have. We'd offer the exhibits except for Exhibit 11, and that's all I have.
Exhibits except for Exhibit 11 will be admitted. Any further questions from the commission staff? Seeing none, that will conclude the hearing in case number 29811. The time is 3:47 p.m. Let's take a quick break here. We'll meet back at 3:55 p.m.
Thank you.
You're the only person in this meeting. Yes. Can you hear me?
True and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
I do.
Amy, by whom are you employed?
Grayson Mill Energy.
In what capacity?
I'm a senior landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
And have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Amy, let's turn to the packet of exhibits and let's go to Exhibit L1. Tell me what Exhibit L1 is.
Exhibit L1 is a field depiction of our proposed 1920-acre spacing unit. It includes sections 27, 28, and 29 of Township 154 North, Range 103 West, and also sections 32, 33, and 34, 154 North, 103 West.
Okay, and then let's go to Exhibit L2.
Exhibit L2 is another field depiction of the existing 1280-acre spacing unit located in 154 North, 103 West. And I believe the following exhibits are going to show those in more detail.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit L3.
Exhibit L3 is our Owen 1280-acre spacing unit, and it's comprised of sections 29 and 32 in 154 North, 103 West. Grayson Mill has a working interest of about 78%.
And Exhibit L4.
L4 is our Round Prairie 1280-acre spacing unit, consisting of sections 28 and 33, 154 North, 103 West. Our working interest is about 70%.
Okay, and Exhibit L5.
L5 is our Owen Hearing 1280-acre spacing unit, located in sections 27 and 34, 154 North, 103 West, and our working interest is 62%.
And then Exhibit L6.
L6 is our first proposed overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit. We're calling this the Owen Trust North, and it includes sections 27, 28, and 29 in Township 154 North, Range 103 West. Our working interest will be 70.45%.
And L7.
L7 is the southern 1980-acre spacing unit, and it is comprised of sections 32, 33, and 34, 154 North, 103 West. And our working interest is the same, 70.45%.
No further questions of the land witness.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, move on. Ms. Henry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Catherine, state your full name for the record, please.
Catherine Henry.
And Catherine, by whom are you employed?
Grayson Mill.
In what capacity?
As a geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
No, I have not.
What I'd like you to do is very briefly give us a summary of your educational background and work experience.
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree from Millsaps College and a master's degree from the University of Mississippi. I've worked for 5 years. I've previously been employed by Oasis Petroleum, working in operations and then planning saltwater disposals. And then I've worked at Percussion Petroleum, working in operations as well.
And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant geologic matters concerning the requests of Grayson Mill?
Yes.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision some exhibits you intend to sponsor?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Thank you. Catherine, can you identify Exhibit G1 and just very briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
Yes, this is our structure map of the Upper Bakken Shale. The structure map has 25-foot contours. It's also highlighting our type log, the Anderson 1-27. It's in the northeast corner of the unit.
Okay, and then let's go to G2.
So this is the the log for the Anderson 1-27 well. Our middle Bakken is our target reservoir, and that reservoir is 34 feet thick in this unit.
No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we'll move on to, I believe, Mr. Howell. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Dylan, by whom are you employed?
Tracy Mill Energy.
In what capacity?
I am a reservoir engineer and field development planner.
And have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Dylan, let's go to E1, very briefly discuss that exhibit.
E1 is showing our anticipated field development for the DOC for the Owen Trust, showing the 8 wells that we plan to drill in the north and south section.
Okay, and then E2.
E2 is showing our standard 15,000-foot well, Middle Bakken target wellbore diagram with a 3-string design with the 65 plant stages.
And E3.
E3 is showing a table that is walking through the reservoir parameters for the target intervals. We're planning to target the Middle Bakken and developing in a 1920 acreage development. Total TBD is right around 10,600 feet. 0.69 pressure gradient per bottom hole. Looking around 222 degrees. Oil API around 40. Water saturation at 29%.
Okay, and E4.
E4 is showing the single well production curves of our anticipated production for each of these wells. We look at the initial rate around 1,500 barrels a day for a peak rate, looking around a decline rate of 77%. Total oil EUR we're looking at here is 619,000 barrels. EUR for gas is 1,151 MCF with a total EUR of 951 MBOE. The second table is going to be looking at our single well economics. We've looked at these at a $70 flat deck, gas price at $4 per MCF. The anticipated capex here is $12,711,000. Operating cost is our long-term average cost here, $8,300 per well per month. Our working interest in NRIs that have been stated previously is 70% and 56%. The gross NPV 10 here is $7.292 million per well, with a rate of return of 54%, anticipated payout right around 2 years.
Okay. And Exhibit GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it will.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Dylan, looking at your exhibit E1, all of the existing wells are Middle Bakken, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And you intend to target the Middle Bakken as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you plan to continue producing each of the existing wells at this time?
Yes, sir. Our current plan is to continue producing those wells.
And then, so when you drill across them, how do you plan to avoid them? And what do you plan to do for your completions?
So, our plan to avoid them is just going to be taking in all of the risks of a known location, making sure that we mitigate any potential issues that we can see beforehand and avoid those with the proper distance. For the stage completions, we'll be offsetting by a potential stage there, and then we'll be completing some downhole work to make sure that these wells maintain structural integrity so there's no issues with them producing after the completion.
Okay, thank you.
Any further?
Dylan, why the switch from stand-up development to lay-down development?
Due to the economics for the well performance in the area, our capital efficiency is much higher by doing the 15K laydowns here going across these wells. Not to mention it allows us to put fewer surface hole locations, fewer pad locations, and still targeting the reservoir in a more efficient way with its development pattern.
So it looks like you're gonna have 3 pads.
Yes, sir. As of right now, our plan is for 3 pads.
Is your well spacing such that you don't think you're gonna need a lease line well?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none. Anything further on this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 29812. Moving on. Case number 29813. Application of Grayson Mill Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Round Prairie Bakken Pool, Williams County, ND, so as to create and establish an overlapping 2880 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 14, 15, 22, 23, 26, and 27, Township 154 North, Range 104 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 6 wells on said proposed overlapping 2880 acre spacing unit and or such further relief. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing this matter on behalf of Grayson Mill Operating LLC. We'll have 3 witnesses, same 3 witnesses in the previous matter.
All right. Ms. Becker, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Amy, Exhibit L1.
Exhibit L1 depicts the proposed 2880 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 14, 15, 22, 23, 26, and 27, Township 154 North, Range 104 West.
Exhibit L2.
Exhibit L2 depicts the existing 960 acre spacing unit, which will be discussed on the other exhibits coming.
L3.
L3 is our existing Short Prairie 3 960 acre spacing unit, comprised of sections 14 and 15, 154 North, 104 West, in which Grayson Mill has a working interest of 67.63%.
L4.
L4 is our Short Prairie 4 existing 960 acre spacing unit, comprised of sections 22 and 23, 154 North, 104 West, in which Grayson Mill has a working interest of 94.84%.
And L5. Or excuse me.
L5 is our
Yeah, looks like I got 2 L5s. Let's take the first L5 and then we'll remark the second one.
L5 is our Short Prairie 5 existing 960 acre spacing unit, comprised of sections 26 and 27, 154 North, 104 West. Grayson Mill has a working interest of 80.59%.
Okay, and then let's renumber the next exhibit as L6, if that's okay with you.
Sure.
Okay.
L6 is our proposed 2880 acre spacing unit, and it's comprised of sections 14, 15, 22, 23, 26, and 27, 154 North, 104 West. Grayson Mill has a working interest of 81.02%.
No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we'll move on to Ms. Henry. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Catherine, G1.
G1 is our Upper Bakken shale structure map with 25-foot contours, and also our type log is to the northeast, highlighted as the BND Oilo 1A well.
And G2.
G2 is just a log of that Oilo, that BND Oilo 1A well. The Middle Bakken thickness is 25 feet, and Middle Bakken is our target reservoir.
No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Mr. Howell, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Dylan, E1.
E1 is showing our current plan for development of this unit with our 6 wells.
Okay, E2,
E2 is showing our typical 15,000-foot lateral for a 3-string Middle Bakken well.
E3,
E3 is showing our reservoir and fluid parameters for a Middle Bakken target zone. This is going to be covering our 2880 acre spacing here, TVD of 10,462 feet, net pay 25, porosity 6.8, water saturation of 31%.
okay, and then E4.
E4, the first table is looking at our single well production basis. So our initial rate in this area is coming in around 1,600 barrels a day per well. We're looking at a GOR 1554 SCF per barrel. Our oil EUR is 643,000 barrels. Gas EUR of 999 MMCF with an MBO EUR of 931. The second table is showing our single well economics on a $70 flat deck again. Our capex with these wells is $12,711,000. Working interest here is 82% with an NRI of 65. Our MPV here is $7.5 million with a rate of return of 50%, payout just under 2 years.
And Exhibit GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
That's it.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it will.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Dylan, looking at E1, again, are all the existing wells Middle Bakken targets?
Yes, sir, they are.
And you intend to target the Middle Bakken with each of your proposed laterals?
That is correct.
And if you would address how you intend to avoid the existing wells and complete the new wells?
Yes, sir. So for these wells, again, we're going to be going into our risk analysis to make sure that as we're drilling these wells, we take the proper precautions to make sure we don't have any intersections there. And then for our completion process, we'll be looking at a offset completion design where we'll be doing downhole work to make sure that the existing wells are protected and they can come back online after the completion.
And you do intend to continue producing the existing well bores?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Dylan, this is Bruce Hicks. Are you going to batch drill all the wells?
Yes, so these will be under a batch well development.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, anything further, Mr. Bender?
Nothing.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 29813. Moving on, case number 29814. Application of Grayson Mill Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Round Prairie and/or Painted Woods Bakken Pool, Williams County, ND, so as to create and establish an overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 13, 14, 23, 24, 25, and 26, Township 154 North, Range 104 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on said proposed overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit and/or such further relief. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing this matter on behalf of Grayson Mill Operating LLC. Have the same three witnesses in this case as we had in the previous two cases.
Ms. Becker, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Amy, L1.
One depicts a proposed 3840 acre spacing unit comprised sections 13, 14, 23, 24, 25, and 26, in 154 North, 104.
And L2.
L2, those are existing spacing units, two of which are 960 acre spacing units, and the other two are, or three are 960 acre spacing units, two being 1280 acre spacing units.
Okay, and then let's go to L3.
L3 is our Short Prairie, three existing 960 acre spacing unit in sections 1415, 154 North, 104 West, in which Grayson Mill has a working interest of 67.63%.
And L4.
L4 is our Short Prairie 4, existing 960-acre spacing unit. Sections 22 and 23, 154 north, 104 west. And Grayson Mill has a working interest of 94.64.
And L5.
L5 is our Short Prairie 5, existing 960-acre spacing unit. Comprised of sections 26 and 27, 154 north, 104 west. Grayson Mill has a working interest of 80.59%.
And L6.
L6 is our Short Prairie 8, existing 1280-acre spacing unit, comprised of sections 12 and 24, Township 154 north, range 104 west. Grayson Mill has a working interest of 94.9%.
And L7.
L7 is an existing 1280-acre spacing unit, comprised of sections 25 and 36, 154 north. Grayson Mill has a working interest of 26.93%.
And L8.
L8 would be our proposed 3840-acre spacing unit. Rest sections 13, 14, 23, 24, 25, and 26, 154 north, 104 west. And Grayson Mill's working interest would be 77.2%.
No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Ms. Henry, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Catherine, G1.
G1 is the Upper Bakken Shale structure map with 25-foot contours, and to the northeast of our unit is our type well, the BND Willow 1A.
And G2.
G2 is the log of the BND Oilo 1A well. The Middle Bakken thickness is 25 feet, and the Middle Bakken is our target reservoir.
No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Mr. Howell, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Dylan, E1.
E1 shows our current plan for developing the Texan line well on the east side.
Okay, and E2.
E2 shows our typical 15,000-foot lateral wellbore diagram for a 3-string Middle Bakken target well.
E3.
E3 shows our reservoir and fluid parameters for Middle Bakken in the area within the 3840 DSU.
E4.
E4, the first table shows our single well economics again. The initial rate of getting here is 1,600 barrels of oil per day. Our anticipated EUR for oil is 643,000 barrels. Gas, again, is 999,000 MCF. And our EUR MBOE is 931. Again, our single economics are taken on a $70 flat deck for oil. Our working interest here is showing at 77%, 61% NRI, with an MPV-10 coming at $6.9 million, rate of return of 52%, payout just over 2 years.
And GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it will.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Dylan, this well is this well going to be drilled in the same batch as the wells from the previous case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none, anything further, Ms. Bender?
Nothing further.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 29814. Moving on. Case number 29770, application of Grayson Mill Operating LLC pursuant to NDAC 43020388.1 for an order of the commission authorizing the drilling of the Sponheim SWD-1 saltwater disposal from a surface hole location in the Lot 1, Section 31, Township 152 North, Range 104 West, to a bottom hole location in Lot 2, Section 31, Township 152 North, Range 104 West, Briar Creek Field, McKenzie County, ND, in the Dakota Group pursuant to NDAC Chapter 430205, and providing such other and further relief Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case 29970 on behalf of Grayson Mill Operating LLC. This is
It was, I think you said that number wrong there.
29970. I'm sorry, it's what? Oh, it is? What is it supposed to be? Okay, sorry about that. Heads will roll when I get that. So, Mr. Examiner, this is a matter before the commission for a saltwater disposal well. We believe that the information that was submitted in the application, which I provided a copy to you all as exhibit number 1, provides the sufficient information for the commission to grant the application. However, there were some emails from landowners. We suspect those emails are going to be made a part of the record, and we would like an opportunity to call a witness to respond to some of those concerns expressed in the emails.
Sure. And if I'm correct, I have 4 emails. There was a January 16th, 2 January 16th emails, one from Joan Eldridge, one from Walter Eldridge, December 11th, 2022, a letter from Edward Shannon, and a November 17th, 2022 letter from Joan Eldridge. Were those all the letters that we received?
Get a Walter Eldridge, did you say?
Yeah, Walter Eldridge. I had a January 16th from Walter Eldridge. I guess I didn't see that Tammy Eldridge. What was the date on that one? All right. And a November 18th letter. And what was the name again? Sorry. From Tammy Eldridge. Tammy Eldridge Warren. Thank you. All right. So, no objection to making those part of the record?
No objection.
So those letters are a part of the record, and you may go ahead and respond.
To respond to those emails, we intend to call Bush Thoma, Thoma.
All right.
And Bush, are you on the phone?
I am.
Good, thank you.
Mr. Thoma, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Bush, were you in the room when the hearing officer mentioned the various emails that had come to the commission relative to this matter?
I was.
And you've had an opportunity to review those emails, is that correct?
I have.
Okay. And Mr. Examiner, rather than going through each email, we're going to talk generally about some of the concerns that were raised in the emails to sort of speed up the process. Bush, my understanding is that one of the first concerns is that the proposed saltwater disposal well will be located 600 or 700 feet from one landowner's home and within a quarter mile of the other landowner's home. Can you address that concern for us, please?
Yeah, sure, Lawrence. We, had that location surveyed and, have as part of the plat package in the application, there's a map showing distances to residences in the area. The closest residence to the wellhead of the proposed SWD is over 1,320 feet.
Okay. What's the next closest resident? There was a accusation of 2 of them. So do you know the next closest?
I'm not sure. It doesn't show on the satellite map, but it's probably another 500 feet further than 1320. So, call it over 1,500 feet.
Okay. And then another concern that was raised in the emails, Bush, was that there's going to be an increase in truck traffic, and as a result of that, overall safety concerns on these county roads that are near will be near the saltwater disposal well. Can you address those concerns for us?
Sure. The idea here is that we're going to, predominantly
pipe water to this location. Being able to drill this FWD will actually allow for increased capacity on our gathering system, and so at this point right now we're somewhat constrained on that, and we're planning on bringing on quite a few wells here in the near future, and we just don't have capacity on our with our current SWD situation, so we'd have to truck all that excess water. Being able to get this well online will allow us to pipe more of the water and truck less of it. As part of the application process, we met with Yellowstone Township. We obtained an approach permit from the township. They didn't seem to have any issues with where our proposed approach was, or anything from a traffic standpoint. So we believe we went through the necessary channels on that.
Okay, and another concern I understand is that the landowner indicated that there's been contamination or contaminated water dumped on their private roads. Can you address that concern for us?
Yeah, sure. I'm not certain as to what circumstance that they're talking about, but to my knowledge, since Grayson Mills operated wells in the surrounding area, they took over operations for Equinor in 2021. Unaware of any DEQ guidelines for stormwater release or anything like that. Just as far as I know, those procedures have been followed. We're not aware of any specific incidents regarding spills or stormwater releases. So we follow all guidelines, federal, state, local, and DEQ guidelines with regards to spills and stormwater releases.
Mr. Examiner, I know there were a few other issues raised, but they were issues of legal concern, which I don't think is necessarily appropriate for this witness to respond to, and probably not the commission either. But if there are some questions in that area, I'll be happy to try to answer them. So that's all the questions I have for Mr. Toma.
Okay.
And we would offer our Exhibit 1.
The exhibit is admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Bush, this is Ashley Day. I have a few follow-up questions. So for this disposal, you plan to tie into an existing gathering system in the area?
That's correct.
Do you anticipate that as soon as this well is completed, you'll connect to that system before you start injection?
Yeah.
And so truck traffic to and from this disposal, can you elaborate a little bit more on what you anticipate that to be, or what instances there may be truck traffic to this disposal?
It's hard to say. I suspect there will be some truck traffic, probably around completion of some of our wells in the area and flow back and all that. We're not really sure. It kind of depends on timing on how those wells, are brought online. If they're, not one on top of the other, probably not a lot of truck traffic. If it shakes out where they're brought on close together, there might be some truck traffic for a couple months during flowback.
One of the letters mentioned having a disposal 2 miles away in Montana, and you addressed this. Is that disposal also on this system?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and the reason you need this additional disposal is for added capacity to reduce truck traffic, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff?
Butch, this is Bruce Hicks. On the letter from Tammy Warren, it indicated that the road was not wide enough for a school bus and a truck to meet. Do you believe that's true, and how do you plan to address that?
I mean, I've been out there, but I didn't measure the road or anything. You know, nothing. It didn't stand out to me that it was a road that's too narrow for two trucks to pass each other. You know, I think in this case, if it really is a legitimate concern, that it should probably be addressed with the county and the township, and go through those channels. And we operate around there. If we need to be looped into that, we can be. But as far as part of those discussions, but I think it's a matter for the county and the township.
Do you know if the county looked at that when they issued the approach permit?
I really don't know. I do know that when we met with the township, the representative for the township, he, laid eyes on where our approach is, and, so probably knows the road a lot better, than I do. So, I mean, I would think if there was if he thought there was an issue with it, he probably would have brought that up.
Okay, and just so you know, the commission does have jurisdiction on safety on disposal operations. So even though the county may be involved, it's also something that we can get involved in.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if there's a legitimate safety concern, we're willing to work with whoever to address those issues.
Okay, thank you.
Lawrence, do you want to address the migration issue so we have it on the record?
Refresh my memory, what was that issue exactly?
They were concerned that it was going to migrate. Let me find it here.
Is it a pore space trespass issue?
Yeah.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Insomuch as that they have raised the issue that water injected into the pore space immediately under the wellbore may somehow migrate into adjacent lands and result in a trespass. That is not something that this body has the authority to become involved in. That's a matter that has to be addressed by the district court in the county in which the property is located.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Butch, one of the other issues was dust control. Does Grayson Mill plan to have any type of dust control out there if it becomes an issue?
Yeah, I mean, I think if there's a real problem, then we can put in some measures to mitigate it.
And again, you said that you believe the truck traffic will be minimal?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none? Anything further on this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
And that will conclude the hearing in case number 29770. Moving on. Case number 29815. Application of Cobra Oil and Gas Corp. for an order authorizing the recompletion of the Harris Federal 130 well, file number 8337, in the Wanagan field in the Madison Formation at a location approximately 2,340 feet from the south line and 820 feet from the east line of Section 30, Township 141 North, Range 102 West, Billings County, ND, as an exception to the statewide well location rules to create and establish a 320-acre drilling unit comprised of the east half of Section 30, Township 141 North, Range 102 West, and such other relief. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Dre, are you there? Dre, are you there? Hello? Lawrence Bender.
It's, nope, that's one I just read.
They're not there. You want to move to iron oil? Please. I passed out iron oil? Okay, you want to hear iron oil?
Yeah, we do have one more.
I should.
Well, we will, I guess, continue the hearing for the case number 29815 until we can get a hold of witnesses.
So we're on, then we'd go to
Here.
299691.
On case number 691, yeah, so that would be then. Okay. Case number 29691, application of Iron Oil Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Little Tank and Bear Butte Bakken Pool, McKenzie County, ND, so as to create and establish 4 overlapping 1920 acre space units comprised of sections 1, 12, and 13, sections 2, 11, and 14, Township 148 North, Range 102 West, sections 5, 8, and 17, and sections 6, 7, and 18, Township 148 North, Range 101 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 wells on each proposed overlapping 1920 acre space unit, and or such further relief as appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota. And I am appearing in case number 29691 on behalf of Iron Oil Operating LLC. We intend to call 3 witnesses in this matter. Mr. J.R. Rieger will be offering some land testimony. Mr. Justin Bush, it will be offering some geologic and engineering testimony, and we may have another witness if necessary. Right?
Mr. Rieger, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
J.R., by whom are you employed?
Iron Oil Operating LLC.
In what capacity?
I'm the CEO and I run the land department as well.
Okay, and by education and training, you're a landman, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
And you have your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
We'd offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Okay, 29691, JR, let's turn to Exhibit L1 in that packet, and I'll have you identify Exhibit L1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
General locator map showing 4 1920 acre spacing units, in 2 of which are in Township 148, Range 102, Sections 1, 12, 13, and then 2, 11, 14. The other one is in Township 148, Range 101, Sections 5, 8, 17, and the other unit in 6, 7, 18. And there are blow-ups showing the kind of a zoomed-in spacing unit.
Okay, and let's go to L2.
L2, this is a land map showing the 4 contiguous 1920 acre spacing units.
All right, and then L3A.
L3A shows the land plat showing 2 of the spacing units, current 1,280 acre spacing units, and the working interests of each respective unit down below.
And then L3B.
Also, existing spacing units, 1,280 acres, showing the working interests down below.
And then L4.
L4 shows the 4 proposed 1,920 acre spacing units, showing that they're contiguous and showing the working interests down below. Where Iron Oil does not have majority working interest. We either have plurality or we have spoken with the other working interest owners and made deals for support.
No further questions?
Are there any questions from commission staff?
JR, does Iron Oil have an interest in sections 23 and 24 to the south?
23 and 24. No, we do not.
Do you know who does?
Those are those are part of another 23 and 24. Oh yeah. Those are part of federal spacing unit that has never really been drilled.
Well, they're actually 14 and 23 are currently an existing stand-up, and likewise 13 and 24 are a current stand-up. So with your application, we're gonna take those two sections out of those, so you're not aware of who has 23 and 24?
I'm not. Actually, if I'm sorry to move you to this, but if you look at Exhibit E5, it shows a land plat, and I anticipated this sort of questioning on this. This is kind of the edge of the field. Also, the Missouri grasslands, Little Missouri grasslands in this area. So, while there is a current stand-up spacing unit, it has never been drilled, and we don't believe it would be drilled anytime in the future. And instead of orphaning these sections, what we're doing is somewhat the opposite, and we're adopting them into a spacing unit that we plan on drilling.
According to this map, it's section 23, private surface.
It looks like, according to this map, it looks like 23 is private surface. And in yeah. Excuse me.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none?
Let me just, may I ask just a follow-up question to lay just a little foundation for Exhibit E5? Tell us what E5 is. I know you just touched on it, J-Bar, but since you started referring to it, I'd like you to have just a little bit more information on the record as to what it is.
It's a land map just showing kind of the edge of the field, the edge of the, let's just say, drilling units in McKenzie County.
Okay, and it shows some of the spacing units that are at issue here today, those being those 4 stand-up 1920s, correct?
Correct.
Okay, no further questions.
We'll move on to, was it Mr. Valkenbush?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Justin, by whom are you employed?
Iron Oil Operating.
What capacity?
I'm the Chief Operating Officer and Engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Now, for the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert.
Testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Okay. Let's go to Exhibit G1. Tell us what G1 is.
G1 is, and I'm filling in for our contract geologist who's on vacation here, so I'm just going to do some factual geology here.
Thank you.
And not pretend to be a geologist. But the Middle Bakken structure map across our position generally, 10-foot contour intervals gently sloping out to the southwest.
Okay. And G2?
This is shows the thickness of the Middle Bakken ice pack. Our thickness in this area is between 20 and 25 feet.
And G3?
This is our Middle Bakken cross-section and type log, showing the intervals of the Middle Bakken. Our target is the Middle Bakken. In this area, we believe we are accessing the Middle Bakken, and because of the thinness of the lower Bakken shale, we believe we're getting into the Three Forks as well. So these are strictly just Middle Bakken wells here.
Okay, and then let's go to the engineering exhibits, E1.
E1, this shows the 4 proposed 1920 acre units, and these are adjacent to 2 iron oil operated 1920 acres over on the west side of this position, where we recently drilled the Boxcar 1-4-16H well in 2022. So these are just adjacent to existing iron oil operated units.
E2.
E2 is the proposed laterals, showing the existing lateral in the 1280, and then the additional 5 wells that we would plan on drilling in the future of each one of the separate units.
And E3.
E3 is the proposed well construction diagram for the 15,000-foot laterals. This is very similar to the well that we drilled in 2022, standard Middle Bakken design with 7-inch intermediate casing and 4.5-inch liner. Our frac stages are currently 75 stages, 15 million pounds, approximately 300,000 barrels of water.
And E4.
E4 are our reservoir parameters, the reserves and the economics summarized here. This on the left is your volumetrics, showing how much oil we believe is in place in the whole Middle Bakken Three Forks area of this in these wells. The 15,000-foot Middle Bakken lateral shows our initial rate that we expect on a 1,100 barrels a day. Our economics are shown below at flat $70 and $4 gas, op cost of $15,000 a month, and shows the rate of return at 100%. So these are very economic wells for iron oil and the payout. Summary down below: 5 wells per spacing unit with an investment of $50 million will recover 4.15 million barrels of oil per DSU.
Okay, and then let's skip the exhibit that JR talked about, E5, and I don't know if there's look like there is a number on this one. Let's just call it E6. Is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes, it is. It's a gas capture affidavit, and we have two gas gatherers in the area, One Oak and True, that gather from this line, and that's another. These wells would be drilled from the north, whereas right along County Road 30, which is very accessible to infrastructure.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it will.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Justin, looking at your E2, the existing wells are Middle Bakken targeted wells?
Yes, they are.
And the proposed wells are all planned to be Middle Bakken?
Yes.
And I realize you're not a geologist, but you made a comment, so I'm just gonna ask the question.
Sure.
I believe you indicated that you believe you are reaching Three Forks resources with your completions in the Middle Bakken?
Yes, we do.
And that, when you mentioned that, you said because of the thinness of the lower shale.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at G3, there is 10, 20, 25 feet of pronghorn present.
Correct.
You still believe you're reaching down into the Three Forks with your simulations?
Yeah, the volumetrics and the estimated ultimate recoveries of these wells are showing us that we are, and then also this cross section is to the north a little bit of where we are, and so we believe the pronghorn pinches out to the south and the west of these. So that's.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You plan on just building one pad for each 1920?
No, we'll have 2 pads. Our well pads have 2 wells or 3 wells per pad.
Okay, and then do you plan on dedicating a rig just for this area and just going down the line and doing all 20 wells?
Yeah, for the most part we would.
Okay. And when do you plan on starting?
These all would encompass federal acreage, so it'll take some time to permit these as federal, so we plan on 2025 to 2026.
Okay, thanks.
So Justin, who is Eagle Eye Exploration? You've got that on several of your exhibits.
Yeah, that's a contract geologist group out of Denver that we've had help us create these maps.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Anything further on this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 29691. Moving on. Case number 29692. Application of Iron Oil Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Bully Bakken Pool, McKenzie County, ND, so as to create and establish an overlapping 1920 acre space unit comprised of sections 4, 9, and 16, Township 148 North, Range 100 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 wells on said proposed overlapping 1920 acre space unit and/or such further relief as appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing this matter, case 29692, on behalf of Iron Oil Operating LLC. We'll have the same two witnesses in this case as we had in the previous case.
Mr. Rieger, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
JR, let's go to L1.
Exhibit L1 is a general locator map showing our approximate area in McKenzie County.
L2.
L2 is a general locator map field level zoom showing the 3 sections in Township 148 North, Range 100.
L3A.
3A is a 1,280 acre spacing, the current spacing unit, in showing in sections 4 and 9, and it shows the iron, oil, and other working interests below.
And L3B.
L3B shows the proposed spacing unit, 1,920 acres. And it says 1,280, but showing sections 4, 9, 16, and the working interest of those 3 units below.
And then just very quickly, what is E5?
E5 is a similar map as last time, showing the land map, showing our land map and the proposed spacing unit, and this one would be the furthest one east, encompassed by the green surrounding line.
No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff?
JR, there's currently a well that's drilled across 4916 in the north half of 21. And your proposal is to not drill across the north half of 21. Why is that?
Couple reasons. First of all, it's federal acreage. Second of all, it borders the Theodore Roosevelt National Park on 2 sides. Permitting that would be extremely difficult, and we think a 3-section lateral here would suffice just fine.
So if that section, half section's already producing, and I assume you're drilling from the north.
Yes, sir.
What are the additional permitting difficulties?
We've permitted wells around that border the national park, and the permitting difficulties are I don't know what the right word for is. It's just increasingly difficult to permit those close to the park. Within view shed, I guess, is what their term is.
Well, but your surface location for the 1920s, whether it's a 1920 or you add 320 acres onto it, how is that any different?
For the permit or for the?
For permitting, I mean, why is the park even involved?
Because we're within view shed of the park, so it is a concern for the permitting with the BLM.
But that would be irregardless of what the size of the spacing unit is.
Now, if we're not penetrating federal minerals, which we wouldn't on this 3-section lateral, of 4916, we wouldn't have to go through that process.
I see it's very difficult for the commission to space out a half a section that's already producing from an overlapping space unit, but we'll take that under advisement.
Are there any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, Mr. Valkenbush, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let's go to the next exhibit, Justin, which is G1.
G1 is a Middle Bakken structure map. There is some structure here. This is a Buffalo wall structure. These are 10-foot contour intervals, so there is some contours there that would be part of this this DSU, where there would be some structure up and down. Middle Bakken isopack here. The Middle Bakken over in this area is 25 to 30 feet thick on this side, so it's just a map showing that.
Okay, and G3.
This is a Middle Bakken cross-section and type log. This is more on the eastern side of our field, so we do have a little thicker section of Middle Bakken and Three Forks and Pronghorn Shale in this area.
Okay, and then let's go to E1.
E1 shows the existing laterals in this proposed 1920 acre unit. Is alluded to, this would make it a 1920 acre unit, and I just, right now, Iron Oil is comfortable with a 15,000 foot lateral. If we were to go into that north half of 21, that would be about an 18,000 foot lateral, which gives us concern to just allude on that. So this is why, part of the reason why we're proposing that 1920.
Okay, and then let's go to E2.
E2 is the 5 laterals shown within the 1920 acre unit.
Okay, and E3.
E3 is a well construction diagram, again a standard diagram for 15,000 foot lateral. Total depth of this well would be 26,000 plus feet. Same type of frac that I discussed earlier, which would be about a 75 stage frac with 300,000 barrels and about 15 million pounds of sand.
And E4.
E4 are the reservoir reserves and economics, and these again are similar. We have estimated ultimate recovery of one of these wells is 830,000 barrels, and initial rate 1,100 barrels oil a day. Declines 99%. Economics at $70 per barrel and $4 per MCF gas. Provides a 100% rate of return, so these are very economic wells again for Iron Oil, and we would plan on drilling these 5 wells with an investment of approximately $50 million.
And then you can skip E5 and the next document, we just call that E6. Is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of hearings?
Yes, this is a gas capture affidavit, again discussing that Iron Oil would hook up to either ONEOK or True, who are the gas capturers in the area.
Okay. In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect drilling rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it will.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Justin, apologize if I missed it, but the existing wells in 4 and 9, 1280, are those all both Middle Bakken?
They are Middle Bakken wells, yes.
And your intended target for the wells in the 1920?
Yes, again, the Middle Bakken.
It appears that 960 that Mark referenced earlier of 16 in the north half of 24 is currently operated by True. I guess JR or Justin, has anyone reached out to True Operating to see if they're have concerns about this spacing or what their plans might be for that other north half of 24?
We are working in cooperation with True to space this unit as a 1,920 acre spacing unit.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none? Anything further on this matter, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 29692. Moving on. Case number 29693, application of Iron Oil Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Bear Butte and/or Red Wing Creek, Bakken Pool, McKenzie County, ND, so as to create and establish two overlapping 1920 acre space units comprised of sections 1, 12, and 13, and sections 2, 11, and 14, Township 148 North, Range 101 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 wells on each proposed overlapping 1920 acre space unit, and/or such further relief as appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing case 29693 on behalf of Iron Oil Operating LLC. We'll have the same three witnesses in this case as we had in the previous two cases.
Mr. Rieger, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
JR, L1.
L1, general locator map showing the two proposed 1,920 acre spacing units in McKenzie County.
L2.
A zoom in, field level zoom of the two proposed 1,920 acre spacing units in Township 148 101.
And L3A.
L3A is a land plat showing the current 1,280 acre spacing units, 112, 211, and the working interest below.
And L4.
L4 shows the proposed 1,920 acre spacing units and the iron oil and other operator working interests shown below.
And then let's go to E. What is this one? E5. Can you just tell me what that is?
These are the two 1,920 acre proposed 1,920 acre spacing units, comprising of sections 112, 13, 211, 14 in Township 148, 101. The new wells that we would drill in here would intersect in a perpendicular fashion. The Gravos well operated by True Oil. We have a signed farm out between the two companies, and we are working in cooperation with one another.
No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, Mr. Balkenbush. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Justin, let's go to G1.
Okay, this is a Middle Bakken structure map again, showing the contour, 10-foot contours of the structure in this specific spacing unit.
G2.
This is the Middle Bakken isopac map showing that our Middle Bakken is about 25 feet, 20 to 25 feet thick across these spacing units.
Okay, G3.
G3 is the same cross-section I showed previously. This is showing the Upper Bakken Shale, Middle Bakken, Lower Bakken Shale, and the Pronghorn, and then the first bench of the Three Forks, which we believe we're accessing. All the wells drilled in this area are Middle Bakken wells, and we plan on drilling Middle Bakken wells.
And then E1.
E1 shows the proposed spacing units. There should be a dash line in there, but these are two 19-20 acre spaced units with a stand-up in the north portion that's operated by Iron Oil. Then the southern portion, 13 and 14, shows the Gravos well, which is a laydown well in this area. We believe, and as do the predominant operators in the area, that the stand-ups are definitely the direction to go. They're much easier to frack, produce more oil, and recover a lot more in this area where they stand up, and the fracks are much more effective.
Okay, E2.
E2 shows the proposed 5 laterals per spacing unit in there, with 3 wells on the east side, on this side, and 2 on the west, and opposite on the next well over in 211 and 14.
And then E3.
This is our proposed well construction diagram, 15,000-foot lateral, again 7-inch casing, 4.5-inch liner, 75-stage frac.
And E4.
E4 is the reservoir volumetrics, the reserves, and economics. Same as I've previously shown. These wells are expected to recover 830,000 barrels of oil, $10 million to drill approximately. These 15,000-foot laterals, initial rates of 1,100 barrels of oil a day, and 100% rate of return, a little less than a year to pay out. With a $50 million investment, will recover 4.1 million barrels of oil.
Okay, and then JR has already talked about E5. The last exhibit, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of hearings?
Yes, this is a gas capture affidavit stating our intent to hook up before first production.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it will.
I have no further questions, Mr. Examiner. We would offer the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Justin, when you drill your well bores across that existing Middle Bakken well, how do you plan to avoid intersecting, and how do you plan to complete in proximity to it?
We will drill below in the lower portion of the Middle Bakken. We have good direction, or a good idea that these laydowns, that Gravos well was drilled in the upper portion of that Middle Bakken, so we will tend to stay in the lower third, and we plan to shut that Gravos well in during our completion and drilling activities, and we will leave out a couple stages as we frack underneath that well as we see necessary.
And are you aware if True intends to continue producing that well once you've drilled your stand-ups?
To my knowledge, they're planning on putting it back online after we frack it and just seeing what it'll produce.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any further questions from commission staff? Lawrence, I've been informed we have some BLM letters dealing with, was it the unleased mineral interest? Leased mineral interest, dated November 4th, 2022. Yes, are you aware of those, or will have any comment for that?
I'm not, but are we in a big rush to get orders? Could I leave the record open for a few days so that we could look at the orders and possibly respond?
Yes.
Okay. Could we have until February 3rd to respond?
February 3rd.
We may not respond, but
Leave the record open for supplement. I believe that's in this case and the previous one in 29.
are the letters addressed, oh, I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Are the letters addressed to the commission and copies to Iron Oil, or?
They don't reflect, Lawrence, if they copied Iron Oil, they're to me at the commission, case 29691 and 29693. And they both talk about making Iron Oil aware, all interested parties aware, that there are unleased federal minerals in the area, and the trespass situation if those are penetrated, so.
Okay.
If you would just comment on them.
Okay. Could Bethany perhaps provide me, well, you have some copies with you.
So we will, yes, unless there's objection, I mean, those will be included as part of the record, I guess, in both these hearings, then if you want to.
I guess we don't have any objection to that. I'll give you these, and then,
You want me to comment on them?
oh,
We would plan on nominating and acquiring those leases, or if we're outbid by somebody else, we will include them as part of the unit.
okay, I guess if you don't have any objection, let's still leave the record open until February 3rd, so I can take a close look at it and decide if we want to do
Okay.
anything else.
I'll give it this back.
Okay, thanks.
Leave the record open until February 3rd for supplement. Yes,
I guess I have one other thing, Mr. Examiner. As you know, I tried calling Cobra, they were not available. If we could just push that to the end of the day, I'll call them, and perhaps I can persuade them to continue it so that you can finish with the next case.
Okay, sounds good. Well, that would conclude the hearing in case number 29693. Let's see. Moving on. Case number 29604, application of SHD Oil and Gas LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Van Hook and/or Deepwater Creek Bay Bakken Pool, McLean and Dunn Counties, ND, so as to create and establish an overlapping 4160 acre space unit comprised of sections 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, in the north half of section 21, Township 150 North, Range 91 West, authorizing the drilling, completing, and producing of a total not to exceed 8 wells and such other relief as appropriate. This case is dismissed. Yes, the time is 5:13 PM. Should we take a quick 5-minute break to get organized
Take
here?
5 and-
Or, yeah, we'll meet back here at 5:20 PM in the next case, the case number 29746.
7 minutes?
we are back on the record in case number 29746. This is, did I read 29604 before this? Yes, okay,
Yes,
thank you.
you did.
So now we're back on the record in 29746. In the matter of the authority of Iron Oil Operating LLC to recover from Twin City Technical LLC as an owner of interest in the Boxcar 1-4-16H well, file number 37896, located in a spacing unit described in Section 36, Township 149 North, Range 102 West, McKenzie County, ND, a risk penalty as provided in NDCC 380808, and such other relief as is appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Wade Davison, P.O. Box 2323, Bismarck, North Dakota, General Counsel 4, and appearing on behalf, in this case, of Twin City Technical, LLC.
Yes, this is Tom Throne, P.O. Box 6590, Sheridan, Wyoming, appearing on behalf of Iron Oil.
And I have one witness, Terry Harris, who will be appearing telephonically. But as a clarifying matter, the case caption incorrectly states that the Boxcar 1-4-16H well is located in spacing unit described as Section 36, Township 149 North, Range 102 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota. I did email Ms. Forsberg on this error. The record should reflect that the location of the spacing unit at issue is properly identified as Sections 4, 9, and 16 of Township 148 North, Range 102 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota.
And I was going to bring that up. I guess my first question is there any concern that there would be a notice issue with the fact that this was incorrectly marked, the area that is affected here for the spacing unit?
If Mr. Thorne will stipulate right now on behalf of Iron Oil that he's aware of the spacing, proper spacing unit here, we believe that Mr. Rieger will have known that this is the proper spacing unit, so we'll ask for the stipulation on the record and we can move on that way.
We have no objection to the caption as a party. We're all here ready to go. However, there could be issues with third parties just because it's wrong.
And that's I guess that's the same question that I had. Is there any known third party or, it seems that this is an issue that is probably between two parties here, but was it framed as more of a complaint or application? I guess that would be my concern, is that there may be some third party that would be interested that is not receiving notice.
That's your call. We're ready to go.
So, I guess parties have stipulated to, I guess, service on one another as far as notice through the news. I suppose we can go through with a hearing, and if we have to, we'll do it over eventually, but I do have concerns that there may be a notice issue that pops up due to this incorrect caption.
Sure. And just quickly on that point, this is, in Twin City's point of view, a direct hearing on a risk penalty that's been proposed against Twin City, by Iron Oil, so we feel that this is a party-to-party issue. That said, we are here, and if so, we can continue on in the future if need be. If there is another interested party, we don't feel that there would be for this particular case.
The commission may, excuse me, decide to re-advertise the case just to have legal notice. I guess we'll have to take that under advisement on what we're going to do. But there is a possibility of that. If we do end up doing that, is that going to be an issue as far as getting an order out timely?
No.
Not for us.
No, not for order. I mean, the well's under production and it's producing. The issue is who gets how much money when.
Okay, thank you.
And if I may, before we bring Mr. Harris on, if I could make a quick opening statement that frames the case and summarize it briefly of what the evidence will show.
Go ahead.
So from Twin City's point of view, this case is ultimately about a well proposal that was untimely and actions now being taken by Iron Oil that undermine the correlative rights of Twin City Technical. On October 19th, 2021, Twin City received an invitation to participate in the drilling of the Boxcar 1-4-16H well from Iron Oil. To participate in the Boxcar well, the well proposal directed Twin City to forward its proportionate share of over $525,000, reflecting an approximate 5.4% interest in the well. Twin City wanted to participate in the well and also wanted to assign an overriding royalty interest out of its proportionate share, but first needed to verify and confirm actual ownership in the subject lands. But there was one major critical issue. On the day the well was proposed and through the end of the 30-day election period, Twin City did not own and was unable to verify ownership of the stated 5.4% interest in the well. Twin Cities' ownership of that interest was pending and depended upon 2 state lease assignments from Iron Oil to Twin City, stemming from an agreement made at the previous state lease sale in May of 2021. More than 5 months after that agreement with Iron, when the well was proposed, Iron still had not assigned the interests in the oil and gas leases to Twin City and had not recorded Twin Cities' interest with the McKenzie County Recorder. Also, and critical to the timeline of this case, the leased interest assignments first need to be approved by the North Dakota Department of Trust Lands before they became effective and valid. Iron Oil did not even send the lease interest assignments to be approved by the state until November 23rd, 5 days after Twin Cities' election period expired. And the Commissioner of Trust Lands did not approve the assignments until February 11th, 2022, nearly 3 months after Twin Cities' election period expired. The ultimate question here is, how can Iron Oil recover a risk penalty from Twin City for a proportionate share that it did not even own until 3 months after the election period expired? And why would Twin City send a check to an operator for over $500,000 when it couldn't verify proper ownership interest in the well at the time? Despite Iron's premature and improper well proposal to Twin City, Iron refuses to repropose the well to Twin City, refuses to honor Twin Cities' assignment of overriding royalty interest made to another party, and claims that its ability to risk penalty Twin City for this well and all other current and future wells on the spacing unit. Iron's action in this case violates Twin Cities' correlative rights and, if supported by the Commission, set a dangerous precedent for non-operating working interests and mineral owners in North Dakota.
Thank you. And so we will move on to your first witness, Terry Harris. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Can you please state your name for the record, by whom you're employed, and in what capacity, and your business address?
Terry Harris. I'm self-employed, P.O. Box 2323, Bismarck, North Dakota, 98502.
And what is your position with Twin City Technical LLC?
I am the owner of the company.
What's your education, Terry?
I have a bachelor's degree in geology from the University of North Dakota, graduated in 1985, and I have a master's degree in geology from the University of New Orleans, graduated in 1989.
How long have you been in the oil industry?
I worked in the oil industry, North Dakota, for over 35 years.
And what type of operations is Twin City involved with in the oil industry?
Twin City participates in the drilling of oil and gas wells in North Dakota and other states as a non-operating interest owner.
How long has Twin City been operating in that fashion?
For over 20 years.
Looking to Exhibit A, Twin City received a well proposal from Iron Oil to participate in the Boxcar 1-4-16H well on October 19th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
Does Exhibit A represent a true and correct copy of that well proposal?
Yeah.
What spacing unit did the well proposal state the Boxcar 1-14-16H well was in?
Township 148 North, Range 102 West, Section 4, 9, 16.
Did the well proposal identify Twin Cities' proportionate share of the Boxcar well on the proposal?
It had an interest of 5.397703% on the election letter.
Is there any language in the well proposal that states that Twin Cities' interest might not be accurate?
No.
Is there any interest addressing the fact that Twin Cities' interest was pending or needed to be approved by the Board of School Lands before this interest was accurate?
No.
On October 19th, 2021, the day the well proposal was received by Twin City, did Twin City in fact own 5.397703% interest in the well?
No.
Is it correct and fair to say that Iron Oil and Twin City had a pending agreement where Iron would assign certain interests in Section 4, 9, and 16 of Township 148 North, Range 102 West, McKenzie County, that would give Twin City 5.397703% interest in the Boxcar well?
We had a pending agreement that it was signed interest in the West Top of 16 that would equate that interest to 5.397703%.
And that pending interest was related to 2 oil and gas leases that Iron was to assign. Looking to Exhibit B and C, are those the oil and gas leases at issue?
Correct.
And what was the agreement made with Iron Oil, and how did it come to be?
The agreement, from what I understand, was Iron Oil was going to acquire the oil and gas leases, retain 50%, and assign 11.25% to Twin City.
Okay. And just for clarity, those 2 leases, one is OG-21-333, or sorry, 00030, and the other is OG-21-00031?
Correct.
How much interest was Twin City to be assigned from Iron Oil from purchasing those leases?
11.25%.
And if Iron made those oil and gas lease assignments prior to October 19th, Twin City would have owned 5.397703% interest in the Boxcar well on that date, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair and correct to say that Twin Cities ownership was pending and dependent on the assignment of those state leases?
Yes, it is.
Now, in this particular case, Iron needed approval from the Board of University and School Lands to assign their interest in those leases. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is your understanding that there were certain forms that needed to be signed and executed by Twin City to then be sent to the state for approval?
There was an assignment of oil and gas interest from the Board of School Land that was to be signed by all parties and approved by the Board of University and School Land.
Now, looking to Exhibits D and E, are those the oil and gas leased interest assignments that you were referring to?
Correct.
On October 19th, 2021, when Twin City received the well proposal for the Boxcar well, had those state oil and gas lease interest assignments been executed by Iron and it returned to Twin City?
No.
Had Twin City been presented with those documents to execute, to return to Iron, to be submitted to the state?
Not on October 19th.
When was Twin City presented with those assignment forms to be signed and executed to then be submitted to the state for approval?
October 21st, 2020.
And when did Twin City sign those documents?
October 21st, 2021.
How do you know that's the date that Twin City signed the documents?
Because on my signature line, I dated my signature on a line that was not meant for my doorstep.
We're looking at page 5 of Exhibits D and E, respectively. You're referring to the 10-21-21 that's now crossed out of these exhibits?
Correct.
And you represent that that is your handwriting and the ink you signed them in?
Correct.
Now across from that is a signature by Jody Smith?
Yes.
Okay. Now are Exhibits D and E true and correct copies of the lease interest assignments forms that you were presented to execute to facilitate the transfer of interest?
Yes.
And looking back to page 1 of Exhibits D and E, do they identify an assigner?
The assigner is Iron Oil Operating LLC.
And they identify various assignees, including Twin City, correct?
Correct.
And these documents, what interest was being assigned to Twin City as represented in these documents?
11.25% of the total leasehold.
Now, before you sign these documents, did you see any notes that put you on notice of when these lease transfers would be effective and approved?
No.
Looking to the paragraphs above your signature line, starting with the word note, what do you see there?
It says no assignments are not valid until approved by the Commissioner of University and School Land.
Okay, so just to clarify, there is notes that say when the assignments would be effective and valid.
Correct.
Okay, and looking at a couple lines above that, is there another statement that reflects when these assignments would be effective?
Yes.
What is that statement?
This assignment is not effective until fully executed by the Commission.
And you represented, you signed these documents on October 21st, 2021. That was the first time you saw those documents to be signed and executed by you?
Correct.
And when did you return them to Iron Oil?
From the best of my recollection, I think that there was somebody that came to my office to get my signature, and then they took the assignment with them to be signed by other parties and then forwarded to Iron Oil.
Do you have any record of Exhibits D or E being certified, sent to you by certified mail or priority mail or any sort of tracking service?
No.
Going back to the Boxcar well, did you want to participate in that well?
Yeah.
Did you have hesitations of immediately electing to participate and returning your election ballot?
Yeah, because I wanted to take an override out of my interest in the well, but I did not want to do it until the assignment was approved and verified that the interest was correct.
And when the well was proposed to you, did you have any signed document from Iron Oil that represented that you actually owned that 5.4 interest in the Boxcar well?
No.
According to the proposal, the estimated cost for drilling and completion of the Boxcar well was approximately $10 million, correct?
Correct.
Did the well proposal make a cash call for Twin Cities' alleged proportionate share?
Yes, they wanted me to pay my proportionate share of the well that they estimated at $525,547.33.
What were your concerns about the proportionate share stated and the amount of money called for?
Well, my concerns were that my interest that they're outlining in the election letter was not what I actually owned at the time that the election letter was received.
So you had reservations about sending payment for this amount without the ability to verify ownership?
Correct.
But you still want to participate?
Yeah.
The well proposal stated that Twin City had 30 days to elect to participate, correct?
Correct.
30 days from October 19th would be November 18th, 2021, correct?
November 17th or 18th.
Is there any language that says the consequences of not submitting a response within the 30 days on the well proposal?
No.
At any time before November 18th, 2021, did Iron Oil send you a copy of the signed assignments for these oil and gas leases?
No, they did not.
At any time before November 18th, 2021, did Iron notify you that the state had approved the interest assignments?
No, he did not. They did not.
Now, these oil and gas leases are lands in McKenzie County. Do you have access to the McKenzie County Recorder database?
I do.
At any time before November 18th, 2021, did Iron record these leases assigning interest to Twin City with the McKenzie County Recorder?
No.
So is it correct to say that from October 19th through November 18th, 2021, that Twin City did not own, in fact, the 5.397703% interest in the Boxcar well?
That is correct.
Going back to Exhibits D and E, did you ever find out when the state approved the assignment of interest?
It was signed by the Commissioner Jody Smith for Twin Cities interest on February 11th, 2022.
How did you obtain that information?
I had to go up to the university school board office and ask if I could get a copy.
And do you receive other documents from the state beyond those copies?
Yes, I did.
What other documents did you receive?
I received a letter from Iron Oil to the North Dakota Department of Land Trust requesting sending the state assignment to them with a check and asking state to approve the assignment.
And you
that was dated November 23rd, 2021.
You're referring to Exhibit F?
Correct.
November 23rd, 2021, that's approximately 5 days after your election period expired, correct?
Correct.
Looking at Exhibit G, what does that represent to you?
That's a letter from the North Dakota Trust Land to Iron Oil proving the assignment that he requested back in November, and that's dated February 11th, 2022.
So according to Exhibit F, it's your belief that Iron Oil did not even submit the state leases for the interest assignments until 5 days after your election period ended, and that the documents were not approved by the state, being Jody Smith, Commissioner of Department of Trust Lands, until February 11th, 2022, 3 months after your election period expired?
Correct.
Okay. Now we're going back to Exhibit A. There's a paragraph about risk penalty in there. What concerns, if any, did you have about the language as it was stated regarding Iron Oil's ability to risk penalty Twin City Technical?
Well, the letter said that if you elect not to participate, that the participating owners in the well would be able to impose a risk penalty for the expenses associated with my interest, and they would be able to take the proceeds from production from the proposed well and any current or future wells drilled in the spacing unit.
And what concerned you about that language?
Well, my concerns were that if a risk penalty was assessed to my interest and a second, third, fourth, or additional well drilled, that this says that they would be able to take the proceeds from those wells and apply it to the risk penalty this well.
And as a working interest owner, how might that affect your business in terms of how you elect to participate in any given well proposal?
Well, it's basically trying to hold you hostage so that you would not participate in future wells because it changes the economics of the investment.
As a working interest owner, non-operator, do you treat each individual well proposal as an individual investment?
I do.
And what factors go into your decision whether you elect to participate or not in any given well?
Well, there's a multitude of factors, including the price of oil, formation that it's being drilled in, cost of the well at the time, drilling and completing, the geology, the engineering, multiple factors.
Do you believe that the language as written in that well proposal of Exhibit A jeopardizes the correlative rights of non-operators in North Dakota?
I do.
How so?
Well, if I participated in the first well and decided that the second well was a zone that I would not want to be participating in, and I elected not to participate in that well, this says that he could take proceeds out of my first investment and apply it to a risk penalty of a second or third well. Or if I got risk penalty in the first well, that I would be reluctant to participate in a second well because he's going to take proceeds from the second well and apply to the risk penalty of the first well.
Is it correct that J.R. Rieger told you he intends to recover risk penalty from Twin City for this Boxcar 1-4-16H well out of production from this particular well and all future wells drilled within the spacing unit?
He did.
Did Iron Oil ever give notice to Twin City Technical regarding the pooling of sections 4, 9, and 16 of Township 148 North, Range 102 West?
He did not.
Did Twin City Technical ever give approval to voluntarily pool that same spacing unit?
They did not.
Turning to the issue of assignment of overriding royalty interest that Twin City made, looking to Exhibit H, can you describe this document?
This is an assignment of override royalty interest that Twin City Technical assigned to SKT Royalty that is dated October 7th, 2022, with an effective date of February 11th, 2022, which is the date that Twin City received approval from the leases from the land trust for the leases that we were discussing.
Did Iron Oil convey to you that they would not honor this assignment of overriding royalty interest that you made as represented by Exhibit H?
I had sent a copy of the assignment of overriding royalty to Iron Oil, requesting that they update their skip deck and send a division order. And I was received a letter from my office on October 24th, dated October 14th, stating that they were not going to honor the assignment.
Did they give you a reason why they would not honor the assignment?
They said that Twin City was already being risk penalties and that they were that the assignment assignment was after the time the well was drilled.
Looking to the second paragraph of Exhibit I, can you read the last sentence of that second paragraph?
As noticed from the drilling proposal, Iron Oil will impose spacing unit risk penalty to non-participating owners under North Dakota Century Code 38-08-08-3A. On November 17, 2021, when Twin City did not respond to Iron Oil's drilling proposal, and it became a non-participating owner, its interest in the spacing unit was subject to a risk penalty.
To clarify, on November 17th, 2021, did Twin City in fact own the approximate 5.4% interest in the Boxcar 1-4-16H well?
No.
Does a JOA exist between Twin City Technical and Throne Iron, and Iron Oil Operating LLC?
A joint operating agreement for the Boxcar well does not exist between Iron Oil and Twin City Technical.
To this date, has Iron Oil properly recorded Twin City Technical's interest for oil and gas leases OG-21-00030 or OG-21-00031 in Township 148 North, Range 102 West of Mackenzie County?
Not as of yesterday.
Okay, looking to Exhibit A. What is that? Or sorry, Exhibit J. What is that?
This is an assignment of oil and gas lease dated for effective purposes June 1st, 2021, recorded November 23rd, 2021, assigning oil and gas interest from Iron Oil Operating unto Twin City Technical and others for lands in 149, Township 149 North, Range 102 West, Section 16, the northwest and southwest quarters.
Now, to clarify, Township 149 North is not the correct township for the oil and gas leases at issue, specifically oil or Exhibits B and C, correct?
Correct.
Can you read the description, the land description of Exhibits B and C?
The land description of Exhibit B and C would be Township 148 North, Range 102, Section 16, the northwest quarter, and the southwest quarter.
So Exhibit A represents a completely different township than the agreement was, correct?
Correct.
Now, going back to, you mentioned the terms of the agreement between Iron Oil and Twin City and the other assignees. Iron was supposed to assign you 11.25% of the total oil and gas leases. Does Exhibit J represent that deal accurately?
It does not.
Can you explain how it does not?
Exhibit A is assigning Twin City Technical 11.25% of 50% of the leases, which means that Iron Oil has reduced Twin City's interest by half in those leases. Even though the description is wrong of the site.
And just to clarify, I heard Exhibit A. I just want to clarify that you're referring to Exhibit J when you're describing that incorrect interest and township, correct?
Exhibit J. Yeah.
Based on what we've just discussed, what request for relief are you asking of the Industrial Commission in this case?
Well, I would like the Industrial Commission to determine that Iron Oil is not entitled to a risk penalty for Twin City Technical for the Boxcar 146H well. And I'd like the Commission to order Iron to repropose the well so that I could have an opportunity to participate in the well after they record an oil and gas lease, an assignment of oil and gas lease in McKenzie County with the correct legal description and the correct interest of Twin City. And I would like the commission to validate Twin City assignment override royalty. And I would also like them to determine that that was a subsequently created interest, an interest that was done after the fact. I also like the commission to determine that Iron Oil's proposal of a risk penalty to all current future wells drilled, completed, producing in the spacing unit is improper and it's unfair. That's what I would like.
And just to clarify, regarding the subsequently created interest, you want the commission to determine that Twin Cities' assignment of the overriding royalty interest is not a subsequently created interest for the Boxcar 1416H well or future wells.
Correct. Absolutely.
I have nothing further at this time. Exhibits A through I have been previously submitted during the filing of the application. Attached to the affidavit of Terry L. Harris. In case the affidavit and exhibits have not been considered received at this point or admitted, I offer those now and also move to admit Exhibit J.
Any objection to the?
No objections.
The exhibits are admitted. Mr. Throne, any cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Harris, is it your position that at October 21st, October 15th, when the well proposal was sent to you, that you did not own an interest as Twin Cities in the leases that are subject to this hearing?
No. What I said is that on an interest in the two state leases that we have been discussing.
Do you have another interest in the drilling and spacing unit that's not subject to these two leases?
I do, yes.
And how much is that interest in the spacing unit?
It would be roughly 3%, 3.7 of my total interest.
And did you ever offer to Iron Oil to participate for the 3.6%?
The only offer that I received participate in this well is Exhibit A, which has the 5.397703%.
But you, have you paid any of your share of the cost for the other 3.6% you said you own in the drilling and spacing unit?
I have not.
Are you aware that the well was spud on December 1st of 2021?
I am aware of it now, yes.
And you do not believe you owned an interest on December 1st, 2021 in these state leases, is that correct?
I did own an interest in different state leases.
In the state leases, you are saying now you owned an interest in December 1st, 2021?
Do you want to clarify which state leases you're referring to?
The two state leases that are subject to this hearing.
I also own state leases in the east half of Section 16, of which are part of this spacing.
And those are state leases also, just for my own clarification?
Yes, sir.
Has Twin Cities paid any share of the costs of drilling this well, whether attributable to the interest in the east half of 16 or to the interest in the west half of 16 that we're talking about today?
Not to date, I haven't, no.
And did you testify that you have worked in the oil and gas industry in North Dakota for 35 years?
Correct.
Are you aware that the statute does not require that the 30-day time period contained in the statute be stated in the letter?
Objection calls for legal opinion.
Sustained, if you want to rephrase as.
As an operator, have you experienced other letters on well proposals where the statute is stated that there is a 30-day time period before a risk penalty is assessed?
Objection, same objection.
I'm asking if he's received letters with that in it.
And I'll also object to relevance.
Well, I will allow the question. If it's within his knowledge, he may answer within his knowledge.
I've received election letters that are worded differently than this letter that state that if you don't respond within 30 days, that you would be risk penalty. This letter doesn't say that I'd be risk penalty.
That wasn't a question. Let's go to your Exhibit H, and that would be the assignment of overriding royalty. Do you have it in front of you?
I do.
Do you own an interest in SKT Royalty LLC?
I do.
And what are the burdens that this assignment is purporting to assign to SKT Royalty?
Objection calls for legal opinion.
I believe he can read the assignment. He executed it. It says the difference between existing burdens and 25%.
Are you testifying?
If it's within his knowledge, he may answer. Overruled.
That's what it says.
And if there are burdens of 25%, what is the net revenue interest in the lease if this assignment is given effect?
The NRI would be 75%.
I believe it's your testimony that if you were vested in interest in the two state leases we're talking about here, it would not have vested until the state approved it, which I believe is February 11th, 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Then why did it take you to October 7th, 2022 to execute the overriding royalty?
Because I was waiting to receive an executed copy from Iron Oil Gas of the assignment to verify my interest.
Didn't you testify that you reviewed the
We're
record?
still answering the question.
Do you have further comments on that, Mr. Harris?
He's kind of frustrated there. I was waiting to verify the interest that was on the election list. And I was waiting for an assignment that was signed by Iron Oil and approved by state land.
Didn't you testify?
Sent to me.
Didn't you testify that you went to the state lands office and examined the records yourself and therefore determined that the lease had been approved, the assignment had been approved?
I did. I did that in September 2022 after I talked with J.R. Rieger, and he told me that he was risk penaltying me. He had never sent me an assignment, an executed assignment. I had been looking online and had never seen a recorded assignment in 148, 102, Section 16. So I had no knowledge that it was approved until I actually did the homework and went up to the land department and acquired the information. And after I acquired the information, I immediately went ahead and got some legal consultation and assigned the overriding royalty interest.
Are you aware that there has been substantial sums of money paid to drill and complete this well?
I am aware that there have been funds that have been used to drill and complete the well, and I'm also aware that there have been no distribution of revenues from that well, and that there is definitely still a risk of participating with this or any other well, or it is paid out and economically productive.
And you haven't contributed any funds to date for the costs of drilling the Boxcar well, is that correct?
That is correct.
And in spite of the fact that you have not contributed any costs, you want to be allowed to participate from the beginning of the costs of drilling this well, which would have been in December 1st, 2021, is that correct?
Correct.
And you also want Iron Oil and this commission to honor the overriding royalty to SKT Royalty that is dated October 7th, 2022, and not receive a risk penalty. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you are proposing that this commission honor an overriding royalty interest to yourself. That's correct? Or to an entity in which you have an interest in. Let me correct that.
Correct.
And you want the commission to honor a net revenue interest of 75% on those leases?
Correct.
And you want that benefit without having to share any of the risk costs today in the Boxcar well. Is that correct?
Objection, misstates testimony.
I guess, any comment, Mr. Brown?
I think that's consistent with what he said. He wants to have the well reproposed and be able to participate in it from day one.
To contribute funds.
To contribute funds
And pay into it.
and pay into it.
So, Mr. Harris, you may answer the question.
That's correct. I'd like to participate in the well and contribute funds. And I don't want to do it till my interest is acknowledged in the McKinsey County Courthouse with the proper amount in the proper township with the proper legal description.
And you want this benefit more than a year after the well has been spud.
Correct.
I have no further questions for Mr. Harris.
Any redirect, Mr. Davidson?
Mr. Harris, did you offer J.R. Rieger to pay for your interest in the well when you discovered that the leases had been approved by the state?
I did.
And you'd be willing to pay your full cost of participation at that point?
I would have liked, after I had the interest, after I verified the interest, I would definitely pay by share. Correct.
And that offer made to Mr. Rieger was done when?
That was done prior to me going up to the state land department and acquiring the documentation that is in these exhibits, but it was sometime in September, I believe, of 2021, 2021.
2022, just to clarify.
September 2022, okay, correct. Correct.
And that conversation with Mr. Rieger was made as soon as you found out that you were not being considered a participating owner in this well, correct?
Correct.
And still at that point, Iron Oil had sent you no documentation to prove that the interest in those two oil and gas leases, Exhibits B and C, had in fact been transferred to Twin City.
Correct.
And still at that date, there was no documentation on the McKenzie County Recorder to establish any ownership in those leases?
That's correct.
No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we can move on to.
No.
Terry, Lynn Helms here. Those communications between yourself and Mr. Rieger, were these phone calls, emails?
There was one phone call.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none?
What,
One moment. Was that your only witness?
No further questions.
So we can move to.
would you permit me to try and go change my flight again? Because I'm not going to make even the delayed flight. Like, give me 3 minutes to make a quick phone call?
Sure.
I hate to do that to you primarily, but
Take a quick 5-minute recess here
Yeah.
between cases here. We'll be back at 6:18 p.m. Yeah,
Precision is great.
I'm always wrong. So. are back on the record in case number 29746. The time is 6:20 p.m. Mr. Throne, we were going to begin with your case here.
Thank you. I have one witness, Mr. J.R. Rieger, and he testified in the previous cases.
Mr. Rieger, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Mr. Rieger, we'll try to move along. You're CEO of Iron Oil, is that correct?
Yes.
And as such, you are familiar with all of the facts of this hearing, including the drilling of the Boxcar 1-4 and related activities?
Yes.
Starting with Exhibit 1, and I believe Mr. Harris testified to this as well. Is this a well proposal that you sent to Twin Cities for the Boxcar well?
Yes.
And do you know if they received the proposal?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
We have tracking on that AFE that we send via FedEx.
Okay, and using Exhibit 2, would you please indicate the evidence that you know that they received it?
The FedEx tracking stated that they did receive it, or Twin City Technical did receive it at the address stated.
And attached to that is evidence of when they received it?
Yes. Oh, yes, it is. And on the-
It is October 18th, 2021, isn't it?
Yes.
And who signed for that document?
An S. Braun.
Okay. Do you know if any other assignee received a proposal for this well?
Yes.
And using Exhibit 3, please describe the other assignee that received that.
The other assignee was Prairie of the South at the same address.
And received on the same day?
Yes.
And after you sent this well proposal, did you receive any communications, written or verbal, from Twin Cities?
No.
Did you make any effort to contact Twin Cities?
No.
Did Twin Creek pay for its interest in the two state leases that we're discussing today?
Just to clarify, Twin City?
Twin
Correct.
Cities?
Correct, yeah. Did Twin City?
Twin City.
Twin City, my apologies. Did Twin City pay for acquisition of these two leases?
Yes.
Did Iron Oil acquire them first?
Yes.
Using Exhibit 4, please explain.
This is the invoice from the North Dakota Department of Trust Lands. An invoice itemizing how many acres Twin City Technical were acquiring and at what price. And the final page is the invoice date, the due date, and a copy of the check sent to Iron Oil from Twin Cities, signed by Terry Harris, dated August 24th, 2021.
Okay. So Twin Cities at least paid for what they thought was an interest in the leases?
Yes.
And should have known that they had paid for that interest when the offer letter went out on October 15th?
Yes.
Let's go to our Exhibit 5, which was the assignment that Mr. Harris discussed. Do you see that?
Yes.
We have noted, or Mr. Harris noted, that there's an incorrect township in Exhibit A. Do you see that?
Yes.
Was it Iron Oil Operating's intent in this assignment to convey 148-102?
Yes.
After this hearing, does Iron Oil intend to correct this assignment by filing a corrective assignment
Yes.
with the correct township and range on it?
Yes.
And it's your intent that the interest that is shown on the front of this assignment is the interest that's to be assigned to each of the assignees?
Yes.
How many parties are on this assignment?
5.
And how many of those parties have participated in the drilling of the Boxcar 1-4?
3 of 5.
And the other two, one of which is Twin City?
Yes.
And the other one?
Solo Corp.
And have they objected to the assessment of a risk penalty?
No.
Have they had any communications with Iron Oil Operating reflecting any negative comments on the
I'll object.
proposal?
This line of testimony is completely irrelevant to Twin Cities' argument here.
I think it demonstrates that Twin Cities is out on a limb.
I don't think it demonstrates that at all. I think it's bringing in another party and their decisions that were personal and independent to themselves.
Appreciated. Overruled, the commission will take the evidence and give it its due weight.
Okay. So, the one party that didn't participate, have you had any communications with them?
Through you, yes.
Okay. But no direct communications yourself?
No.
These exhibits have been entered, but would you briefly describe exhibits 6 and 7? Those are the approvals of the assignment by the state?
Yes, these are the approvals to consent and the request consent to assignments approvals for the subject oil and gas leases.
And have either of the any of the three parties who have elected to participate objected to their interest based upon the time frame of this assignment?
Again, I'll object to relevance.
Again,
It is relevant in that Twin City is the only one out of all the parties to these assignments that's raised any of these issues.
That shouldn't have any bearing on the fact that this is a risk penalty hearing with one party involved.
overruled. The commission will give the evidence its due weight.
Do you know if the state of North Dakota has pooled this oil and gas lease into this drilling and spacing unit?
Yes.
Referring to Exhibit 8, would you please describe the contents of that exhibit for the commission?
This is a pooling agreement from the state of North Dakota, trust lands, pooling sections 4, 9, 16. We're pooling the state leases into that unit.
And that would be the state leases on the east half of 16 as well as the west half of 16, correct?
Correct.
And on Exhibit A, the bottom two leases are the leases that we're discussing today.
Oh, yes, that is correct.
Are you personally familiar with how much money Iron Oil has spent on the Boxcar well to date?
Yes.
Using Exhibit 9, would you please describe how much has been spent?
$13,549,473.
And have you had cost overruns for this well?
Yes.
How much?
Approximately $4 million.
And do you have an explanation on why it's so much higher?
Mainly due to the weather when we were completing this well in April. I would. Is that about it? Yeah. I'm sorry. Mainly due to the weather.
I'll see if he, after we get done, if he needs to add anything to it. Did Iron Oil have to install facilities for the sale of gas from this well prior to production?
Yes.
Did you have to install facilities to handle water prior to production?
Yes.
And you had to install all those in the wintertime?
Yes.
And has Twin City paid any share of those costs?
No.
Have the three parties that have participated in this well that are on the assignment paid their proportionate share of those costs?
Of the
costs that are listed on Exhibit 9?
yes.
So the only party that is objecting is Twin City at this point.
Correct.
And you directed me to write the letter to SKT Royalties, didn't you?
Yes.
And what was the reason for me writing that letter, in your opinion?
By assigning an override after going non-consent due to not responding to the well proposal in the 30 days, they were creating an undue burden on the operator by, only allowing those leases to have a 75% net revenue interest.
And is 75% a stiff burden, in your opinion, as a president and CEO of an oil and gas company, of leases in the Bakken?
Yes.
And generally speaking, what NRIs do you usually see?
Our average NRI is above 80% throughout our entire asset.
So that overriding royalty that Mr. Harris assigned is a, quote, stiff overriding royalty.
Yes.
And before that assignment was made, had had Iron Oil already drilled and completed the well?
Yes.
So at the time of the assignment and the acknowledgement of the interest, the risk for the well had already been assumed by Iron Oil Operating.
Yes.
And is Iron Oil Operating willing and ready to continue paying the share of expenses for Twin City?
Yes.
And would it be Iron Operating's opinion that if Twin City does not think it owns an interest, that Iron Oil should be allowed to keep the interest and not worry about a back end for Twin City?
If Iron Oil believed Twin City did not truly think they owned that interest, then yes.
I would ask that the exhibits 1 through 9 be admitted. Many of them have already been admitted.
Any objection, Mr. Davidson?
No objections.
The exhibits are admitted. Did you have any further questions for your witness, Mr. Throne?
No.
Okay. Ross?
Mr. Rieger, this is a transfer of land, correct? The leases were exhibits that we were referring to, exhibits B and C, those are transfers of land?
They're, what do you mean by transfers of land?
They're for interests in real property, correct?
Correct, interest in oil and gas leases?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't like to do this, but those are legal conclusions, but he can go ahead and answer the question as a landman.
Within your expertise and knowledge, sure.
What documentation did Iron Oil provide to Twin City before October 18th or 19th, 2021, that established that Twin City actually owned the interest in those two oil and gas leases?
A copy of the invoice from the Department of Trust Lands, an actual invoice to Twin City, and them paying their share of those leases. With, by the way, with net acreages on the invoice.
Okay. Was any legal instrument, including an assignment of oil and gas lease, signed and provided to Twin City supporting that invoice by October 19th or 18th, 2021?
Could you restate that, please?
Was there any assignment of oil and gas lease for exhibits B or C, the leases we've been talking about, signed by Iron, providing that transfer of interest to Twin City by the date the well was proposed?
Iron Oil will stipulate that the documents that have been introduced are the only documents that are conveyances.
Can we get a clear answer?
The lease assignments and the dates are as stated.
Okay, so I'll clarify.
Yeah, no, I'll agree with you. It's probably, I don't know where the dates lie.
Okay, so will you at least admit that by the date the well was proposed, Twin City was not in receipt of any assignment of oil and gas leases for Exhibits B and C?
Assignment of oil and gas leases? No, I don't think they were, but I'm not 100% sure.
Was any assignment of oil and gas leases for those leases recorded in Mackenzie County on the date Twin City received the well proposal?
No, I don't think so.
Was any assignment of oil and gas leases showing Twin City's interest recorded before Twin City's 30-day election period expired?
Would you restate that again, please?
On November 18th or 19th, 2021, when Twin City's election period expired, the 30-day,
Yep.
had any assignment of oil and gas leases been recorded in the Mackenzie County Recorder for the transferred oil and gas leases?
I'd have to look at these dates, but.
Okay, let's look at them right now. Let's look at Exhibit 5.
Okay.
Also, Twin Cities Exhibit J. Can you tell me the date that this document was recorded?
This document was recorded November 23rd, 2021.
Will you agree that November 23rd is after November 28th, 2021?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
You don't think November 23rd is later than November 28th, 2021?
November
Sorry.
23rd is before November 28th.
Okay, my mistake. November 23rd is later than November 18th.
Oh, yes, you're correct on that.
5 days later?
28 minus 20. Yes, 5.
So 5 days after Twin Cities' election period expired was the first that Iron Oil conveyed any assignment in any legal capacity that represented Twin Cities' interest in these oil and gas leases.
Correct.
No other assignment was made before that time.
No.
Is it correct that Iron Oil submitted these state interest assignment forms to be approved by the Department of Trust Lands after Twin Cities' election period expired?
I'm sorry. I'm
Okay, we'll slow it down.
It's
Looking
been a-
looking
it's
at
been a long day.
exhibits 6 and 7
Mhm.
of Iron Oil exhibits and Twin Cities exhibits D and E, would you agree that those documents were submitted to the North Dakota Department of Trust Lands after Twin Cities' election period expired for the Boxcar 1416H well?
Were these submitted and signed and They were signed and transferred on June 11th, 2021?
No, that's not correct. I'll direct your attention to Exhibit F, Twin Cities Exhibit F. Do you have that document in front of you?
I don't.
Looking at Exhibit F, what is the date atop the page that shows when Iron Oil submitted the approval of state lease forms to the Department of Trust Lands to approve the caption state assignments?
November 23rd.
5 days after Twin Cities' 30 election period expired.
Yes.
So you didn't even try to get them approved by the state, despite looking at the documents and it very clearly stating, note, assignments are not valid until approved by the Commissioner of University and School Lands, and also, this assignment is not effective until fully executed by the Commissioner.
Okay.
So you will agree that these documents require approval by the Commissioner of University and School Lands before they become valid and effective?
That's a legal conclusion.
You'll agree that it says that on these forms, Exhibits D and E of Twin City and Exhibits 6 and 7 of Iron Oil?
Yes.
Okay. So just to clarify, there was no There was no assignment of oil and gas lease for the assignments at issue signed by Iron and sent to Twin City before the end of the 30-day election period.
Correct.
And they were not recorded with Mackenzie County Recorder by that date.
Correct.
And they weren't even sent for approval until 5 days after the election period expired.
Correct.
Okay? And when were they received as approved?
When were they received
When
as
did the
approved?
state notify Iron Oil that they were actually approved to become effective and valid?
If you point me to an exhibit, I can,
Exhibit 6 or 7 of your exhibits?
okay?
Or D or E of our exhibits?
February 11th?
3 months after the 30-day election period expired.
Yes.
Okay, so besides the invoice that contains no legal bearing, what evidence did Twin City have that it actually owned the interest in those 2 oil and gas leases at issue?
Other than the fact that they paid for them? No, nothing.
No
Other than the fact that we agreed on it and they paid for them,
Okay, what was actually agreed upon?
that we would assign the leases to them. We sent them an invoice and they paid for it.
Okay, when was that lease paid for? Those leases paid for too.
The state leases, I'm assuming in May? I shouldn't assume on anything, but on this Department of Trust lands, May 14th. No, wait. Invoice date, due date, before May 14th, 2021.
Okay, and you received payment from Twin City for those 2 oil and gas leases, for their interest?
Yes.
Okay, why wasn't their interest recorded immediately upon receiving payment from them?
I don't know.
You will admit and acknowledge that that their interest was not properly recorded upon receiving payment?
That's a legal conclusion. I object.
Okay, I'll ask you this. Has Twin Cities' interest from the May State deal, where Iron was to obtain these 2 leases and hold 50%, and then separate the other 50% amongst the different assignees, with Twin City receiving 11.25 interest in those 2 different state wells, has that been represented or recorded anywhere to establish Twin City to hold that interest?
That's been asked and answered. We've got a lot of evidence that there's been documents filed with the state. There's a document in the county.
No, but it's a very simple question. I just want to hear if there's any interest.
I'll out a summary, but yeah, I think we are kind of going down the same
Okay,
path, so.
I'll
please.
quicken up. Pointing to Exhibit 5, I don't know, Exhibit 5, Exhibit J, which was filed after the 30-day election period expired. Under Twin Cities' interest, 11.25 of 50%, do you agree that's an incorrect interest that was assigned to Twin City based on the terms of the deal? The May lease state deal?
No, I don't agree with that.
Is it correct that 11.25% of 50% is different than 11.25 of 100%?
Well, yes, they are different. However, the interests were, they get 11.25% of 50%.
Correct. You agree that that's a different interest. 11.25 of 100% is different than 11.25 of 50%.
You're talking about an 8/8 argument. No, I think it could have been better stipulated on this assignment. This
Okay.
assignment has, obviously.
Could you
has some
agree that
issues.
this contains some ambiguity, that maybe someone looking at it would say Twin City only gets 11.2?
Objection, a legal conclusion.
Okay, I think, can you acknowledge that this is not the terms of the deal that was agreed to on the May State leases?
You can answer the question as you believe it.
I think it was poorly stated on this assignment, but those are the agreed-upon terms.
Okay.
And corroborated by the invoice and the check that was sent by Mr. Harris.
Well, this assignment, Exhibit 5, is different than the invoice, because the invoice is showing 11.25 of the total lease, not 11.25 of 50% of the lease. But I'll move on. Still looking at Exhibit 5. We will go to page 2 of 2, under Exhibit A. Looking at the land description, do you admit and acknowledge now that Township 149 North, Range 102 West is not the proper township and range of the leases that were to be conveyed?
As stated earlier, yes.
And if you're a non-op working interest on Mackenzie County's recorder looking for 148 North, would you agree that they would not be able to find it because this was improperly recorded?
Are you asking what would I do, or?
How would they be able to find their proper interest for 148 North when this is recorded under 149 North?
Other than calling me?
Okay, but in terms of illegal, did you call them and tell them, hey, this has been transferred, it's been recorded?
I don't think so.
And this wasn't even done until after the 30-day election expired.
Correct.
So you want them to pay you and elect to participate before they even actually own the interest?
Well, they can elect to the well if they wanted to.
But you will acknowledge and admit that they wouldn't have owned 5.4% from any time from October 18th through November 18th or 19th, 2021.
Again, we're getting into legal arguments.
Mr. Rieger was qualified as an expert witness with this background. He should know. This is very simple stuff.
We can stipulate that there hasn't been an assignment before the election date went out. The assignments are all of records. They speak for themselves. We're kind of running late here.
I think we are getting into legal conclusion territory, so if we can, I'll sustain that one, and if you need to rephrase, you can, but yeah, let's.
Okay, there's, looking to Exhibit 8, Iron Ore is Exhibit 8. The pooling agreement, there's 4 different leases mentioned here. Do you have that document in front of you?
Yes, I do.
What interest, if any, did Iron Oil hold in the last 2 leases listed there? OG 1600246 and OG 1600248 on the date that this letter was received?
What interest did we own? I don't think we owned any interest in those
Okay.
2 leases.
And what interest did you own in the first 2? OG 210030 and OG 210031.
50%.
Okay, not the entire leases.
No.
Okay, this is a voluntary pooling agreement, correct?
What do you mean by voluntary pooling agreement?
Looking to the next page, designation of unit and voluntary pooling agreement.
I would, just by looking at the title, agree with that.
This is your exhibit, so I'm asking you about it. Was any were any documents sent to the Department of Trust Lands before this July 28th letter was received from the Department of Trust Lands regarding this voluntary pooling agreement?
I don't know.
Okay. Would you agree that in order to have a voluntary pooling agreement for these leases, that all owners would have to agree to voluntarily pool and agree to it?
Again, that's a legal conclusion.
And I guess you can answer within your knowledge, but if I.
Within my knowledge, I've never, demanded consent on pooling leases.
Are you aware that 380808 states that either a pooling order is obtained voluntarily or that a pooling order hearing must be heard if the parties don't authorize and acknowledge and approve that voluntary pooling?
38-08-08?
Correct.
The assessment of risk penalties?
Go into, we can look at the law.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
I'm.
Have you ever had a pooling order on behalf of Iron?
We're going down legal conclusions.
And again, yeah, he says he doesn't know, and I think we are getting.
I'm trying to keep this as factual as possible. The main point being that, and I will ask you this as a question, before this document was received, this voluntary pooling order, voluntary pooling agreement, did Twin City Technical consent to voluntarily pooling their interests in these 4 leases?
I never talked to Twin Cities about this, other than sending them the invoice.
Okay, but you're the one, Iron Oil is the one communicating with the state directly.
Correct.
Okay, and as to your knowledge, no authorization form was sent to Twin City to allow them to sign off on this voluntary pooling agreement?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. You mentioned communications with Solo Corp. Isn't it true that Solo Corp requested signed copies of the assignments more than twice before November 18th, 2021?
I don't know.
Regarding Iron Oil's position on risk penalty, if a non-operator working interest owner was to participate in the first well proposed in a spacing unit, but decided not to participate in subsequent wells, does Iron Oil believe that it can take risk penalty proceeds out of production revenues from those subsequent wells?
As per statute and our attorneys, yes.
And you believe it can take, if they participate in the first well, but not the second or third or subsequent, they can take from that first well after they've already invested in that first well and contributed the money?
Yes.
So if the first well was a Middle Bakken well, and the second well was a Three Forks well, and the non-op wants to participate in the Middle Bakken well, but not in the Three Forks wells, do you still believe that Iron has the authority to take risk penalty proceeds out of the Middle Bakken well for failure to participate in that Three Forks well?
I'm not an engineer, but
You're the owner of the company,
no, I'm not the owner of
Correction,
the
that's
company.
president of the
Objection.
company.
I think the Three Forks and the Bakken Formation are considered one stratigraphic formation. Let me put this another way. If I were to drill a horizontal Red River well, I don't think I could recover a risk penalty in that formation.
Is it your testimony that the economic risk of drilling a Middle Bakken well is the same of drilling a Three Forks well?
Objection.
I guess the question is, did he testify to that, or I guess could you clarify?
I'm asking if that's his opinion. If the economic risk of drilling a Middle Bakken well is the same as drilling a Three Forks well.
He can only testify as the CEO, not as a geologist or an engineer.
As CEO, I guess if it's within your knowledge, but if you do not know, you can answer that you don't know.
It would vary in different areas. I mean, there's definitely different risks in different areas drilling different formations.
So it's not your contention, or not your agreement that any given well proposal, I'll rephrase. Would you agree that any given well proposal comes with different risks?
Depending on time, oil price, cost of services, yes.
Okay,
There's
yes.
a lot of variables involved in every drilling of any well.
Would you agree that drilling any well might be seen as a separate investment for a non-op working interest owner?
You know, I'm sure it could be. It would be a separate investment.
And as an operator, would you agree that drilling one well in one formation is a different investment than drilling one well in a completely different formation?
Would you restate that, please?
As an operator, would you agree that drilling one well in one formation is a different investment than drilling a different well in a completely different formation?
It would be a different investment.
In the past, when a non-op has not elected to participate in a well proposed by Iron, has Iron recovered the risk penalty from other wells within the same spacing unit?
Yes.
To date, how many times has Iron done that?
I don't know. However, we have applied that rule consistently throughout our existence as per North Dakota Century Code statutes.
And when was the first time that Iron did that?
Our first well,
Okay, when was that drilled?
I think November 2017.
Just one moment, I'll be wrapped up briefly. Nothing further.
Redirect, Mr. Throne.
Couple of quick questions. If I use the term equitable interest, does that have a meaning to you?
I've heard it, but I can't define it.
Let's make it a little clearer. Did Iron Oil, in its mind, acknowledge that it had assigned interest to Twin City Technical LLC as well as the other parties in the assignment that's Exhibit 5?
Yes.
You had no interest in trying to not allow them to participate in the well, did you?
No.
And you recognized that they did have an interest based upon them having paid for the oil and gas lease?
Yes.
And has anyone other than Twin City raised the issues on whether they had an interest or not based on them buying the lease from you?
No.
As a hypothetical, what do you think the reaction would have been from any of these assignees if you refused to allow them to participate, even if they paid for the lease? Don't you think they would object?
They would have strenuously objected.
Objection vague and
They would have objected.
ambiguous.
I have no further
Overruled.
questions.
We'll give it its due weight, but
One quick question. You just mentioned that you had no interest in not allowing Twin City to participate in this well. So
There are a lot
when-
of double negatives in it. Would you restate that,
Okay,
please?
well, that was your testimony. You had no interest in not allowing Twin City to not participate in this well.
As per the well proposal, we invited Twin City and would have welcomed them to participate in this well.
So when Twin City called you up after the fact and said, hey, I have no assignment signed by you, I can find no recorded document stating my interest in this spacing unit, but I am fully willing to participate now. Can I get in the well and participate now?
That is
What was-
not what was said on the phone.
May I call a rebuttal witness?
I can tell you what was said.
We're gonna ask.
well,
Well,
if you,
he has to answer first.
well, we'll complete his testimony,
Okay.
but if we need a rebuttal, we can.
Okay, I guess clarifying question. When you spoke to Terry Harris on the phone in September of 2022, did he ask you to participate in the well at that time?
He did.
Okay. So would that not be him willing and offering the funds to contribute to the drilling and completion of this well?
Yes, that is offering that.
Okay, so that was my question, and you refused to allow him to do that at that time, correct?
Correct. It was after the AFE or well proposal, 30 days had expired, and it was after the well had been producing for over a month. He may have heard that and now wanted into the well.
But at that time, Iron Oil still had not sent him any documentation besides the invoice that you claim transferred the interest, any other documentation to represent his interest in that spacing unit.
Other than the well proposal, the invoice, the check we received for that invoice, you're right, no.
Okay. But when he discovered that nothing was assigned, and he was still offering to do it at that point, you still refused him.
Correct. As I said, we have applied the risk penalty and the well proposal consistently throughout our existence, and it was so far past the 30-day period to consent or non-consent into the well that.
But you're talking about the undue burden on the operator, and you going $4 million over estimated costs. Wouldn't you have welcomed his funds at that point?
Again, we have to apply this policy consistently throughout. even if it's positive or negative for iron oil.
Would you agree that as a working interest owner, it would be in their best interests to have some form of recorded document before participating in any given well?
Objection, it's another legal conclusion.
No, it's
that you
not.
can answer.
With our history, with everything that went on between all the communication, I don't think it was necessary, but, that's all I can say. I don't know. I mean, I assumed he knew what he owned.
So could he verify it at any time before the election expired? Could he verify it anywhere?
Possibly by picking up the phone and calling me?
Beyond that, anywhere else?
Other than the invoice and the checks we sent and all the other interest he owned in the unit.
Okay. It's been a long day. I don't want to go in circles down this path again, but no further questions at this point.
No further questions.
Any questions from commission staff?
Chair, I just want to confirm, so the west half of section 16, Iron Oil acquired 100% of the state leases?
Yes, sir.
And then you assigned 50%?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, I guess that concludes anything further on this matter?
Just very briefly, I think the evidence has shown the well proposal was untimely, contained errors and misrepresentations, most specifically regarding Twin Cities' alleged proportionate interest in the Boxcar well. No signed assignment was received by Twin City from Iron conveying the lands at issue. No assignment conveying the lands at issue from the subject lands was properly recorded by Iron to establish that ownership before the end of the 30-day period. The well proposal contained no language that the proportionate share might not be accurate. And at this point, Iron's action in this case and their intention for recovering risk penalty from current or future wells not yet proposed and its failure to honor overrides violates and threatens Twin Cities, correlative rights, and similarly situated working interest owners and mineral owners alike. And based on the foregoing, Twin City objects to any risk penalty being imposed in this case and requests the relief stated in the application on the last page. I'll save you from reading it all. It is on pages 13 and 14, as Mr. Harris summarized.
All right, thank you for your argument. Any closing statements, Mr. Crone?
Twin City is asking to be allowed to participate in a well after Iron Oil has assumed all of the financial risk. In addition, Twin City is asking that overriding royalty that excessively burdens that working interest be recognized, and is asking this commission to recognize those overriding royalties. And for a lack of a better word, the whole proposition is unfair from Iron Oil standpoint, and I think the very reason that the force pooling statute was enacted, not only here, but in other states, Wyoming in particular, so that the people putting the risk capital to drill a well are entitled to reap the benefits.
Well, thank you both for your argument today. Commission will consider it. That will conclude the hearing in case number 29746.
Thank you, everybody.
Case number brings us to case number.
Thank you for your patience.
29815, application of Cobra Oil and Gas Corp. For an order authorizing the recompletion of the Harris Federal 130 well, file number 8337 in the Wanagon Field into the Madison Formation at a location approximately 2,340 feet from the south line and 820 feet from the east line of Section 30, Township 141 North, Range 102 West, Billings County, ND, as an exception to the statewide well location rules to create and establish a 320-acre drilling unit comprised of the east half of Section 30, Township 141 North, Range 102 West, and such other relief. This case is continued to February. And that